your courage after a great lunch. My notes read, at this vibrant early summer moment, well, of course, the weather is not aware of my notes. We have a pouring rain, but equally at the pouring rain, we are excited to gather here to explore a pivotal topic, which is international cooperation in green finance. Green finance has been much debated. International cooperation is absolutely needed across industries, across segments, across nations, and it's all the more topical that we all know from our recent experience that we're not exactly at the moment of international cooperation. So the question is really, how can like-minded people, like-minded organizations, the coalitions of the willing still have green finance progress, as it's not a luxury, it's a need, it's a must-be. To discuss those topics and to really jump into the real aspects of those topics, I'm very happy that we have four great analysts, but practitioners also, with this dual strength to their practice as members of our panel. I will name them, present them, and they will please join me all together. Professor Zhu Jiangdong needs no further introduction. He's a chair professor at Tsinghua五道口. He's the director of the Green Finance Research Center. For all of those from you who know China, you know that research here is connected to action. So this research center is very much pivotal in having key organizations, key structures in China actually implement green finance. Zhu, you were my chair some months ago in Shanghai. It's a great honor to be your chair today. We keep the ball rolling. Welcome. Minister Luis Pereira da Silva, you're former deputy governor of the Central Bank of Brazil, so you have all the technicity of a central banker. You're former vice minister, so you bear credits to the trajectory that Brazil has had within the BRICS and generally. And you're the former deputy general manager of the Bank of International Settlements, so you've been sitting at a place which is key in practicing innovative finance and innovative green finance, so you will browse about the international developments of this topic. Dr. Liu, I'm very happy you're the lady of the panel, and I must say that because I'm the proud father of two young daughters who keep asking me whether women can change the world. So you will allow me returning home, excusing for having been far away from home, and telling them, yes, I've been working with one of those ladies who can change the world. Liu Meng, you're the head of the China office of the UN Global Compact. The Global Compact is, among many things, the organization which has invented ESG. You'll tell us about that and the developments of the baby ESG, which has grown as a big kid. And last but not least, my dear friend, Minister Ahmed Semega, with whom I've traveled at least 3 continents by now. I'm very happy that you did the long journey from Senegal, Ahmed. Minister Semega is a former Minister of Infrastructure and many other portfolios in Mali. He's been a 10 years minister. He's the former head of the Organization for the Development of the Senegal River, the OMVS, which is an integrated riverine organization, which is an international organization referring to 4 presidents of 4 different states of Western Africa. You might not share secrets on how to coordinate between 4 heads of states, but I'm sure you'll give us a very illustrative approach on the practices of green development and how it links to green finance. Without further ado, I'll invite all my warm applause for their participation. Thank you. Rules of the game, which all of you have very kindly accepted, is that we make it as interactive as possible. So in a limited time, we target 3 rounds of panel, which means that in the first round, you give your key points, you share your insights. Second round, we try to go deep that, and the third round is the most difficult because we want actionated points. We want food for thought, but we want food for action as well. And I thank you for taking this challenge. The idea when we thought about this panel, and I must give here again credit to Chu Jiandong. We had a similar discussion on that last December in Beijing, was that green finance is ought to be a powerful tool to combating climate change, but is also a core driver of the global transition towards sustainable development. That is, on the one hand, to revolutionize finance, and on the other hand, to have a deep mark in the field. From the Paris Agreement to the various G20 meetings, there has been a lot of progress. We still need to find policy coordination, the way to actionate capital flows and technological innovation, and more deeper critical challenges, which include the North to South cooperation, cooperation between developed and developing nations, and I would add to also involve the financial systems of the Global South. It's not just about having the Global North funding the Global South. It's not just having the emerging countries, the key economic powers of the Global South, fund the other countries of the Global South. It is about empowering the financial systems of all countries of the Global South, irrespective of their size, economic size of the country. The idea is to really get the whole generation and the whole set of nations join and on board the topics, the development of green finance. With your agreement on this topic, ladies and gentlemen, let me start with a few questions which are just serving as introduction to your talking points. Chu Jiandong, you're one of the key organizers of this conference. This conference is first and foremost about macroeconomics. We are central bankers. But we've all appreciated already that this conference links the world of central bankers, links the macroeconomics to real action. Can you just present us the way we can ensure that a macro stimulus policy would ensure that we meet the demand of green industry and to solve at the same time the short-term excess capacity, and at the same time we speed the green transition? So 2 things with 1 bullet. There's a expression in Chinese, it's 一石二鸟, 1 stone, 2 birds. How can we do 1 stone, 2 birds from the macro to the ground in a few minutes?
5 minutes?
5?
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, President Ray. Let me, because this session is about the green finance, the first one is the trends. So what are the trends we understand? So just my personal understanding. We see, first of all, we see the climate environment become severe. The climate problems become severe. So now this year, people already say it's already 1.5 degree increase. So suppose that trends go in that way, it is highly possible until 2060, we may reach, say, we may not reach this 2 degree target, we may reach a 3 degree target, even someone even say probably 4 degree targets. That will be the disaster for globally. So that's first of all. So see from the environmental point of view. Second of all, we see strong negative shock in demand side for green transactions, particularly when the new administration in the United States came, and we see even a turn back for the green transaction. So then the problem to me is particularly on the global side, we see the climate problems become severe and severe. We may not be able to reach the 2-degree targets. We even reach 3-degree targets. That could be a disaster. But however, we see the demand side, it's slowed down even the negative demand side. So what should we do? I think we need a counter effort for this negative demand shock. So then the issue becomes, where do we have these counter efforts come from? We see strong negative demand shock from the US, even from the States. So then my conclusion easily come, the counter positive this demand shock only can come from South. South corporations, being that China will be the strong force to have this positive demand shock for green transactions. That's my first question, the issues. Second of all, it is hard. The hard because now we see their so-called excess supply capacity, which actually comes from, let me try to understand. When you have this negative demand shock, then you will see this so-called excess supply of demand for the capacity. Therefore, how do we solve these problems? So then that comes too easily for economists. This is market failure. For given this market failure, the only way we can solve it is government. So government needed to have a stimulus plan to solve this short run, this so-called excess capacity of the green transaction come from negative demand shock to overcome this negative demand shock. So that's the reason why I raised this. You needed this strong government stimulus plan.
Stimulus plan in China or stimulus plan in the South?
Stimulus plan, it is very hard to imagine stimulus plan come from U.S. it is negative demand shock from U.S. So I would think the only hope is coming from China. Right? So, because it comes from South, let me reduce that. The only hope comes from South. But being that China will play a central role, plus, I see a room in there, plus multilateral the banks.
Roman from the New Development Bank.
To support that. So that's what C. So to try to maintain this sustainable, continuous green transaction. I think it is a pretty hard time for green transaction this year. Once it is disrupted, then it is very hard to pick it up. So it relies on South corporations. It relies on South multilateral international organizations. It relies on all these efforts, particularly from the South, to pick up these efforts to make this green transition not be interrupted. Therefore, we are able to reach these climate targets. So therefore, we will not go to this 4-degree disaster in the about 35 years later. Let me just first stop here. So we need a stimulus plan.
Yeah, I thank you, Jiandong, for being brief. Allow me to ask you 2 questions to just clarify for everyone. I don't know if I'll play the advocate of the devil or advocate of God, but 2 questions. First of all, I understand you want to have a demand stimulus plan to curb the excess capacity. Now, if we would assume that this excess capacity is not so much of an excess, is only transitory, how do you want to have the demand also be extended the demand stimulus to the global south. That the global south, especially the smaller countries, until and unless they industrialize, they still can benefit from the capacity of production on China. And the linked question is not the advocate of the devil, I've been the advocate of God, you know. Not the advocate of the devil with how do you do that without having a massive debt effect on the global south? We know that macroeconomics is not a zero-sum game. What's your idea on that?
Well, so let's kind of try to solve this problem in a way. First of all, in the global south, there are huge demand for green electricity. However, that green electricity needs to be paid for future cash flow, right? Not now. Right? So because you need electricity now, and then they develop in the future, and then give you the return. Right? So then I guess so it's up to international financial markets. How can we make this future cash flow to become the current payment for this green transaction right now? If we have a certain kind of a certain estimation forecast, this development in the south for this will be certain. Then international financial market will price in. Then I think that in that way, the government will play a huge role in the sense to guarantee such kind of investment right now is profitable. For example, let me try to explain one way of doing that. Suppose central government, the central government or these international organizations, these BRICS, the new development bank, can guarantee the green investment in the electricity will have a return, let's say 3% per year, or just subsidize 3% per year, or have this investment insurance. This kind of financial tools to make sure the investment right now in the South will be profitable. Then the private capital will flow in, right? So for in that, to doing that, there will be two advantages. First of all, the government money will be limited because you don't need the government to invest in entire projects. You just need to make sure 3% or 4% subsidized or this insurance guarantee. Second of all, that will make this uncertainty about the future cash flow will become the certain. So basically, my suggestion is government money will play a role for the insurance.
De-risking.
Right.
Thank you so much, Jean, for this very detailed mechanism. I saw that Minister Semega was very attentive. You've been proposing that to someone who's been an energy and infrastructure minister. He's also been the head of an organization that was generating electricity. We'll get back to that. Keep that in mind, Hamed. Thank you, Jiandong. We'll first finish the round on the kind of national perspective, but thank you for putting this idea. Minister da Silva, Luis, if you allow me to the comradeship of professors, because now you're a professor at Sciences Po Paris, which is an institute dear to my heart. You've been at a very key position at the BIS. How do you see the progress of green finance in concrete developments across countries? What can the international organization do at a very practical level, actionable maybe within 1 year, given your knowledge of the resistances of the policy making, but the opportunity of a crisis today? And subsequent question, or pick any of those two, or link them. What's the role of RMB in that? So global organization role in fostering green finance and possibly the role of RMB in this.
Thank you, Joel, and welcome. Very happy to be here. Picking up on what Professor Jiangdong was saying and answering your question, and I think precisely the role of international organizations is to facilitate the process that you were describing, which is to ensure the maximum amount of capital flows into precisely where they are needed, which is the transition to net zero for countries that do not have the financial resources to finance their transition. So basically coming back to the basics, what is green financing supposed to do? Well, basically two things. It's supposed to finance technological change from fossil fuel, brown sources to green, renewable sources by precisely changing the relative cost of capital, by having a better pricing of risk. This is what at the BIS we call avoid the green swan events, analogy with the black swan catastrophes of the financial crisis. As you mentioned, we are risking if we allow the temperature to rise. And then specifically mobilizing and channeling both public and private sources of financing essentially to the places where they are needed. And this means exactly what you were suggesting, which is to use more guarantees, to use the balance sheets of multilateral development banks, to use private alliances of private capital as the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, to mitigate risk. And essentially, and this is a role for international institutions, to help the creation of new financial projects, financial engineering, securitization, to have, for example, cat bonds, to have, for example, the promotion of green bonds. So this pertains to the regulatory area of international institutions, like, for example, the Basel Committee, the Basel Framework, to favor the de-risking of investment into emerging markets. But there is a second aspect of green financing, which is to finance the investment gap in developing countries to decarbonize. And this is, I think, dear to your heart, Joel. We need to avoid the developing countries to adopt the old model of development. But in order for this model, carbon intensive, to be adopted, you need to provide developing countries with loans and with grants that will allow them precisely to finance their transition. And for that, for example, international institutions can expand global green funds. I think one of the important messages, for example, coming from the developing world myself, is that you want to make sure that, yes, you have a transition to net zero, but you cannot, you have to make sure that growth and standard of living improve in the developing world, because otherwise you will not have the political support for the transition. I think this is even true in some advanced economies. So a role of international institutions is to favor this process. I think it's not only international institutions, but it's also central banks, for example. They are regrouped into the network for greening the financial system, the NGFS. You have ministers of finance that are regrouped in the alliance of ministers of finance. And overall, if you combine international institutions using their balance sheets to absorb some of the risks and to mitigate some of the risks, central banks, ministers of finance, and also mobilizing civil society, I think you have a good combination. Last but not least, I think, yes, indeed, we are in a moment that is critical. We have a rise in the new U.S. administration protectionism. But I think we should take this as a big opportunity for the developing world and for, precisely as you quoted at the beginning, Joel, a new coalition of the willing to implement all these elements into a framework that would make sure that all these elements are put in place and that we have a win-win solution in the transition.
Thank you very much, Luis, for at the same time making it compact, ahead of the UN compact, and articulated, precise, and also articulated what Jean-Dong was calling it for, which is, in a way, de-risking and guarantee. A couple of follow-up questions, Luis, please, to go deep into your vision. The de-risking or the guarantees can happen through an innovative use of the balance sheets of central bank or global organization. Can you involve also the financial systems of the South? Can you involve the central banks of so-called small countries in the global South? Can you involve the governments? And more normative question, should it be shared? Because if we see that in most of those projects we need, of course, large investment, but you can unlock the large investments once you have the risking. This might also be the sovereign role of sovereign receiving countries to bring the small de-risking path and then the global financial system to bring the capital, one. Two, what about long-term patient capital? In 2 weeks from now, to the Boao Forum think tanks conference in Hong Kong, we will be discussing patient capital. What's the role of patient capital? And third one, I'm sorry, a bit of a political question. What's the real weight of small-sized countries, Ministers of Finance in the Basel process?
So I think we do have a number of advances in financial technologies that can contribute in practice to reduce, mitigate the risks of green investment projects in the developing world. Think of it as using, for example, guarantees that would have to be probably improved in terms of the way Basel framework treat them, particularly if they are done by multilateral development institutions. You may know that this is a reflection that the Basel Committee has started. This is also a reflection at the NGFS. The second important element is the FX risk, the foreign exchange risk, that has to be treated adequately by having the design of hedging mechanisms so that you can ensure that the return to a foreign investment, to a green project in an emerging market, in a developing country, is less volatile. So all these elements are being reflected. You have groups that are dealing with it. You have alliances that are dealing with it. For example, the Alliance of Development Banks is an important element for that. You were mentioning the involvement of local financial institutions. Yes, the development banks of many developing countries can be associated with this process of a better securitization of these investments. You can, for example, create special purpose vehicles that would be able to issue green bonds, and with some form of a shared guarantee between governments and international institutions, you can render these financial products much more attractive and stable. So in other words, yes, there is a possibility. Of course, you have also to integrate a dimension for small and low. And there, I think one of the routes is to mobilize much more transfers and official development assistance. We know that this is a difficult period for many budgetary fiscal space in advanced economies because of the higher cost of debt. But I think we should really be in a position to put a bit more pressure on the advanced economies not to withdraw from this source of official development assistance, but actually to increase it, because the climate effects, as we know, affect primarily poor countries in the world. They are the ones that are more vulnerable, and they are the ones that necessitate, for example, insurance. You know that insurance is not anymore granted in some areas of the world because there is no more price for it. It's called a hot zone in the world, and this is simply appalling, because we know that the risks and the suffering of these small countries is tremendous.
Yeah, to the link of linking insurance, there's also the, what we call sovereign ceiling, that some profitable commercial banks might be rated less than the governments, but we'll keep that for the next round. Very quickly, not as a yes or no, this would be unfair, but very quickly, am I right when these days, when a finance minister from a least developed country asks me what's the best strategy to look for green funding, when I tell him or her, well, you have two options. Either you wait for 3 years to have 10 million from a global fund, or you take 6 months to raise 300, 400, 500 million green bonds. Is it too drastically caricatural?
I think you can certainly work both ways and both routes, and of course I think the capacity of the green bond market to grow, particularly if it is helped by a guarantor that would sort of facilitate the rating of it. You know that, for example, it's very difficult if you are a sub-investment grade to place a green bond, but we know that green bonds have an advantage in terms of yields vis-à-vis traditional bonds. So if you have a strategy to finance your country, your developing country, you have to plan ahead in terms of your structure of issuances, and include in this structure of issuance green bonds and the TAP, the goodwill and the balance sheet of multilateral development banks, which, by the way, need to be significantly increased. The size of the capital of the multilateral development banks to absorb these risks. I think we should all pledge to sort of increase their capital space.
Thank you. And there are plenty of, not plenty, but there are raising examples even in sub-Saharan Africa of a guarantee enabling a country to raise a sovereign bond which has a rating much more favorable than it. So thank you for sharing that experience, Louis. Liu Meng, you belong to the UN Compact. The UN Compact has brought the ESG concept to the world. The baby has grown a lot, it's become a child, a teenager, maybe young adult, it's getting widespread. How do you see the baby evolving? Has the ESG concept applications, have they changed since the time it was kind of conceptualized at the UN Compact more generally? And more specifically, a couple of questions. How do you see the promising investment opportunities to facilitate green transformation through ESG? How can ESG serve as a way to reassure the emitters of green finance? And at the end of the day, what are the biggest challenges for the corporate sector to also join the movement? We've talked a lot about sovereign countries in the global south, but what about the corporate sector as well? All a bunch of questions, but you've been responsible for having the Pandora box of ESG open and spread to the world.
Thank you very much, Joe. And indeed, it's about 21 years ago, the former UN Secretary General, a great gentleman from Africa, actually, Mr. Kofi Annan invented this concept, and he is basically having a call on behalf of the United Nations, facing the private sector, saying, we, the UN, we should, together with the private sector, to create a global compact of shared values and principles that will give a human face to global market. So I think a human face is very important, and that's fundamental for us to achieve our global goals, because it should always be people-centered, and it should always be long-term. And since this concept was proposed by the late Secretary General, Mr. Annan, a UN Global Compact was established as an office set up in New York. And we're thinking that how we should, make this great initiative into real actions. So we come up with a system of a membership-based organization. And back at the time when the Secretary General proposing this idea, there are 44 companies globally joined this initiative. And today, we become the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative, signed up by over 25,000 companies from 180 countries. And what they share, all these companies share in common, is they are committed to a set of principles. And in our term, we call it ESG principles. So the concept of ESG really are derived from the 10 principles of the Global Compact, which cover the area of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption. So we categorize them into these 3 areas and summarize it as ESG, which gets such a great popularity around the world. So when we are talking about ESG, no matter from investor communities or from corporations or other stakeholders, including academia actually, so we should never forget why it comes to birth and where it comes from. We should go back to check the international conventions and the international laws and UN conventions to find where they are from. So these 10 universal principles, I would say, is at the core of the notion of ESG. Apparently, in this country, in particular here in China, ESG has gained strong momentum. And that can be reflected by the increase in the number of companies from China engaged and signed up to these ESG principles. And currently, we have around 1,000 Chinese companies across different sectors committed to these principles and taking actions, as well as make public disclosure about their strategies and operations on how to incorporate sustainability into their decision-making process and corporate investment and operations. So we see this trend will continue to go strong. And obviously, this has been also the notion of ESG has been very mature in Europe. We see like many good practice from that market as well. And we look forward to engage more companies, globally, together to drive this vision into action.
Thank you so much. The companies are very central because, well, I'll share a little secret with you, which central bankers don't like to know. Central bankers like to know that they command and control finance. But in fact, we've known from our economics textbooks and class that money and currency is created when commercial banks give loans. So, what's the role of commercial banks, especially in some zones of the world, the prudential regulation of banks? And I don't want to be technical, but this sovereign ceiling is part of the reason. Plus the fact that in some fast-growing, even small economies, banks are utterly profitable, so they don't need to engage into the field. They don't need to engage for their own private balance sheet into green funding. How can we convince the commercial banks to go deeper into this finance and convince not just by policy making, not just by moral or whatever superior feeling, but in terms of profitability of those instruments and which type of financial instruments can be pegged to the ESG for the corporate. For the sovereigns, we have this, we have the sustainability bonds. For large corporations as well, but for the commercial banks, what are the financial instruments that are pegged to ESG that would help them stretch the envelope?
I think not only for commercial banks, but also I think for corporate sector, I think one of the key measurement and the incentive is really profit making. I think because you need to, make sure that your long-term investment gets, the good return. So I think, on that note, we observed, in fact, I think the example of China for developing its renewable energy sector could be encouragement, because we can witness for the past decade the solar panel, solar energy, and also wind power, as well as recently electric vehicle powered by EV battery, all these sectors really benefited from not only the policy incentives, but also, I think, green loans by also not only by the commercial banks. But I think you indeed ask a great question, because we see those more matured sectors was able to benefit from this green transformation. But on the other hand, if we look specifically into some other areas, for example, globally we need to end plastics, right? We need to make sure plastics was incorporated into a circular economy model. And several of our UN Global Compact participants are doing pilot in this field, and they are trying to recycle, reuse, and of course reduce the rPET materials and make them extend by making them into innovative eco products by extending its life cycle. However, they are coming to us for help. They said, yes, we're doing our ESG. We're trying to, bring green product to market. However, the cost is a major concern. So can we have more award in terms of lowering our, borrowing cost from commercial banks? And can we, by investing into circular economy for this particular product, get, some more economic incentives? So I think, that's really the question I also want to ask on behalf of a group of companies towards the commercial banks, how we can make it happen. Of course, we have like a previous example for other sectors, but I think we need to, have the right market incentive to bring the entire, value chain of different.
I thank you a lot for bringing the dimension of circularity and circularity funds. Let's keep it for the next round. We'll get back to that. Just one step before, you mentioned the renewable energy. Luis wanted to have, I think, a quick add-on, and then we'll move to Ahmed Tsinghua, because it's really a topic where he has a wealth of knowledge. But Luis, if you want to make a small add-on on this,
there is a whole complement to make. I think, for example, one helpful step would be, that guarantees by multilateral institutions for green projects in emerging markets, even if it is guaranteed by, say, the World Bank or a multilateral bank, is not necessarily weighted zero risk because of some technicalities about the guarantee. So a bit more flexibility on that would also, in addition to better taxonomy and clarity and transparency, I think would help.
Thanks a lot. Mr. Tsinghua, and please allow me to disclose that Ahmed is a close friend, so this is why he will forgive me for embarrassing him now, not with his CV, but with his results. Ahmed, I'm very happy that you're here, that you traveled such a long way. And I think it's your third or fourth time with China. It's a country with which you've cooperated in different ways. I'm happy that you're here because as minister, as a head of the OMVS, the Riverine organization, you've been able to bring, I would say, a few billions of US dollars to Mali, Senegal, Mauritania, Guinea. The third bridge in Bamako, the new airports in Bamako, highways in Bamako, in Mali, two dams, two power plant dams on the Senegal River, some high voltage grid, and some development projects for greening the agriculture. So your example is an example that this can work still. So we want to know your trick, we want to know the secret, but we want to know what's your perception of what has been done those days before and just after the Paris Agreement, which was akin to development finance, how those type of projects could get amplified, magnified these days with green finance. How to do more with green finance. How did you do? What was the trick? And how could you do more in West Africa with the rise of green finance?
Well, thank you, Joel. Allow me to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me. And I want to congratulate them also for the theme of this global conference, which is a shared future, building an open and inclusive economic and financial system, which is, for an African perspective, and allow me to speak from that perspective. I know now the reference is the global south. Now it's no more per word, this kind of language try to change. Well, coming from Africa, when you hear green finance, your first thinking is, why not talk about finance, only finance? Because, as you know, Africa is left out most of the time, so this is why I'm very comfortable coming to this conference in China. China has been a long-term partner with Africa, and I will refer to that. You mentioned it in my previous life as a minister of infrastructure. The frustration of a minister of infrastructure from Africa is beyond belief. For those who have read the book written by Nobel Prize Stiglitz, The Great Disillusion, it was back in the 2000s, I think, describing how difficult it is for countries from the South, especially from Africa, to tackle one major issue, which is the infrastructure issue, in financing it in an environment where financing is not available. A lot of talk is about concessional debt, which is what is available, what is for countries like ours. And from the central bankers and international financial institutions, conventional loans are so scarce, they're not even available. So how can you build infrastructure when you don't have no money at all at your disposal? And when you know that infrastructure is the basis for development. So this is a circle, a vicious circle in which Africa, and I'm sure the global south is referred to, live today. This morning, Prime Minister of Poland said about what Europeans are fearing about being a battleground of a trade war between US and China. Well, Africa has been for, as long as I know, a battleground for everything. Not since 1885 at the conference of Berlin, where Africa was divided. And the problem Africa is facing, allow me to say that today, is how to decolonize our economy, because trying to apply to Africa solutions which are for developed countries. If you don't decolonize our economy, how can you even think about developing something? Why am I saying that? Because up to now, there are two key issues which refer to colonizing our economies, which is Africa seems to be, solely looked at as a reservoir for natural resources. And the second issue is Africa has to consume whatever good is produced from the developing countries, from the developed countries. So this is typically a structure for an economy which is colonized. First, you produce what you don't consume, and you consume what you don't produce. And this circle has been going on since independence, if we can call what we have today as independence. Let's face the facts. This is why I say I'm very, very, very happy to be in this conference talking about inclusivity. Because if we have, as a human race, as you rightly pointed out, Madam, we need to talk to each other. And this is why I was so happy listening to Professor when he bring out the subject of South-South cooperation, because I can testify, being Minister of Infrastructure of Mali, which is considered developed, the major infrastructure we've been so far able to create was due to cooperation with China. Road building. And how can you believe that a country like my country, Mali, can be considered as a poor country? Mali is the third gold producer of Africa and still have untapped, reserves of gold. But nowadays, everybody knows the role of gold in the financial world. And you talk about cattle, and you talk about today lithium. And in fact, we are building in Mali right now a major factory with Chinese corporation in order to mine the lithium factory.
Natural hydrogen as well in Mali.
Natural. This is to say, but South-South cooperation is the key to developing our countries. And referring to climate action plans, for example, we hear a lot about the need for trillions of dollars of investment. And I told you, we need to talk about finance first in order to survive. And for us, all the strategic mineral resources are in Africa or in the global south. All the strategic minerals needed for transition, for energy transition. So what we think we should do is to build bridges, meaning joint ventures. We have in our countries those resources, I said, in huge quantities. So what we lack, and we have also manpower today, what we lack is the technology. So why don't we think, and this is, I think, the role of finances, why don't we think about joint ventures? Joint ventures such as what we have with China, bringing with technology, this transition infrastructure for clean energy. So,
what's the, not interrupting you, but we know each other and this is something we've discussed, what's the right level of approach? I've heard you many times that Africa needs maybe not Pan-African companies in infrastructure, but companies that are just not national, but that span across few countries. What's the size of those joint ventures? Should it be country by country, one joint venture between China and Mali, China and Senegal, or as a group of few countries at the sub-regional level? What's the ideal size of this? Because Africa is quite fragmented into 54 states as well. What's the right size?
Yeah, in that regard, size matters. And as I told you, countries like China and even European countries today are more willing to engage in this kind of relationship to build in order to tackle the issue of infrastructure in Africa. Why in this 21st century can we believe that you can develop Africa without infrastructure? And how can you imagine having infrastructure if you don't have the proper funding? This is the question. So for Africa today, we were so frustrated when we hear about all this talk about green energy, this and that. And the major issue in front of us as leaders is how to, survive. We are the most affected by the impact of global of climate change. So we don't need no one to teach us a lesson on how to live or how to survive. This is what we've been doing for millions or centuries. So the bottom line is today, how can we build bridges? How can we build sound, viable, joint ventures? Africa doesn't need handouts. We're not out for handouts. We are for partnerships, sound, viable, respectable partnerships, and to decolonize the mentalities about how to tackle these issues. This is something which is very dear to our hearts, because whenever we talk about development, all we hear is, debt sustainability, and here we are in the debt trap. Africa, some of our countries are deeply in the debt trap. And how can they get out of that debt trap using what nature has given them as natural resources?
To link up with the general conversation, what about de-risking? Most of the panelists have spoken about de-risking. The debt trap you mentioned, the debt trap is linked to fiscal incentives, is linked to the post-colonial structure of the economy, and you are very right to mention that. But it's also linked to the price which you pay the debt, which is what is the rate of the so-called concessional law. Now, we know that the rate of the so-called even concessional law can go down, provided you have a de-risking. What has struck me in your experience and knowing through the OFVS, the Riverine Authority of the Senegal River, is that the four funding countries have put a system of joint property of the assets, of the underlying factors of the financial instruments, to speak financial language, and B, they counter-guarantee each other. If any country defaults on paying their dues and paying for the revenue of the infrastructure, the other countries will, in solidarity, that's an exemplary model which has allowed to kind of de-risk the instrument. Did you see in your practical day-to-day experience, because in 45 years of existence of the OMVS, and I'll again embarrass you, there was one dam built. In your 3 or 4 years, you built 2 dams. So how did you manage to convince, and they were funded by China, what was the core clinching arguments that made those 2 dams happen, Fedou and Ouina?
It's exactly as you say. I mean, it is by creating a real solidarity, because the objective of OMVS, is to build on the solidarity. And there's a saying, I don't know if it's Chinese, but I like it very much. It's said to be from Confucius. It says that instead of blaming the darkness, light up the candle. This is the basic foundation for OMVS. We know we are regarded as poor people, we don't have this and that, but we do have natural resources. So how can we build from what we have in coming together, joining hands and doing that? And this is exactly what we did, as you said. And this is why OMVS has been awarded the great prize water from Ambassador, and also being nominated for Nobel Prize, Peace Prize, because African success stories, are known. When you look at Africa, you only look at darkness, sicknesses, whatever. Little things as say about, the headways, the progress Africa has made. This is why I'm very happy to be part of this conference and to be able to speak from that perspective and saying, but there are great things happening in Africa today. Africa, as you may know, today has among the most growing countries in the economy. The most growing economies are in Africa today. That's not said enough to me to be heard. And Africa, I heard this morning somebody talking about the aging of a population, the aging of a population in China, the aging of a population in the West, generally speaking. But Africa has a young generation, young people. In 2050, Africa is said to be doubling the population has today. This is wealth, because if you talk about capitalism, it's about consuming goods. So the potential of development is in Africa. This is why I say we have to build from what we have, and OMVS has just did that.
Very quickly, and I'm happy that you return to OMVS again. Not a yes or no, but nearly a yes or no. Then we'll have the last round in 12 minutes. The three dams, the three hydropower generating dams over the Senegal River. We've conducted a study, we've presented that study at the Dubai Climate Change Conference, save an enormous amount of greenhouse gas emission. But you will never have a green bond, a green whatever on that, because it's exposed, there's an additional capacity, because it's blah, blah, because the way green finance is organized ensures that you might be nominated to the Nobel Peace Prize, but you will not be nominated to the Economics Nobel Prize, because the rules are like that. Are those rules fair or unfair? You know, the way I drive this question, if I give you only one word, unfair. Thank you. I think it's a crucial point, this with the sovereign ceiling, and thank you for testifying this. I think we have a kind of a 10 minutes. 10 minutes, let's divide it equally into 5, I'll count myself, so 2 minutes each. You notice that we, in a sense, have one round, but we've had 2 rounds already because there were subsequent questions. So let's go for what I would call the third round. You have the choice, each of you, in 2 minutes, between 2 questions. First question possible, any specific recommendation further to what we've already discussed for involving the financial institutions, not the governments, not the financial institutions of the small and medium countries in the Global South, you know, how to involve the small and medium countries in the Global South financial institution into this great finance. First question you may take. Second question you may take, which is a question dear to my heart. Do you see the ground for innovative financial assets grounded on nature-based underlying factors? That is, beyond the carbon credits, we have forests, we have rivers, we have soil, we have fauna and flora on the soil, we have ecosystems, savanna, whatever. Can they become underlying factors of real financial instruments that can gain you not just the Peace Nobel Prize, but the Economics Nobel Prize? And you have 2 minutes each. Gentlemen.
Thank you. I think that I take the first question. So first question, to make the private finance sector get involved, the key is make it profitable, make the project profitable. So let me just go through, I still have 2 minutes. I want to make several points. Right. The first point that people discussed about the competition between US and China. It has been said there is a grand secret strategy for China to compete against US. Let me try to explain what's the secret strategy for past 40 years. The secret is
1.5 minutes for 40 years.
Yeah,
I take the challenge.
The secret is doing things good for the world, good for the China. That's the whole secret. Good for the world, good for the China. So I think in terms of these principles, in terms of this is a very difficult time for climate green transaction now, China should stand up. That's my second point. Stand up buying the comprehensive and speeding up for green transaction, at least for China right now. That's the second. Third, how to make the private investment profitable? Well, you need government facilitating that. So for the government stimulus plan, which basically you need to for government money to spend in the demand side. So what do we mean demand side? For this green transaction, there is electricity production now it is overcapacity. But power grid, it's a bottleneck. And then you go to the capacity adjustment, you go to the consumption. I guess the government money needs to spend on this bottleneck to raise the demand side. For example, this power grid. Fourth, it is very interesting for just now the Minister Sameka, so discussed, well, in the South they need finance. before green finance, right? Actually, I have a student. She is investing in Mali, and she's doing a profitable thing. The green finance, my understanding, now it is financing. The reason because, let's just take Mali as an example. There is a shortage of the...
Very quick example, very quick.
Yeah, just 10 seconds. Yeah, because there is a shortage of the electricity in Mali, and because this solar electricity cost is lower than fossil cost of electricity. Therefore, investing in Mali in the solar power system, actually it's profitable than the fossil electricity right now. So my student told me actually her company is profiting from the project. Let me just conclude here.
I know another big investor into this here, Mr. Semega. Luis, you want to interact, but as Mali is... Ahmed.
No, you're exactly right. I would have given you my 2 minutes so we can talk about that at length. Because right now, as you pointed out, Mali is in a huge energy crisis. I mean, energy is not a luxury. It's a tool to develop a country, and we don't have it. And solar today is helping a lot, and it's an economic model which works a lot. I want to finish again. Excuse me for focusing on Africa, slowly. I mean, there's an example today which I find very interesting, which is the Asian Infrastructure Development Bank. I know in Africa, the African Development Bank does a lot, but I think Africa also needs that kind of bank in order to create synergies for the development of infrastructure, because infrastructure is the basis of development. Thank you.
You see, we've established a trade system already. Minister Semega has given 30 seconds to Yandong, and there's a proverb in Senegal saying the soap doesn't clean itself, so it's good that you spoke high of Mali instead of Ahmed. I'm giving away my 2 minutes to Yumeng and Luis. Luis, you wanted to react? And you have your 2 minutes, of course.
No.
All ladies conclude.
Actually empowered by other men. But I really want to echo several very important points raised by Minister Hamed. I think when we are talking about green transformation, we have to deal with properly the relationship between green transformation and the just transition and the climate justice. And we should not ignore, and we should not turn the national natural endowment as a disadvantage of certain countries. We should not politicize some traditional, natural resources to be like a political incorrect. Because if I'm asking around the audience, how do you come here? If you don't have the option of high-speed railway, you are flying here, right? So you need to use petroleum to power the flight. And so I think that's very important. And also, during the transition period, we also need to make sure that we rescale or upscale the employment teams, and also make sure job security and social security and stabilization as well. So I do also echo, I want to applaud what also the Minister just mentioned about global solidarity. And I do think, in order to combat climate change, and we will be seeing more and more frequent climate-related disasters. And in order to deal with that, we need to build infrastructure now, to be resilient, to be inclusive, and to be future risk, prevention with that dimension into today's design. So we already see, actually there is no shortage of funding. We see that China proposed the Belt and Road Initiative, and because of all this international principles and the best practice China is proposing towards building a greener and high quality and more inclusive, open, transparent Belt and Initiative, we should leverage that. We should not, be shy or feel, too, sensitive to talk about that, because the funding is there, and we must recognize the good view by proposing such initiatives. And that's also happening in the United States and Europe. For example, in the US, they have global infrastructure partnership on infrastructure development and investment, and across Europe, you have this global gateway. I think there is good political view, and we should leverage, and we should help them build capacity to be aligned with the SDGs and with the sustainable development goals. Last but not least, to answer your question, in China, we already see some innovative practice to address how we can factor into the cost of a natural capital into the market. There was an organization in Shanghai called the Shanghai Metals Market. They come up with, together with SGS, a Switzerland-based consulting firm. It's called SMM, Responsible Metal Pricing. So they are looking into 15 critical minerals and trying to factor in their ESG impact into the international pricing for these metals to ensure, at the very source beginning, that we make sure that there will be more green minerals that can be reflected in this market price. So I'm very optimistic about this.
I thank you very much for picking my pet topic, and I see that the UN Compact is always forward-looking. Louis, you have the word of the end, but you have your 2 minutes plus my 30 seconds, my 2 minutes, which I split into 4 times.
Thank
so you have 2.5 minutes.
I agree with everything that was said, but climate change is not a fight by big corporations, big private sector, big banks. It's also a fight by local communities. By that, I mean that precisely to answer your question, there is a need to integrate more smaller banks, smaller businesses, and for that, I think there is progress in technology, there is progress in fast payments. We know, for example, that in Africa there is M-Pesa, in Brazil there is Pix, that is capable of precisely helping small businesses. Now, if you link those technological advances with a clarification about projects, for example, database of what is exactly small projects that can be implemented by small businesses. If you can sort of allow the information about risk to be more widespread, if you allow local communities to have access to small loans, if you allow local communities to work together in promoting local initiatives, and technology here, artificial intelligence can help a lot because it's becoming cheaper and cheaper. I think we will have a synergy between all these actions that this panel talked about at a sort of macro and meso level, but also the involvement of local communities. Because if this mobilization is not something that sort of goes widespread throughout whole of societies, and of course it has to be in the South, in the local communities of the South, but it has also to be accepted in the advanced economies, and we know that the politics of this is complicated now. But I think, hopefully, we know that in Brazil we are optimistic by nature. I think by making the South-South cooperation strong, by helping the cooperation between advanced economies, particularly China, who is playing a leading role, and the developing countries, but also helping in society various groups that are beneficiary but also vulnerable to climate change. I think we can have a win-win in all this.
Louis, if again you allow me to call you Louis, I'm very thankful beyond politeness for you to bring this argument. I wouldn't have done better. I really believe through research and we need more research, that anchoring new innovative financial tools on natural resources, mediated by data, AI, and let me allow to add a footnote which would be blockchain, to secure this data, is the future for having a new truly innovative finance. On that also cares not just for mitigation, but for adaptation and all SDGs. So I think we have the topic, Professor Dong, for the next year. I want with this to thank all of the panelists and give back the time to Kronos, the Greek god of time. Kronos in the Greek mythology is eating his children, so we'll try to give no opportunity to Kronos to eat us, and we'll just thank the panelists with a warm applause and go to tea time. Thank you very much. Thank you. If I may ask the photographer to take a big picture, yes, of this panel. But the picture shouldn't hold you in between us and the tea.
For this themed discussion, we are going to address the issue of the crisis for emerging markets and also financial governance. I'm Louis from Tsinghua PBCSF. I'm the chair professor with this faculty. We all understand that for emerging markets, they have been playing a very important proportion in terms of the incremental weight in the global financial governance. In many years in the past, due to various reasons, there have been different kinds of the debt crisis occurrence, financial crisis, and also different kinds of pinning points in the emerging markets. For example, in Latin America, the financial crisis, in Southeast Asia, and also in more than one decade in the past. Especially after the 2008 global financial crisis, the debt issue and also the leverage ratio among the emerging markets kept hiking after the COVID pandemic, and this kind of trend continued to become more and more overwhelming, which has posed a severe threat to the global economic management and also the financial governance of the whole world. We understand that the contribution to the global GDP from the emerging markets have been growing in the past several years. That is why we have pinpointed this issue as the main theme for discussion for this panel. We are going to address the debt crisis for emerging markets and financial governance. That is why we have the galaxy of four important guests. First, the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Mongolia, Mr. Van Ganvoort. And also, we are very honored to have Director of Financial Stability Department, Bank of Thailand, Ms. Rongwong Pitaya, and also Professor Zhang Yixing, Director, Center for International Financial Studies, Central University of Finance and Economists, and also Mr. Roman Novoshlov, Head of the ESG and from New Development Bank. A warm welcome to the four panelists. For today's themed discussion, the arrangement is as follows. First of all, there will be an introduction from four guests with a total time around 8 minutes. They are going to share their main ideas related to their understanding of the theme, and we are going to have another 30 minutes for discussion and interaction. And I would like to invite the panelists to share their respective view. First of all, I would like to kindly invite Deputy Governor of the Bank of Mongolia, Ivo Vingaboat. You are going to have 8 minutes to talk about the theme.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues and friends and partners. It is my great pleasure to be here today and participating in today's discussion on debt challenges in emerging markets. In recent years, many countries, particularly Mongolia, have experienced significant rise in external debts. This trend has been driven by substantial fiscal expenditure aimed at supporting economies during between Russia and Ukraine and other global crises. Additionally, central banks have raised interest rates to lower inflation, and which has led to higher borrowing costs and increased debt servicing obligations around the world. And it also placed further pressure on national budgets. For developing countries, particularly in Mongolia, external borrowing is often necessary to fund essential public services like infrastructure, healthcare, and social welfare, and so on. But many of these economies depend heavily on exporting raw materials. For example, we are very much dependent on China on our export side, and making us vulnerable to shift in global commodity prices. These price swings can reduce export earnings and negatively impact their current account balance. To finance those deficits, many developing countries issue foreign bonds and obtain external loans, in which in turn further contributes in the growth of their external debt. As a result of these factors, the external debt of most of developing countries has reached a historic high, and presenting a number of challenges, such as the majority of external debt is denominated in foreign currencies. In case of Mongolia, about 90% of total Mongolia's debt is denominated in US dollars, and depreciation of domestic currency has increased the debt burdens a lot, and it also impacts the higher inflation and leads to higher prices for consumer goods. Rising debt to GDP ratios often lead credit rating agencies to downgrade the country's credit ratings, and which not only raises borrowing costs, it also limits access to international market. High levels of debt can also be perceived by foreign investors as a bad signal of economic instability and potentially triggering capital outflows, reducing foreign direct investments and increasing currency volatility. The continued rise in external debt across emerging economies poses serious tasks by limiting economic policy choices, increasing macroeconomic volatility, and undermining longer-term economic prospects. To address those challenges, calls for effective debt management, enhanced domestic revenue mobilization, and commitment to sustainable borrowing practices. So, based on Mongolia's experience, we have encountered a number of significant challenges in managing our external debt. However, through the implementation of legal reforms and strengthened fiscal discipline and commitment to greater transparency, we have made steady progress toward improving our debt sustainability and overall financial resilience. So let me tell you about the cases that we have managed Mongolia's external debt framework. And Mongolia's external debt management framework is based on the law on currency, and which established clear institutional obligations. According to this legislation, the Ministry of Finance maintains consolidated registration of foreign loans and aid obtained to the government, while Bank of Mongolia oversees the registration of foreign loans acquired by the private sector and individuals and enterprises as well. Since 2010, Mongolia has published comprehensively quarterly data on total external debt per International Monetary Fund methodologies and the special data dissemination standard, providing disaggregate data across the general government and central bank, deposit-taking corporations, and other private enterprises. So, In the next session, I'm going to introduce you guys about the current debt situation of Mongolia. As of 2024, Mongolia's external debt amounts to $32 billion US, reflecting an 8% increase compared with the previous year. Of this total, approximately $9.5 billion US, or 25%, is accounted by the public debt, and while remaining $27.8 billion, representing 75%, is held by the private sector. Of the total public debt, $7.9 billion US is owed by the government, and out of 62% of total, equivalent to $17.3 billion US, consists of intercompany lending by the foreign direct investors. So, in terms of creditors, it's 1/3 of external debt is owned by the companies in the Netherlands, followed by multi-country lenders and the UK and China as well, which shows in the graphic number 2. And in the financial sector, the most external debt consists of loan and debt securities, while in the private sector, the mining industry accounts for almost 75% of total foreign borrowing. Since 2010, Mongolia's public debt had been on the upward trend, peaking at $11.1 billion US in 2021. However, due to successful implementation of external debt management strategies, and public debt has declined to $9.5 billion by the end of last year. This reduction was largely driven by decrease in external debt of central banks. We have the currency swap agreement with the People's Bank of China back in 2012, and which is total of 15 billion RMBs. In the next session, I'm going to tell you about the ratios between government debt to the GDP. Most of international organizations, particularly IMF and World Bank, closely track the debt to GDP ratio as a key risk indicator. For many emerging economies, this ratio has increasingly under pressure. Back in 2016, Mongolia confronted the significant fiscal challenges when the government debt to GDP ratio has exceeded 90%, which created serious concerns about the potential debt crisis. This steep increase underscored an urgent need for stronger financial discipline and oversight. In response, Mongolian government amended its fiscal stability law back in 2015 and introduced the upper limit of government debt to GDP ratio. In 2016, the government set the upper limit ratio for the debt to GDP indicator at 88%, which has played a very important role in reversing its upward trend. And since then, that limit has been gradually reduced year by year, and it is now 60% as of the end of last year. So meanwhile, the ratio of external government debt to GDP has also declined to 41 points. So if we look at the trend, Mongolia's debt ratio rose well above within the regional average between 2016 to 2021. However, while debt management continued to rise in other emerging and developing economies, but we have reversed the upward trend. This sharp decline highlights the tangible results of our fiscal discipline reforms and firm commitment to sound debt management, which shows in figure number 5. And as a result of these two efforts, in last year September, Fitch Ratings upgraded Mongols' credit rating from B to B+, with stable outlook. That was actually the first credit rating upgrade since 2014, which was almost a near decade ago. And this was the significant milestone in rebuilding investors' confidence. Building on that momentum, we have successfully issued government bond in early this year. This enabled us to refinance our existing debt under the more favorable terms and easy repayment burdens and reallocate resources and toward critical priorities such as infrastructure, healthcare, and education, social welfare. So our stronger credit rating has also helped private companies and allowing them to access the cheaper foreign financing and improving their ability to grow. Just to summarize, based on the Mongols' strong fiscal discipline and credit upgrade, so we experienced the highlight several key factors that was beneficial for emerging markets to consider. So I want to emphasize that the most important one is having very clear legal limitations on government debt relative to GDP, which can be very much beneficial for controlling the debt stress. So this kind of framework supports responsible fiscal management and helps ensure debt remains at sustainable levels over the time. Second, the role of transparency and credibility. When governments provide reliable debt data, follow through on policy commitments, and engage openly with international partners, it strengthens investor confidence and it also can lead to lower borrowing costs, and it also opens the international financial market. Just to conclude, Mongols' journey is just about more than just managing that. It's all about building trust, stability, and resilience. Our experience shows that even small and resource-rich and resource-dependent and externally vulnerable country can make meaningful progress in managing external debt with strong institutions and sound policies and long-term commitments to stability. Thank you for your attention and looking forward to learning from our colleagues and partners. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Yes, thanks, Mr. Yang, both for the sharing of physical situation in Mongolia and especially the improvement instituted in the past years. 下一位我们有请梁荣女士，来自泰国央行金融委员会
next speaker, Madame Ron Tia, Director of National Stability Department of Thailand. Dear guests, good afternoon.
Distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to be here, and thank you, the Tsinghua PBCSF, for inviting me. So actually, my fellow panelists also talked about debt in general, but for me, I would like to take from another view. Basically, debt has been with us for a while. So if you go back to the GFSR by the IMF has been warning about leverage since like 2015. So it's been there. But I'd like to kind of highlight two events in the next slide that kind of make the debt problem kind of a little bit worse. So I have no idea how to. Okay, there. All right. So the two events that we talked about, this is like the global kind of shock that we all experience. The first one is the COVID-19 that we all know. So that took a hit on the GDP. So these are actually cross-country, kind of real GDP growth. And you see that it's very much synchronized. Everybody got hit at the same time. But then the recovery is different paces. The second shock that hit globally is the 2022 inflation spike. So everybody experienced the same spike, although the degree of coming down and cope with it is kind of different too. So given these two graphs, Thailand actually recovered on the left-hand side kind of slower than other economies. And also our inflation actually come down rapidly and remain muted since then. Okay. Next slide, I would like to also talk about the response of policies for COVID and how that actually contributes something to that level. So you see that the policy to kind of cope with COVID-19 actually was pretty much synchronized. All countries are having similar kind of response. You have accommodative monetary policy, and then you have like financial policies like liquidity provision and targeted lending. So the reason why I mention these events is because when you talk about the GDP growth being hit by the COVID, that's the revenue shock for firms and income shock for households. So that can fuel them to actually need more liquidity and then build more debt. The 2022 spike in inflation actually raised the cost of doing business for the business and then cost of living for households. That rising cost actually is another blow. That if the revenue cannot cover the cost, of course, the difference has to be fulfilled by borrowing. The third part is the policy that actually cope with the COVID-19. Actually, lending operation providing additional liquidity to cushion for the COVID-19 impact, that sometimes translates to higher debt as well. So we're talking about add-ons, so you will see that corporate and household probably going to be more prone to having higher debt because of these two shocks. At the same time, on the fiscal side, on the right-hand side, you see that fiscal debt to GDP actually spikes as well because the government also has to provide assistance, accommodative fiscal stance to cope with the COVID as well. So these things are actually contributing to more debt for corporate, for households, and also for the government. So why that is so important is because when you have more debt, that translates to less cushion for future shocks. So basically, right now, since we have all this, kind of spike that happens in 2020, 21 because of COVID, and you see that the fiscal debt to GDP, some countries were able to bring it down because of economic consolidation that much. And in the next slide, I also provide you with the corporate debt to GDP of different countries and household debt to GDP of different countries. So for Thailand, actually, our corporate debt to GDP is quite okay when compared to other countries. It's kind of like on the low side. And actually, a very small portion of it is external debt. Mostly, it's domestic debt. Okay. But on the right-hand side, you will see that we are very famous for household debt to GDP being so high. My Korean counterparts probably going to share the same pain. We are up there. And then actually, it started to come down a bit. But since our economy, when compared to some countries, then down for the government and also the Bank of Thailand as well. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we have done with it. So for Thailand context in the next slide, I would like to say that there's more than meets the eye. So when we say that the corporate debt is kind of okay, actually there's more to the story than that. There's also like the tail of two credit allocations. So SMEs are actually having the negative credit growth all the time, except for the positive growth during the special program loan during the COVID time that have like the positive ones. So SMEs getting too little because they have limited access to credit because they are higher risk. Big corporate on the other side, on the right-hand side, we actually classify some of the corporate to be like highly leveraged large, highly leveraged large corporation. So these corporates actually build more leverage compared to 2010. So if you look at the HLC bar, now it's actually the leverage level has increased compared to non-HLC. So it's a tale of credit allocation. One is getting probably too much, one is getting too little. So that is the story of the corporate debt in Thailand. The next one is our household debt. So household debt is very tricky for us because right now we're trying to kind of balance between how to curb and bring down household debt without compromising the liquidity needs of household. So if you tighten too much, then the household may run out of liquidity, they may have liquidity trouble, and they might resort to informal lending sector. So basically, you've seen on the left-hand side that our credit quality is actually deteriorating. And so what happened is that banks have been quite cautious in lending. So that on the right-hand side, you see that the new loans are actually coming down. So basically, new credit has been curbed. That's why the household debt to GDP is coming down as well. But at the same time, we're trying to ensure that the household has enough liquidity. So what do we do to actually tackle this kind of debt problem? So for the HLC ones, we do have the single lending limit, that is like the Basel standard, and also the credit concentration risk under Basel, Pillar 2 of the Basel Accord. For the SME credit access, we actually now is in the process of forming the National Credit Guarantee Agency or NACGA. And also we are going to introduce more open data sources for like the risk-based pricing that's probably going to come up and enhance SME access. For the household debt problem, we also do it from two fronts. The curbing debt, curbing new debt, we don't have to quite do it because now banks are kind of cautious already. But also we're trying to unwind existing debt for most households. So in the next slide, we just want to skip this, go through it kind of quickly, is that we have done so many things in bringing down the household debt. Actually, now we're concentrating on like unwinding the existing debt, but balancing so that household can pay debt, but not run out of liquidity. Okay, so we have debt consolidation. We also have like, responsible lending, which means that banks need to help the debtor before they become NPL, after they become NPL, and before going to the legal process. So we're trying to put in place like all these things to make the household comfortable and easier for them to unwind existing debt. Okay. So I think I would like to end with, hopefully this would lead to kind of like a discussion. I think this is implications for financial governance framework, and this is food for thought. I kind of name it like $1 trillion question because we are talking about debt in like $1 trillion kind of unit. And I must borrow like Ray Dalio's phrase of beautiful deleveraging. This deleveraging is going to be so hard from all the experience we have seen in other countries, also in our country. So the challenge, I'm sorry I don't have like the answer, probably will pose more questions. For example, the first one is how to best execute the trade-off. Of course, bringing down debt is going to be beneficial for your medium-term financial stability. But how do you do it in such a way that you don't sacrifice short-term growth or liquidity position of corporate households? So resiliency versus liquidity is at stake. Political economy-wise, when you try to deleverage any kind of debt, corporate, household, even fiscal, is not very politically popular. Right? So when you're trying to bring debt, it's like, you have less money to go around, less consumption, less economic activities. The second part is we live in a very uncertain, highly uncertain environment. We have seen it from the morning. We talk about the tariff stuff. So our job is to lean against the wind, right? To curb credit when it's becoming too hot. But my question is, how do you lean against the wind when you don't even know which direction the wind is blowing? Okay, so basically, if you cannot project GDP, accurately under uncertainty. You cannot project like people's behavior under uncertainty. Okay, so basically, this is like, economic forecast is going to be hard. And when you try to implement tightening macroprudential, for example, then you rely on that kind of economic forecast to see when you are going to tighten. And that economic forecast under uncertainty is not coming easy. The third part, interaction with other policy, is going to be hard as well under high uncertainty. We all know that monetary policy transmission under uncertainty is going to be different than normal time. It might be less. So how do you actually curb that using macroprudential policy amid this high uncertainty and interaction with other policies that might have changed and becoming something that you don't really know? Also, you talk about leakages, right? Because if you apply macroprudential policy, it might lead to some other institutions not under the macroprudential policy or jurisdiction, or even informal sector. And the last part I like to end with classic mechanism design. How you actually balance between debt relief and moral hazard. Okay, so I like to end with the Chinese wisdom, which is reminding us that 救急不救强, right? So if I pronounce it correctly, it means that relief emergency, not chronic poverty. So basically, the debt relief should be a lifeline for the distressed, but not a subsidy for the irresponsible. Strengthening this balance actually protects stability and integrity. So that's all for me. 非常感谢.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Liang Rong, for the sharing on the details in the Thailand, especially some kind of trend, the positioning, and also policies. And more significantly, give us some fundamental questions about how to manage the debt and the growth. 下一位有请 Next, I'm
going to invite the Director of Center for International Financial Studies, Central University of Finance and Economics, Mr. Zhang Liqing. Thank you very much, Mr. Lu Yi, Professor Lu. It is my great honor to participate in this panel to share with you about debt crisis management in emerging markets and also financial governance. This is a very important issue for our discussion today. First of all, I think it is imperative for us to have a review of the global debt issues and what are the existing situations. To 2020, with the outbreak of the COVID pandemic, there has been hiking of the leverage ratio in different countries around the world, especially after 2023. There had been a very important notification that came to us that the international or global crisis have already reached a record high of around 3.18 trillion US dollar. So the debt out of the GDP's proportion has already reached a new peak. It contributed to a mix of around 328% of the global GDP. For the debt ratio of the public institutions, the leverage ratio climbed at a very high speed. According to the estimation of IMF, by the end of 2024, of the global public debt, the overall scale has reached a proportion of 93% of global GDP. By the end of 2025, this proportion is going to reach a level with an incremental growth of 2.8%, reaching 95.8% of the global GDP. By 2030, it is expected to reach more than 100% of the global GDP. So that is the proportion of the debt of the public sector. So this is a very severe concern for all of us. In the emerging markets, I think this situation related to debt crisis is also very critical and urgent. and the debt has amounted to 105 trillion US dollar, also record high. And for this total amount, around 15% of the low-income countries have already been checked in the debt pitfall or debt trap. And also 54 of the countries have IMF. The financial cost of the emerging market has already reached a record high in the past 10 years. It is also possible that they need to have a higher financial cost to get the refinancing. So this kind of financing preconditions have also posed a threat to the debt management of the emerging markets, and it has also posed a lot of undermining impact for the global financial stability. Looking into the future, due to the tariff relating to the flip-flopping tariff policy from the U.S. administration, and also the geopolitical uncertainty, and also the intensification of some global conflicts, my personal estimation is that in the foreseeable future, the debt crisis among the emerging markets will continue to exist. If I unfold with greater details, according to the research of the IMF in the latest report of the Global Economic Outlook, according to this report, the global economic growth this year will be reduced to 2.8%, and this kind of reduction is even lower by 0.8% than the estimation that was generated at the beginning of this year. Next year, the global GDP will also be at a very low level of around 3%. For the emerging markets that have a high dependence on the export and also trade relationship, this is already a very severe situation for the emerging markets. With the continuation of the trade war and the trade frictions between China and US and also other global trading blocs, US is also facing very severe issues related to inflation. That is why US Fed has already unfolded some of the new policies. For the prior estimation of the rate cut, it has already been halted. According to the investment banks in Wall Street, it is possible that the next rate cut will take place at the end of this year at the earliest date. And the other observations is that it is also very highly possible that there will not be rate cut, and it will be very possible to have a rate hike at the beginning or at the first half of next year due to the tightening of the financial resources for a lot of countries that hold a high position on a large position on exposures relating to the US denominated debt, and this will have a very severe impact of the diplomacy ability and competence. The other issue we need to think of is the US dollar's valuation and also the dominant position of the US dollar. It is also possible that in the short-term future, in the not-too-distant future, US government will continue to execute the weak dollar policy.
不少新兴市场国家来说，实际上他们的货币相对升值。那么对于这些国家来说，他们的出口会面临大大的挑战。
We appreciate
最终也会影响到他们偿债的能力。那么，最后一点，我觉得对于一些低收入国家来说，我们认为他们的偿债的能力有可能在未来持续不减弱，原因是各种国企开发援助有可能在未来一个时会减少。我们都知道特朗普呢，已经撤销了这个美国的开发法。那么欧洲呢，由于比较大的国家开支，它的对外援助能力也有可能在减弱。所以如果整个世界国际开发援助面临下降的趋势的话，那么中低收入国家的债务会面临非常大的问题。如何应对我谈几点看法。第一个呢，我就觉得国际社会还是应该积极的努力，尽快恢复国际贸易正常化，并且呢推进全球的货币关税战没有赢家，也无法从根本上解决美国的贸易逆差制造大规模政策。中美巨额贸易不平衡是两国贸易市场的市场表现与美国长期经济出口管制 高质量
US-China trade relationship, the United States is now having sanctions on export of high-tech to China, and also it's a result of the government's in the international regime. So the international community, I think we should make the best of our efforts to build a reasonable
否则的话，新兴国家在中美贸易中非常激烈的情况下，它不会变战。而且呢，对一些新兴国家来说，它可能会失去发展机会。第二个呢，就是要激发第二个政策措施，努力保护人民市场的稳定，特别是要降低关税冲击，尤其是在不确定性。第三个就是要加强全球金融稳定，加强全球金融安全建设，包括在全球方面的流动性安排制度，在全球层面可以根据情况继续大规模的增加 SDR 分配，从而呢来提升 IMF 在流动性支持方面的能力。当然我们也要进一步推动 IMF 份额的改革。 这个再一步是要努力完善全球还在我们清楚和减免税收，通过多渠道减免低收入国家债务负担，应该更好地发挥拉力作用，提高谈判效率，同时使它呢更加的高效。通过签署更多的人民互换协定，以及向中非背后的合作那么我们要继续积极地推动这些中低收入国家的债务减免。再一个就是主权债务危机，应该加快解决，应该与其他的solution相结合，比如债务减免应该和这些新兴国家的这个气候变化应对结合起来。最后一点呢，就是新兴市场国家应该做出积极的政策应对，包括呢努力推动各种结构性改革，实施稳健的财政政策，努力改善投资营商环境，鼓励更多的政治资本流入。以及更多的私人部门参与到债务工作中。我就说这么谢谢。
OK， 谢谢张教授
，Thank you, Professor Zhang。
谢谢张教授对这个全球新兴市场债务介绍以及他的这个数据全球新兴国家债务。接下来我们有请Dr. Norbert Dr. 来自新开发银行 ESG 的负责人
NDB Unified Bank. Now over to you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here, and I really would like to thank Tsinghua University for inviting us. I represent the New Development Bank, and as an institution, as one of the new development banks based in China, the issue discussed in this conference is very important for us. I think in a sense, we were created by our shareholders as a part of the solution, trying to develop the new, inclusive and open economy and financial system. So listening to the colleagues here from China and from abroad is extremely important for us to understand what we're doing right and what else we can do, learning from all of you. So thanks again for the invitation. Being on this panel on the debt crisis, it's quite an interesting experience for me because I'm a banker. So we are a lender. In a sense, we're trying to solve the issue with the debt crisis. However, our business is lending. So let me share with you some views about this topic, and maybe I can start with some of the reflections about the importance of debt, some complexities of the indebtedness and debt crisis, and then let me also share some of the reflections about the multilateral development banks, about multilateral development efforts, we had a very interesting session before the lunch, which I think generated a lot of interest among the audience and some reflections. And then at the end, let me share with you a few facts about the New Development Bank. So the debt is very important for the countries. As we just heard from the speakers here, we currently reach the level of the debts in emerging markets which is hardly sustainable. A lot of countries try to make very conscious and very effective efforts to reduce the debt, but it's very hard. Especially hard considering we just came through the COVID crisis, which really put a lot of pressure on the finances of countries. We also went through the period of the high interest rates. And importantly, currently, we all experience the level of economic uncertainty, which is generated by some tariffs flip-flopping, as a speaker previously mentioned. So all of this put a lot of pressure on the emerging economies, and the interest payments on the debt becoming a very important part of the overall budget. I think generally, currently, the debt level is not considered extremely critical. I think generally, at least IMF and the World Bank do not believe it will be immediate financial crisis, immediate defaults. However, what's important, and what's important for me as a development banker, the current level of indebtedness and the current level of the debt payments is what I would call default on development, which basically means that the country is spending very valuable resources repaying debt instead of putting them in development of human resources, development of infrastructure, and building the prerequisites for the future growth. So it's very important. It's very important that is not only considered as a financial implication, but also as a development implication. And the debt itself is necessary for many reasons. However, what's important is the cost of the debt and effectiveness of using the debt. And I think in case of the emerging markets, the cost of the debt is really too high. And it's high for different reasons. First, because of the interest rates, generally being high recently. I think second, one of the major aspects of the cost of debt for emerging markets, it's a currency risk. Majority of development flows into the emerging markets is done in the US dollars. And the fluctuations between the local currency and USD really create a significant burden on the local economies. So providing the debt in the local currencies, I think one of the reasons how this crisis can be to a certain extent alleviated. And of course, in addition to this, the process, the procedure for the debt service, and the tenure of the debts, other conditions of the debts, is very important and also additional burden on the countries. We also know that in some of the lenders, they put certain conditionalities with their debt to developing countries. Again, there was a lot of criticism in the past when the debt comes with these conditions. And I think still remains one of the significant drawbacks of the existing international lending system. So talking about the multilateral development banks, as we know, World Bank, International Monetary Fund have been created as a part of the Bretton Woods system. And to a certain extent, they did have a very positive role for a very long period of time. But I would like to remind you that the Bretton Woods system has been established at the end of World War II. The agreement was signed in 1944, even before the war completed. And the institutions been established in the late 1940s. So at that time of the crisis, literally Europe was in ruins. War was ravaging the economies and societies. And the agreement helped the countries at that time to find some level of balance, because the leading role of the United States at that time was supported by the military power, by the resources, and by the willingness to help the countries in Europe in their rebuilding. Later, in the 60s and 70s, developing nations, also those nations that received independence after the colonial period, they also benefited from the system. Building institutions, building human capital, building infrastructure. But at the same time, as we know, the Bretton Woods Agreement was signed only by 44 countries. A lot of countries from the Global South at that time didn't sign the agreement. Actually, they did not exist. So a lot of population from the world were not represented. And one of the larger powers at that time, Soviet Union, even though they participated in the agreement, they didn't ratify the agreement. So a lot of people were excluded from the very beginning. Another interesting aspect, as you remember, the significant part of the Bretton Woods commitments was the gold standard. Basically, when the US provided American dollars for global reserve currency with a commitment to maintain stable exchange rate from dollar to gold. And of course, we know this commitment has been violated in the late 60s and beginning of 70s. So that very essential part of the commitment and agreement didn't exist anymore. The World Bank and IMF is still very important, very relevant. However, they do not reflect the level of economic power between the different countries right now. We're talking about reforms. We're talking about how to change the way how the institutions are functioning. And there is some progress, but the progress are very minimal. There is additional efforts such as creation of the new development bank, creation of Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, which is also going parallel. And just to follow the discussion that we had before lunch, what is the future of multilateralism? I think we're facing a situation right now when the multilateralism is not going to be unified by the single agreements. It's not going to be only focused on the reform of the existing institutions, but it will evolve in different ways. I think there will be new bilateral agreements, new regional agreements, new interregional agreements, which will create the multipolar biodiversity, multilateralism system. And I think we can see how in many cases China, for example, taking global leadership environmental issues, on the climate issues. And with support of the other countries, I think there are a lot of alliances going to build around this initiative about goodwill. As Professor Zhu mentioned in the previous session, China, what's good for China, what's good for the world. That's the Chinese spirit right now, and I think this will be a basis for a lot of new interesting initiatives around multilateralism. So with this said, let me just talk a little bit about what we do in NDB. So we are a multilateral development bank that has been established exactly 10 years ago, and our base, our headquarters are in Shanghai. We have regional offices. We have regional offices in South Africa, in India, in Brazil, and Russia. And our mandate, our specific focus in financing infrastructure, what we call sustainable infrastructure. Infrastructure that will be climate-proof for the world, and which will be also productive during the climate change period. We would like to make sure that our infrastructure is going to sustain the climate change and continue contributing to the country's development in the coming years. Very interesting on this slide, there is a shareholding in our bank, as you can see.
这是我们银行在不同领域的一些敞口，大家可以看一下，就是五大股东，包括金砖国，他们对于这个银行所占的权重和股份都是一样的，就是每个国家所占的这个权重完全对的。我们也会邀请了一些新的国家加入，他们的持股比例比较低，但是前五大国家他们的权重完全一致，就是说所有的这个 决定都必须要以这5大股东的共识为基础。所以这也是我们对于未来的一个多边的框架，一个多边的一个融资体系。新开发银行一开始的这个规模不大，体量比较有限，但是它在全球的 GDP 所发挥的比重，还有它所涵盖的这个光谱的权重也在不断的提升。我们所参与的国家，他们的占全球 GDP 的比重是35%，在2025年到2029年，前5大国家他们的年度 GDP 的增长率是4.1%左右，这要高于全球平均3.1%的增长率。更为重要的就是新开发银行现在的一些成员国家也能够代表全球45%的一个贸易关系，就是说世界上45%的贸易关系都是跟我们的一个银行的主要的持股国家有关。好，还有3分钟的时间。我们现在主要是支持一些基础设施的项目，您可以看到我们主要的一些贷款期限，包括交通基础设施。交通是我们持股敞口最大的一个领域，所以许多的资本的投资都受向到了交通领域。您可以看一下另外一个非常有趣的一个投资，我们的借贷18%都是用人民币来进行计价，这是一个非常有趣的现象。包括其他的一些计价货币，包括一些南非的货币或者是欧元等等。所以新开发银行最重要的一个功能就是能够使用本地的货币，而不是说继续受美元的强势地位而受到影响。好，来看一下我们所支持的一些主要项目。我们投资了在巴西的铁路项目，其中的一些建筑施工的项目，包括印度的一些基建项目，一些公共设施的项目，在中国的一些绿电项目，以及还有一些输变电的项目。这些输变电的项目主要是位于南非，而这些在南非的输变电项目能够跟国家的智能电网联系起来，也能够跟这些矿业和能源的这些项目结合起来。所有这些项目必须要跟联合国 SDG 所协同，是基于绿色的这个原则来进行评估。
And in accordance to our general strategy, we took several commitments and several considerations. First, we take centrality of member countries and clients' needs in shaping our approach. So, it's interesting when we have our shareholders, you saw all of the shareholders also borrowing shareholders. So we don't have the countries who are shareholders who have their conditions but who are not borrowing from us. So everybody who borrows from us, they also make a decision how bank operates and nobody else. So in a sense, the bank interests and the shareholders' interests are aligned 100%. There is no shareholders who don't benefit from the bank. The criticality of the Sustainable Development Goals is another very important aspect. As I mentioned before, every project should contribute to Sustainable Development Goals. Another important aspect for us is to make sure that it's not only our money that works, we also, what we say, provide catalytic roles. We bring other investors with our projects. We find other either public sector or private sector partners who contribute to funding of our projects. And then, of course, we put a lot of attention into innovation and knowledge. Actually, as a matter of fact, in many of our projects outside of China, our clients are not only in financing, not only in money, but also they're interested to learn about technology, especially technology that's used in China. And some other strategic commitments and targets for the coming years, we plan to put about 30% in local currencies. 30% on the not-sovereign lending, which basically means not only financing the governments, but also financing the private sector. About 20% of co-financing and 20% of projects bring money with other multilateral development banks. And most importantly, about 40% into the climate change mitigation adaptation projects. As I mentioned before, Sustainable Development Goals are extremely important for us. And for every project we make evidence-based tracking of contribution to SDGs. As you can see from this graph, most of our contribution comes to SDG number 9, which is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And maybe to conclude, I want to bring this example of one of very recent projects. We just signed a couple months ago a loan to Brazilian company CPFL Paulista, which is a local utility. It's a power producer and power distribution company in the São Paulo state of Brazil. Interestingly, in these projects, the project was denominated in RMB. So the Brazilian company decided to borrow from us in RMB because of their existing partnership with the Chinese state grid. So the proceeds of this loan will go to increasing their partnership in terms of technology supplies and in terms of the building infrastructure. So maybe just before I conclude, a little bit of the kind of off-the-cuff remarks, my personal experience, share with you. We had a privilege and have an honor. A couple of weeks ago, President Xi Jinping visited us, and he came to ND first time during our existence to celebrate 10 years of our business in China and outside. And he made a very interesting speech, a very important speech, which I think also generated a lot of interest and a lot of passion among the bank staff. And he spoke about all the things that we discussed today. He spoke about the necessity of creating a new financial flow with the global south, encouraging us to work more, encouraging us to work more effectively in providing finance to developing countries. He also talked about sustainability, which is very important also for me personally, since I'm head of ESG. Mr. Xi mentioned that infrastructure and sustainable infrastructure should really make sure that such concepts as high-quality development, ecological civilization, and just transition are being spearheaded around the world. And I think he also kind of emphasized the partnership building between different companies in Global South and also between different institutions. One of the aspects that we try to do also build in partnership with the local development banks, which is also something that we do with a lot of Chinese development banks, but also banks around the world. So I think generally, there was very interesting to hear about the different ideas about where multilateralism goes and where we're going to end up. But I think we, and NDB, being based in China and also having very good partnership relations with the Chinese government and with Chinese partners who support us, we can actually see it's not like an intellectual discussion anymore, but it's trying to bring practice.
Sorry, here. Just quickly conclude.
Yes. That's all. That's all I want to say.
Thanks, Doctor, for the sharing on the on the public debt as a banker, and also from a historical perspective, also introduction of the new DB. Yes, thanks. And now we enter the second part of this session. We have some free discussions, and I have one question for each of you. And because of time being, so I wish you very short answers, and just 3 to 4 minutes. So first question for Mr. Gamble. And during your sharing, you showed that Mongolia has successfully reduced public debt and improved credit rating during the past years. And through you briefly mentioned the fiscal reforms and the legal frameworks. So can you share us your views about if, like other resource-dependent countries, if they want to do the same things, in the same time balancing the growth and the expenditures on infrastructure, so how they can manage to do that?
So I'm going to answer very briefly on this matter. And so I want to emphasize the two main actions that we have taken in order to reduce the debt burden. The first one is establishing very, very clear fiscal rules, such as legally binding debt to GDP ratios, and which helps institutionalize the fiscal discipline and prevent the general government from unnecessary and unsustainable external borrowing. So Mongolia's amendment to its fiscal stability law in about 8 years ago has introduced such limits, and that has played an important role in reversing the rise in that trend. The second, it is very, very essential to prioritize the strategic public investments that foster long-term productivity, such as infrastructure, healthcare, and education, and while maintaining the fiscal responsibility. So Mongolia has restructured this debt portfolio just to create more spaces for these investments without expanding the overall debt levels. So as a result of these sustained efforts, Mongolian credit rating, as I said, upgraded to B+ with a stable outlook at the end of last year. It was actually the first upgrade since 2014. And so this improved credit profile allowed us to refinance our government bond at lower interest rates, and also it reduced the debt servicing costs and enabling reallocation of resources to critical development priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. And the next question is for Ms. Liang Rong. So, in the global financial governance system, in your view, how the emerging countries can increase the role in setting the global financial rules in order to better handle the debt crisis and also deal with the financial governance challenges?
I think so. The question is about how emerging markets can do like the cooperation to kind of help with the debt crisis, right?
The whole system, the financial governance system.
I think the two things that I think we can do. I think I kind of agree with both Professor Tang and Dr. Novosilov that uncertainty is key. So if the first cooperation that we should do is the cooperation that leads to more certainty, to me. So trade can be bilateral, multilateral, because the reason why I emphasize on uncertainty because the GDP is not doing so well under uncertainty. You have people doing cash hoarding, not wanting to spend. You have firms being reluctant to invest under uncertainty. And if you don't have that kind of more certainty, then it's really hard for emerging markets to have like good economic growth. And good economic growth usually lead to debt deleveraging in a good way. So that will be the first thing that I think we're trying to promote and trying to cooperate. The second one, I think the DG Gamble was actually saying that it's like we learn from other countries how you actually bring it down. Each country will have different challenges in bringing down the debts. And I think that shared experience is going to be helping people in trying to understand how to actually bring down the debt. The third part, I think, is to deal with, kind of like raising the position through the different committees regarding the international standard. So I think we have a Basel III reform coming, and I think each country can actually, look at it and then probably adjust according to the timeline, the degree, to kind of match it so that it doesn't interfere with the deleveraging that you have. So I think these three things, international cooperation and kind of learning from each other, can help us maneuver through this debt crisis.
下一个问题是请这个张青看一下。前面你在分享里提到过，对这个全球经济波动这个其实是在影响美国的这些。想问的问题就是说，如何去说现在已有的多边的协作，美国上市竞争合作机制CPTPP 这些来构建有效的合作框架，来应对债务问题，维护区域和全球的金融稳定。
首先，我还是想强调一个观点，就是作为一个重要遗产，这个国际货币基金组织世界银行，他们在应对流动性危机和解决发展国家的融资方面的作为还是有非常肯定的，因为无论是他们在 资源，还是在这个机制的
mobilizing
项目
resources
及管理方面都是有
in
非常
designing
成熟的经验。
implementing different mechanisms and
这
also
个
in
所
managing
以
projects. They
我
are very
们还
experienced.
是应该充分重视他们的
So I think we should
当然了，
recognize the roles
类
they
似于
play.
像 AIB 就是亚投行、
At the same time, we have
这样一些
NDB
机
and
构
AIB,
它作为
the new multilateral development
学帮助大家
institutions.
融资的这个
They
补充，
can
它
also
的
be
作用
taken as
非
a
常重要。
supplement to help
应该
developing
不
countries
断的
raise
变
funds
得更加
for
重要。
finance. So their roles are
我
important
想呢
and will grow to be
为
more
了使他们
important.
发挥更好的作用，
For
也许
them
有
to
几点
play a more critical role,
不成熟的
I'd like
思考
to
可以
share with you
探索。
some
第
of
一呢，就
my
是我们应该努力的
possibly
扩
future
大
thoughts.
亚投行、
In
新
the first
开
place,
行这些机构的这些新
we
的
can
发展融资机构、
expand
资本金
the
不
say
断地
capital
提升
stock
在
of
国际
their IPAB and other multilateral development, and also their
我注意到
capability
这几年一直
raising up the national markets.
3A
I've noticed that AIB in recent years
这个
has registered a credit rating of
那
AAA,
我想呢，
which
更多的
is
新
a
的
very
发
good
展机构
credential.
也需要在这方面
And other types of new development agencies should make efforts to see a higher credit
这
rating
些
as
机构
well.
更多的使用
We should encourage
来
them
做业务
to
发展
use
使用为贷款。
local currencies to do
其中也包括
businesses
可以使用
such
人民币
as
来进
loans
行
and
这个
borrowings,
计价。
or they can use RMB
这个
and for
再
denomination
一个就是需要
for limits.
我觉得需要加强中国和有关国家在这个货币金融领
We
域
should
的合作。
strengthen the
因
economic
为中
between
国作
China
为
and
新
other
兴的
countries in
现在
finance.
经济体量也是
China
世
should
界
be
第二
as an
大
economic
经济
economy
体啊，
with
它在
average GDP
新兴国家的
second
开拓
afterwards.
货
Thereby,
币金融合作方面还
working
是
with other emerging countries in
我们可以鼓励
financial
我相
and
信中
monetary
国政府非常
collaboration.
欢迎
China holds
外
huge
国
potential.
的
I think the
发
Chinese
展国
government
家
is also
机
in
构
a
啊
welcome
企业
position
和条件的
to
机
work
构也
with
到
eligible
中国来发行债
enterprises
券。
and
这个就是所谓的
country
双方债。
governments from other countries to issue
我相信这方面的
local
空间应该还是
bonds
比
here
较
in
大
China.
另外一个的话呢，我也
overseas
觉
countries
得
denominated in
很
RMB.
多新
I
兴
think
国
there's a
家
lot of potential there.
也可以创造更好的条
While
件
other
吸
emerging
引
countries
包括
can
中国
should
在内的一
create
些
better
业
circumstances
投资
to attract
去投资去
Chinese enterprises
在这些国家
in those
开
countries
展各种既有经济效益也有社会效益的投资项目。
so that we can
那么
work
最后
on
一点呢
both
是
economic
关于
and
流动性
social
的
benefits.
这个
The last bit of
我
our
觉得
regulation centers on liquidity support.
我们在20年前就启动了清迈倡议
20 years ago, we
作
had
为
the
亚太
Tsinghua
地区
initiative
作为东盟地区吧应对
used
危机
by
的
ASEAN
一个手段
against
但
the
是呢
financial crisis.
令人多少有点遗憾的是，这些
Yes,
年来
quite
这个清迈倡议
regrettably,
并没有得到
over the
很
years,
好的
Tsinghua
也
initiative
许还有很
has
多
not
技术性
been
的问题需
put
要
into its best
克服
use. There might be some technicalities which
我
still
想
have to
从
address.
长远来看，在这个基础上，
While
清迈
still
协议的
on this
多边化
basis,
机制呢，
over
真
long
的是
horizon,
作为
we
亚
have
洲
to
之
make
间
sure
的
that
可
the
能性
multilateral arrangements
这
of
需
the
要我
UN
们
initiative
包括
so
东南
that
海
it can be
东
also
盟在
used
内的各个国
as
家
a
的
effective
共同努力。
mechanism for Asia at large,
我就
but
先说到这
that
儿。
actually requires
谢谢张教授的
efforts
这
made
个
by
分享。
ASEAN
My
countries,
last
China
question
and
for
other
Dr. Roman. So, you introduced us the new DB. It's kind of multilateral development bank created by the BRICS countries and to coordinate, to collaborate efforts in economic development, poverty reduction, and sustainability. So my question is that how the new DB is different from other existing multilateral development banks, especially in its capability of solving the issue of financial stability in its member countries?
Thank you. Very good question. I think a couple of things that we are different from other development institutions. I think we're the only bank that has been created by all countries which represent global south. So we don't have developed countries in our shareholding. And I think it reflects somehow the way how we operate. I mentioned our shareholding is equal. And also, in terms of the modality work. One of the things that I mentioned before, we're trying to increase our financing in the local currencies, which is very important. I agree with the previous speaker. Local currency is very important for sustainability of debt. And another aspect, we're working very closely with our government members and trying to understand what is the priority, trying to finance the most critical projects in our countries. And also we're trying to make efforts in terms of the reducing the cost of the transactions between different member countries and us. Like one of the ways how we're trying to minimize the cost of our financing, not only for the interest rates, but also how do we process, how do we originate our loans. One of the things that we do, for example, we use so-called country systems. Every government, every company and company development bank, they have to fulfill certain obligations, environmental, social compliance. Sometimes they have to develop a lot of different studies, a lot of different documentations to show how they manage environmental, social risks. So our bank is actually took a very innovative way. We can work with the clients when they show us the documentation developed for the local requirements, for the local regulations. So we do not require them to develop specific documentation for our policies. We do manage risk, but at the same time, it's much less effort and much less cost on their side, since they have to do those documentation for the local government already. So, and also, what's very important, we're trying to bring different agents, different companies and government agencies between the countries. We're not only giving them money, but we're also bringing together some of the partners. As I mentioned, one of the projects recently in Brazil, which was financed with RRB, bringing together Chinese partner and Brazilian partner.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Roman. So thanks our four distinguished guest speaker for their views on the public debt and financial governance challenges in emerging markets. So this ends our this session. 谢谢大家，也谢谢我们四位嘉宾。我们这场的会谢谢。
This session.
尊敬的肖钢主席，在座的各位嘉宾以及现场的朋友们，大家上午好！非常欢迎大家莅临2025年清华五道口全球金融论坛平行论坛。本场论坛的主题是人工智能时代下的数字金融。我是主持人梁先生。数字金融作为5天金融大学中极为重要的一天，在人工智能的帮助下，正经历着从量变到质变的飞跃。它打破了传统金融的实力限制，让金融服务更加普惠、高效和智能。它催生了新的金融业态，为经济增长注入新的活力。但它同时也带来了前所未有的挑战，考验了我们的监管能力、风险防控能力和社会治理能力。希望通过本场论坛的思想碰撞，为人工智能时代下数字金融发展构筑新的蓝图。下面进入论坛的第一个环节，让我们用热烈的掌声，肖钢先生上台发表题为《数字金融与数字经济季度形势分析》的主旨报告，有请。
感谢王院长，尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生，大家上午好。很高兴参加今天的这个论坛。我们这场这个平行论坛的这个主题呢是讨论数字金融，所以我们想借此机会呢谈一下这个今年1季度我们国家数字经济
development of digital economy, digital finance in Q1.
那么这个题目呢，其实是我们有一批青年研究员。
Theme it has a cohort of young researchers from the China Collaboration Forum as well as Shenzhen Xiangyu International Finance Research Institutes.
那么他们组成了这些年轻研究员组成一个课题组。那么最近几年呢，一直在跟踪分析这个我们国家数字经济和金融的。发展状况，大家也知道，因为这个和以往的我们讲的宏观经济分析呢，还有很大的区别，所以应该说是跨可性的这个项目。所以呢，正好呢，最近呢刚刚完成了今年1季度的这个分析报告，所以呢，我借此机会呢，在这里非常简要的时间关系啊，非常简要的介绍一下这个提出的分析，主要谈一下今年1季度。Updates we found
in Q1, supplemented by some of our main findings and
那么主要是讲3个问题吧，简单来说，第一个呢就是数字经济今年1季度持续的保持了这个良好的发展态势。那么总的来讲，大家知道今年1季度整个国民经济运行是稳中向好，稳中回升，稳中向新，向新的这个发展。那么国家统计局也把1季度的宏观经济数据都已经公布了，所以呢，我就不重复。那么从数字经济的发展情况来看，也保持了良好的发展态势。所以这2个表呢，大家可以看出来，就今年1季度数字经济核心产业增速良好。增长的速度呢是保持在10%以上，2位数的这个增长，那显著高于同期的 GDP 增长的水平，为宏观经济实现这个超预期的开局发挥了这个重要作用。那么从数字制造业增加幅度的增长的情况作为这个表，我们看这个，因为数字制造业应该说是代表行业的电子信息这个方面的制造业，同比增长了11.5%，速度更快。同期整个工业这个和高技术制造业的增长的幅度还要高，比整个工业高技术制造业的增长高。那么从数字服务业的增加情况来看，第三个表这个比如说信息技术、软件、信息技术服务业等等，这个增加这个同比增长也是这个有一个很快的这个得到发展。那么和整体的服务业这个增加的增速相比，那这个更是高出这个sector。应该说连续多个季度保持在2位数的增长，所以这个数字服务业的增长态势也是很好。那么从数字经济的投资来看，也实现了高增长。那么今年以来2重2轻政策，在2重2轻政策的影响下，叠加市场需求复苏。数字经济的核心产业的投资也保持了这个高速的增长。那特别是人工智能、人形机器人等新型领域的这个投资热度显著的这个增加，为产业发展也持续的注入了这个活力。那么今年1季度呢，全国的固定资产投资同比增长是4.2%，比上一年呢是增加了1个百分点。那么科技创新和产业创新 确实在加快这个融合。那么高技术产业的投入比例这个增速呢远远高于一般的全国的固定增长投资。那么在固定增长投资当中，数字经济核心产业的投资增速也实现2位数的增长。特别今年1季度吧，我们的这个电子信息制造业、信息服务业的投资分别增长了10.1%和10.5%，这个态势也是很好。那么从数字消费这个角度来看，也是实现了稳中有升。现在这个是产业和数字消费形成了必须协同的一个是这个持续发展，拓宽了这个消费的场景，所以不断地推动数字消费场景的扩展。那么数字消费呢有很多指标，我列出了比如说网上这个实物消费的增长，这是要快于整个消费的这个增长。特别是近年来这个旧换新的这个模式的发展，进一步拉动了线上的消费。那么整个数字这个服务的消费，除了这个商品的消费，服务的消费发展速度呈现出快速的增长势头。那么由于数字技术不断地创新这个消费的场景和体验，改善了这个体验，所以通过互联网、人工智能、元宇宙等等构建内容加体验的这种新场景不断的这个涌现，它也极大的这个促进了这个数字消费的这个发展。那么从区域来看，各个地方大家都知道呢，就是因地制宜的在发展数字经济。那么东部地区呢，现在是持续的领跑全国，东部地区经济还是发达一点。那么从企业的总量来看呢，东部的这个领跑的形态呀，还是很明显的。所以这里我有几张表来分别列出了东部、中部、西部还有东北这个单独列出来。这个下面这张表就是左下方这张表，他们的这个数字经济的法人单位占全国的这个比重大家可以看到表呢显示了东部还是在持续的领先。那么从企业的角度来看，从领军的企业的角度来看，那么今年1季度东部地区的数字经济的核心产业 A 上市公司贡献了全国90%以上的营收和净利润。因为这个数字经济的企业这个上市这样的一个数据，这个信息都比较完整。那么就是从这个上市公司是属于数字经济这个企业的上市公司来看，现在看这个核心产业90%集中在东部，这是看出来确实是在继续的领先吧。那么无论从它的这个业务上的营收还是净利润，都是高于
public companies in China's Asian markets.
那么这个从数字金融的这个发展的情况来看呢，也是这个势头也是很好。那么今年以来呢，在我们数字金融这个领域这个最重要的一个现象就是这个 PBCSF 今年1月份，所以呢，现在大部分的金融机构都开始接 PBCSF 大部分。那特别是这个 PBCSF 出来以后，它这个实现了 AI 平权，所以使众多的中小金融机构具备这个条件和能力来应用 AI， 所以这个是对我们行业、对整个金融行业，无论是银行、证券行业，都这个发生了大变化。通过不断的应用 用这个以 DeepSeek 为代表的各种 AI 大模型进一步的创新金融的数据金融的这个生态，也提高了这个金融的这个效率和客户的这个体验。那么今年研究中我们也还发现了这个从整个金融机构的科技服务来看，这个在保持稳定成长的前提下，我们发现有这么一个趋势，就是各个金融机构的服务更加讲究精打细算。这个对也因为时间关系我们都展开来分析。那么金融业来讲呢，我们从银行业来看，这个从角度来看，这个金融科技的增速它是有所发展的，就是增长不如前几年那么高。但是呢，更加讲究这个投入产出的投入的效率更加讲究。同时呢，这个对这个科技的人才的建设进一步加速。就是各家金融机构不仅重视投入资金的投入现在越来越重视人才的培养和吸引。那么证券业来讲呢，从一季度情况来看，证券业的这个投资强度反而是在金融的各个产业当中是最高的。当然，这个证券投资的基数不是很大，也有关系。银行业那么证券相对来说比较少，所以从去年以来，我们今年研究这种发现这样的一个现象，就是证券业加上了这个投入的强度那么这个当然他们也更加重视这个势力的精打细算。那么在数据金融发展当中呢，今年我们做分析的时候呢，还有一个特点呢，金融数据市场的建设应该是开始进行也是要一个看很多不同的这个发展模式特别是从政策角度、技术来分析金融市场的这个发展。这个方面呢，特别是在国家这个就是数据空间建设行动这样一个指引下，每一个这个金融机构开始着手建设数据空间的这个趋势。那在目的是激活这个数据要素推动这个数据的流通更好的这个释放数据的这个unleash这个利用的价值。所以我想这是从数字金融来几个新的进展。那最后一个呢，就是政策怎么发展。那么这个未来这个发展数字经济和发展数字金融，其实国家都出台了一系列的这个顶层的设计发展的文件。那么总的来讲呢，就是从数字经济来讲就是要进一步的推动数字经济和实体经济的深度融合，用发展最重要的是要把经济的效率提高。另外呢，就是要按照中央的这个统一的要求和部署呢，就是进一步的深化落实人工智能加这个战略因为人工智能特别是大模型的应用我们这个要突出中国市场很大这个我们有巨大的市场的潜力，所以要突出这个 AI 的应用要按照这样的一个这个原则吧。那么从这个数字经济和实体经济的融合，从这个人工智能加的这个行动方案的落实从这个角度来进一步的发展。所以下一步呢，这个应该要坚持问题导向、系统的谋划，从这个进一步的这个从以下几个方面来 这个破解数字经济发展存在的一些堵点，比如说要进一步完善数字经济的产业生态那这里头怎么样来促进优化研发费用加计扣除的这种这个落实好这个政策，将传统的产业这个形态吧怎么样来这个促进它这个结构调整和转型升级在这些方面呢，这个需要进一步加大力度，同时要加快培育科技、产业、金融良性循环的合作生态。因为大家知道这个数字经济、数字金融其实涉及到产业、科技、金融它们三者之间这么良性循环。另外呢，为了进一步推动数字消费的发展。当前还有必要呢进一步的破除数字经济消费的这个一些约束一些约束。那么第二个方面就是要加快构建深层次 AI 金融应用的治理闭环。前面我也谈到了，金融机构现在在越来越广泛的应用这个 AI 大模型。那么怎么样来推动金融行业有序的、稳健的使用好大模型？因为大家也都知道，大模型还是有它的缺陷比如说机器幻觉等等。那么对于金融业来讲，我们对这个安全对准确这个办理业务的要求是非常高的所以呢，这个怎么样来解决这些问题？所以下一步呢，也是需要这个加强深层次 AI 金融应用的治理那么这个就是有必要推动金融行业严格执行 AI 的这个算法的备案的制度这个另外呢，根据我们国家出台的深层次人工智能服务管理的暂行办法，来细化金融场景的实施细则。因为这个金融模型、大模型和金融的不同的场景是有不同的匹配这一点是非常重要。另外呢，要聚焦 AI 技术的滥用的风险的治理因为这个在这里面存在很多的问题所以下一步需要这个对金融领域应用 AI 大模型这个治理要进一步的这个加强。第三个方面就是要建设高质量的金融数据市场。这个大家都很清楚就是核心是数据要素，核心是数据要素，所以要探索和完善数据要素的权属、定价、估值、交易流通、入表等等这个一系列的这个理论的依据和实践路径。那么我们很高兴看到各个金融机构在这方面有很多的探索包括数据市场的入表是吧等等。那么数据资产的金融化的问题，也就是说数据市场融资。数据市场的质押，还有数据市场的证券化现在都开始了。这个前让我们首单的数据市场证券化也已经得以实现。所以这些探索呢，为我们这个研究这套理论的依据和探索一条这个符合我们中国国情的这样一个实践路径是很有帮助的。那么下一步还要进一步加快建设金融行业的这个可信数据空间，也就是说要打破我们现在目前还存在的金融机构之间、金融监管部门之间的数据互导的问题。现在这个问题比较普遍的存在，所以这个我们要通过数据空间的建设来解决既可用。同时呢，又要有利于保护隐私和数据的安全那么我在这个分享到这里不对的地方，大家批评指正。谢谢大家。
非常感谢肖主席带来如此全面、深刻，而且极具前瞻性的主演讲。肖主席通过宏观经济数据与微观金融案例相结合的方式，为我们清晰地呈现了数字经济与数字金融当前季度的发展全貌，以及如何做实做好数字金融这件大命题的思考。 让我们对数字金融的发展前景有了更加清晰的认知。再次以热烈的掌声感谢肖主席。接下来将进入圆桌论坛环节。参加本次圆桌论坛的嘉宾分别是清华大学五道口金融学院金融发展与监管科技研究中心主任张家华先生，中国人民银行金融研究所副所长莫光贵先生，蚂蚁集团研究院院长李振华先生，北京智普华章科技股份有限公司 CEO 张鹏先生。以热烈的掌声有请各位嘉宾上台就座。好，刚刚肖老师的演讲为我们刻画了金融，尤其是数字金融的美好的前景。但是呢，作为群众人啊，尤其是在行业里面就业的这个每一个这个从业者来说，可能如何看清未来的趋势呢是最重要的。那么首先呢，请问张家华主任，就是在当前数字经济快速发展的人工智能深度渗透的新的形势之下，金融行业该如何找准AI 加的这个关键切入点，以顺应数字金融发展的趋势呢？这个李师傅好。
谢谢主持人啊。AI 加呢，现在应该说已经成了全社会的共识。金融业呢也在大力的引入 AI。现在全社会呢在这样的一种全社会 AI 的这样的一种背景下，金融业呢实际上呢还是要围绕自己的核心的目的，如何去就是利用更好的利用 AI 的技术。AI 它实际上是一种技术，它的目的本身还是为了实现我们金融业的功能。那金融业的功能呢，实际上就是说这个无非是说它的就是这种服务的手段啊，服务的这样的一种路径，包括服务的产品有所变化。那么在 AI 的这样背景下，它有些什么新的变化？我觉得可能有几个大的。第一个就是说，在你要解决如何更好的就是匹配客户，这是 AI 的一个优势，就是你能够更好的由于 AI 技术的加持，使得我们金融机构能够首先能够更好的寻找到我们的目标客户群体，同时呢，能够更好的找到客户的实际的需求。就是你找客户之后呢，然后客户的需求是什么样的？客户的有了需求之后，风险位置是否符合？这个也是我们说，这些都是在未来啊，就是 AI 可能能够给我们金融赋能的一些重要的方面，因为它实际上可以在 AI 呢，可以在我们金融业的，你会发现它可以在我们全流程过程当中，在服务客户的全流程过程中，全都能够有它的增值的贡献。就是说，首先要满足客户的，就是要了解客户，满足客户的需求，同时还要适应他们金融机构的真正的能力。这些呢，就是在 AI 呢，应该说是可以有一个方面。当然，你要想实现这样的就是功能，也需要具备很多的一些实践。其实肖主席刚才在他的报告里面提到了他的很多的一些政策建议，实际上就是我们需要做的。这里边有几方面啊，一方面是说，一个是说，因为数字金融是高度依赖于技术进步的，包括我们说的 AI 技术、AI 技术的AI 技术的进步。那么它呢 AI 呢有 AI 的一些问题。如何更好的使用 AI？这个肖主席的报告里面已经展示了不多讲。我就说，我们从一个金融业来说，如果说更好的利用 AI，首先就是要对这个技术的就是说能力、技术的这种成本、它的风险都要了解。那如何就是说在更好的用这些 AI？除了就是在技术层面上的一些进步我们不谈以外，因为高度依赖技术，技术的进步，包括 AI 的刚才就说到这种算法的实现，包括我说的数学高质量数据的准备啊，这些之外，就金融机构本身来说，它还要就是说要对这个 AI 有一个了解，同时最关键的是 AI 实际上要适合你自己。 并不是说所有机构你都能够全面的利用这个 AI。我们讲就是说 AI 呢需要大量投入的，这个不同的金融机构他们的能力，刚才肖总的报告里边提到了，前些年金融科技这些大规模的快速的投入银行业投入但这2年投入其实增长在放缓，也说明了一个趋势，就是说这个东西它不一定光是规律的，一定程度上还需要跟你自身的这种能力建设匹配。我自己呢就是跟具体的能力。 跟我们的目标，那么金融机构、大型金融机构可以有大规模的 application， 但是中小型的不用，可能我们需要有通用性的技术，包括就是说我们说的自动大模型，因为这个DPP 的出现，最大的一个贡献其实就是降低了它的成本，但是大模型毕竟是通用的，因为每个金融机构其实还是要有自身的一些专用的一些模型，所以像这些呢，说技术的适用性非常重要，能要有投入，但是呢要适合自身的能力，满足自己的要求，而且这跨行业，它实际上不同行业也是这个不一样的，这种对这个技术的需求也不一样，跟自身的定位也有差异。你想现在这样，哪些是基因就是人工智能能够替代的，哪些是目前还做不到的，哪些是即使能做到现在还不能用。 其实这个因为我们都知道，金融业是一个高度监管的行业所以我们要保持消费者利益，保证金融消费者大权益，如何去在 AI 这个时代下更好去保护，这是个很大的一个挑战。那么这些人工智能的使用呢，它会带来一些新的问题，我们去讲，就是说，至少是说我们这个。 满足消费者需求，适应自身的这种能力建设这方面呢，我觉得是可能是在AI 时代下，就是我们如何更好的利用 AI 这是一个非常重要的一个挑战，好吧？这关于我先说这么多。
感谢建华主任。那能不能理解，就是说，实际上这个 AI 呢，它是给我们为客户做菜这个提供了一个非常好的工具，但是你的客户在哪里，这个菜怎么去做，实际上是由 这个金融业的身体和本质决定的。
我觉得你说这个比喻还是比较形象的实际上是这么回事，就是你要想 AI 呢，只是赋予了你这个能力，但是呢，你是不是真正的就能够实现？这个还要看取决于你自身的这样的全部的，就是更好的一个工具太好，会不会用？ 能不能用好，这个其实也非常关键我觉得它 AI 更多的是像是我们说的一个给你能力的提升的一个倍增器这个当然如果没有，我们可以这样说在这个数字化时代，特别是在全社会在就是人工智能大规模使用的情况下，如果金融机构不用 AI， 那肯定要被淘汰。 换句话说 ，AI 呢是一个必要的，但是它还不够充分。
那在推动数字金融与人工智能融合过程当中，这个可能有的时候呢，业务是往前走的比较快的，而监管呢，有的时候可能是看到业务中存在的各种各样的漏洞之后，然后才提出了监管的措施如果监管本身它具有智慧性的话，也可能会带来诸多的隐患那接下来想听一下莫所长对于健全金融监管机制和治理体系的一个看法。您认为如何健全与人工智能发展相适配的金融监管机制和治理体系？
好的，谢谢王院长。这刚刚肖主席在报告里头已经讲到了，我觉得可能我们更多的用到这个治理这个行业，就是肖主席讲的，就是说我们怎么形成这个闭环的这个治理。治理如果大概念来讲，我觉得也包括监管在里头，这样能够更好一些。 那么这个新的形式呢，就是因为大模型的这个快速的这个应用演进所以新一代的人工智能技术快速演进。那么总书记在这个前不久24增值级机器学习的时候提了6个的要求就是要有益、安全、公平。那么特别是从安全和公平这个角度来讲，它无非就是对治理的一个要求 那么实际上呢，对人工智能治理，肖主任刚刚已经介绍，其实已经国际上也好，我们国内也好，其实已经在慢慢做起来了，而且在慢慢的完善。那么人民银行呢，其实也发布了这个智能算法金融应用的一些信息披露指南和评价的一些规范。也有在发布了金融领域科技伦理的一些指引等等这些在形成，但是呢，就是我们可能面临一些新的形势，特别是像肖主任讲的，以 SIC 为代表的这个刚才这个建华主任也讲，就是有这个应用在不断的深化。那么从这个治理这个角度呢，我们就要关注风险，关注挑战。我觉得可能从2个维度可能要关注一下。第一个呢，就是说，这个 AI 相对于以前不用 AI， 它带来了哪些新的风险新的风险。我觉得至少可能有这个大家可能都比较熟悉，至少有这几个方面是吧？第一个是这个模型的幻觉那么这对数据的要求就比较高，特别金融它对这个精准性专业性一致性、稳定性这些要求是比较高的。那个幻觉的话，存在幻觉的话，有一些领域是不能用的。第二个是算法的这个黑箱是吧？算法的黑箱，那算法的黑箱呢，那么就是这就可能对一些关键的业务就满足不了这个传统接管的一些要求，而且也不利于这个风险管理的溯源也不利于这个责任的认定，所以这个也是一个问题。第三个就是算法的提示这个大家可能关注比较多。那这些可能是相对来说呢，比较这个 AI 它一些新的风险领域吧。第二个角度，我觉得我们还要关注的就是AI， 特别是大模型应用，它是不是会放大传统的这个风险我觉得可能有4个可能需要我们去关注的。第一个就是顺周期的风险这个金融本身它具有顺周期，顺周期加强呢就会引发系统性的金融风险。那么这个就是由于这个模型的这个共振就带来，就是你的模型的算法你用的训练数据都是相似的。导致你的行为决策的这个结果是同质的这样带来了很多的问题，会带来羊群效应。第二个呢，就是特别大模型的应用刚才这个肖书记也说了，这个建华主任也说了，就是说可能就是用的人越来越多，特别中小机构又用起来了。而且就是可能就对这个一些大型科技公司就依赖性就加强了。可能我们很多金融机构都依赖那么少数的几家这个科技公司那么这些科技公司呢，它实际上就有点变成了，也变成了一个金融的基础设施，是吧？金融的基础设施。那么这个呢，可能就会也可能放大相关的风险那么第三个呢，就是刚才这个肖主任也提到了，就是说这个 DeepSeek 的应用为这个技术平权，是吧？当然就是更多的来讲，可能缩小这个技术的这个鸿沟，但是是不是还有其他方面的效应？就对大型和中小金融机构，它的影响的差距是缩小了，还放大了？可能还要细致的研究细致的研究。那么最后一个呢，就是消费者权益的保护
The final part I'd like to address is how to protect the interests of consumers with the release of the LLM, whether it provides greater convenience for protection of consumers' interests or whether there will be more challenges in protection. I think some of the risks are looming large. How are we going to address this kind of challenge? I got a lot of benefits of the closed-loop concept of the AI governance mentioned by Professor Xiao. I think the concept or ideology of a closed-loop ecosystem has covered 6 points. First, financial institutions and individual investors or consumer, and fintech and tech companies. And the 4th part is related to the self-disciplined organizations within the industry. The 5th part is the regulator. The 6th part of the stakeholder is related to the participants and also the players in the ecosystem. So 6 different parties are involved. If we proceed from those kind of rights and interests, if we are going to build a closed-loop ecosystem, we need to have a very clear division of the accountability and responsibility to increase the governance. In terms of the governance, as it was mentioned by the previous two speakers, we need to exercise greater caution and prudence in the AI governance. That is to say, first of all, we need to address the importance of the application scenario and also the utilization of the adaptability and accommodation of some of the specific technology. If we just use those kind of technology for the sake of utilization, so we will actually overemphasize the complicacy of this kind of technology. So to have a very good suitability in terms of the configuration is very important. To find suitable technology for those kind of scenarios, we need to have a tailor-made or customized development for those kind of scenario to avoid the crowd mentality. Thirdly, I would like to emphasize the harmonization between human beings and also machines. This should also merit greater attention from the regulator. We should integrate LLM into the overall risk control and also the compliance issue to be more important to the reconfiguration of the business process. Since the release of the LLM, the business process is not it was or not what it used to be. My personal observation is that for some key production process, there are some of the key steps in the process of the management. We need to have a human intervention. We need to have our own management and supervision. So the manual invention or the manual harmonization is very important to increase the controllability. From the perspective of the regulator, we need to be accommodating and exercise high level of the caution and to realize the neutral management of the technology and also the deeper utilization of the fintech tools, and we need to allow and provide greater tolerance of the trial errors and to support the development of the fintech companies within the framework of risk control, and also we need to improve the realistic application in the actual scenarios. We need to have tiered management in those kind of issues to have a standardized or benchmark application, proceeding from different kinds of business application and proceeding from those kind of characteristics of business. We need to have a case-by-case analysis to have localized management, for example, the access criteria, the registration, and how to put forward criteria for those kind of records, and to have clear-cut supervision. The next point, we need to tighten the development of the fintech. For example, in my observation, in terms of the application of the LLM in the financial management, we need to improve our competence and our ability. We are talking a lot about intelligentization. How can we better build up the constructions of those kind of so-called smart or intelligent supervision? That is a very important point. And also, we need to put forward higher demands for those kind of regulator, and the regulator need to improve themselves because the fintech infrastructure is very important. Last but not least, proceeding from the perspective of the management, as it was mentioned by Professor Xiao, Director Xiao, because for the regulator, sometimes it is highly deviated or very distant from the actual practitioners or players. We need to provide greater empowerment, and for those kind of self-discipline among the industries, we need to exercise greater discipline and to increase those kind of optimization, to have those kind of protocol for the governance, or to set up some of the industrial benchmark for those kind of players. For the tech companies themselves, they share greater responsibility and accountability. How can we provide greater management for the moral hazards? How do we better improve those kind of ethical management in the financial practice and to build a harmonious relationship with the financial institution? Last but not the least, regarding for those kind of practitioners, we need to cultivate the AI-related talents to better cultivate our demand for those kind of application and to provide greater facilitation to the regulator. So this is my personal suggestions. Thank you, Director Moore. I think you relate to the part of the security concern and also the risk control. That is why in the foreseeable future there are 4 parts of the risk. You also put forward the closed-loop governance and management. That is a very important ideology. I would like to ask Director Tsinghua, and actually you mentioned that for those kind of different kinds of management in the financial practice, and there are different kinds of the announcement referring to the 5 articles I mentioned. So Joshua, I would like to ask you, for our group, it is a very important player in terms of the inclusive finance. As a very very important researcher and also the dean of the research institute of our group. Can you share with us what is your view relating to the AI empowerment and also the inclusive finance? Thank you. According to the arrangement of this conference, I have prepared a PPT with some of the slides. So I would like to go through this kind of slide page by page. First of all, I would like to mention that for AI application, from this wave of the wide application of the LLM, there are different kinds of the utilization relating to different kinds of orientation. With the release of the sensational OpenAI, ChatGPT in 2022, and also by the end of 2024, there was the release of the RO1 and also OM, also very important LLM, which are highly sensational around the world. So it put for a higher limit for those kind of applications, and actually it broadened the spectrum of the application for those kind of AI. I think these are real breakthroughs in terms of the qualitative assessment. We have also widened this kind of application of the LLM in different kinds of the industry. As you can see in the application of this DeepSeek and also with those kind of the 1000and also other LLM like the chatbot Lightning developed by Chinese companies. And this kind of LLM have already realized a wide range in terms of the actual utilization rate for the protocol of the NCP and also the A2A protocol. These two kinds of protocols has actually lowered the entry barrier and also the difficulty in the utilization of the LLM models and also the difficulties in the connectivity among different kinds of protocols, which provide solid foundation for the wide range of the utilization. For the 1000or Mini-bot or other kinds of the chatbots, compared with the previous iteration of SaaS, its typical growth each year is actually more amazing. In the past, the 10 years growth of SaaS has reached a market size of around $3 billion. However, for the general purpose LLM, its application has been witnessing a very quick ramp-up in terms of the actual utilization rate. So actually, for the AI application in the foreseeable future, it will provide a range for those kind of possibility of application. That is why, in our personal perspective, I believe that the market size will reach around $15 trillion, $15 trillion. So in this kind of application in the financial industry, among different kinds of industry and sectors, I believe several sectors from healthcare, finance, and also e-commerce, cross-border e-commerce, telecommunication, media, and all of the above-mentioned industries will witness rapid progress because of the AI. Finance industry is one of the earliest adopters of those kind of LLM. So this will be a very important case in point for this kind of application. The totality and the combination between the big and different kinds of the models become a paradigm for the large models or the LLM. It has be blessed with different kinds of features and functions. For some, in terms of utilization, like the reference and also integration of on the basis of multimodal, it can provide a very good paradigm for the medium or smaller size of the models in terms of the use in the specific application scenario. It has very typical functions and also performance. So these two kinds of model, large models and small models, can actually be accommodating and mutual enhancement towards each other. So this has already a new paradigm in front of us. The second point I would like to mention is that according to our observation and surveys that we have conducted so far, from and to India to different kinds of the major players in terms of chip making or the so-called Magnificent Seven in terms of the high-tech stock in the US market, and they have already collaborated with the fintech regulators to improve the utilization of the AI empowerment from the general purpose utilization to those kind of scenario utilization. This has broadened the range of this kind of utilization. My personal observation is that for the financial LLM, it is a very important class among the 5 articles that we have referred to. In terms of the so-called digital empowerment, it is a very important driver, and it can be served as a kind of powerhouse process because the machine-to-human interaction and also the generalization of the models, very complicated reference, and also the non-structural application of those types of scenarios, and also data to non-data processing. These are already very universal. In terms of the content generation, it can present numerous types of the advantage. This can provide greater higher rate in terms of the utilization of the inclusive finance to provide accurate empowerment and to have a realization of the tailor-made services. So I do not want to dive into details. They are the points that I have made from those types of accessibility and affordability of financial service. This is already making tremendous progress for the machine-to-human interaction and also the multimodal perception. And this kind of prerequisite has provided us with a lot of prerequisites for us to increase utilization rate. It can also provide 24/7 response with high agility. So this cannot be achieved just by manual labor that was existing in the past. So among different kinds of financial institutions, they have also conducted different kinds of trial. In terms of the wealth management under our group, we have also done a lot of pilot programs and also used a lot of low-hanging fruits. In terms of more accurate and more precise services, in terms of the LLM, regarding for those kind of large margin, the holistic management of the data, so that it is unprecedented since the record in our historical trajectory. This can also provide greater prerequisite for us to make any decision or very important judgment for us to get more facilitation in risk control. So that is why it can empower the financial institution to have a very good or accurate judgment or those kind of prediction of the future development. And what is more, we can have personalized and highly tailor-made solutions. In the past, we also talk about customer-centric. Different kinds of the customer can provide a highly customized solution with the application of the LLM empowered by AI. Those kind of highly customized services that can meet the needs of a large number of different kinds of customers can become possible. In the past, those kind of highly customized services was very expensive. However, with the accessibility to LLM, they can provide a lot of facilitation to the wealth management, either to the corporate customer or the individual customer with high level of professionality. So this kind of intelligent or highly customized services has become more and more universal. And what is more, as it was mentioned by Director Mo, we need to have a greater coordination among different kinds of the stakeholders. On one hand, I think that we are in a shortage of those kind of improvement of utilization of the tier management or regulation or supervision in terms of the intelligent driving or in terms of the auto-piloting. And also we need to create a kind of instructive data set management in terms of the overall supervision relating to the MOA or the autonomous driving. We need to accumulate a high level of expertise, of know-how to build those kind of drivers for the referencing model for the industry. We are also building greater connectivity among different kinds of workflows. And with this kind of connectivity, they should be supported by better instruction based on big data or more accurate prediction. We are also leveraging on this kind of infrastructure or different kinds of utility to facilitate the empowerment of AI. In the past, the localization of those kind of AI services, we actually put forward some of the knowledge gap or those kind of so-called methods, rules, application or demonstration among different financial institutions. So we need to implement the concept of AI plus cloud and to widen this kind of application. And also we need to improve those kind of applications of the LLM in the financial industry. Thank you, Director Joe Li. So I would like to ask Mr. Zhang Peng, the CEO of Tsinghua AI. We are having those kind of concept called generative AI. It has actually crossed the border or it has surpassed the limitation of the general purpose AI in the universities and college teaching or those kind of curriculum design. And a lot of college students have been approaching us by asking actually what kind of real benefits or tangible benefits can it be granting to those kind of university students. So in the 3 to 5 years, in terms of the reshaping of the value chain ecosystem, in terms of the affordability and accessibility, what kind of breakthrough we need to achieve. Thank you very much, moderator. Thank you for your questions. For the questions that you have been asking, you asked me to provide you with very clear or precise answer. I think it is beyond my ability. I am actually with the tech background. I was not working in the financial industry in my prior career. For the essence of the LLM, it is related to the aggregation and also analysis of the world knowledge and to have a reverse kind of utilization. For the reverse use of the financial institution, after chatting with many players in the industry, I have also generated some of my personal observations. And also, it is a kind of relocation or a kind of reallocation of those kind of resources or assets. I am with the tech background, or for those who have been working in AI field, so this is the most optimal solution for those kind of equations or the unsolved mathematics relating to those kind of functions or coefficient. So we hope that we can get the most optimal answer or the best answer to those kind of mathematical issues or those kind of issues. As it was mentioned by Director Tsinghua, if you want to address the equation, you can use those different kinds of the mathematical solutions or methodologies, etc., rather than just using those kind of financial tools. For AI, since it's invention, it is blessed with a lot of state-of-the-art technology, and also we need to attention to each detail element in terms of its application in the investment and also in those kind of creative industry. It can also play a sensational role in the financial institution. So it is both a tool and also it is a very good answer to address those kind of issues relating to equation or those kind of relations between different kinds of the coefficient. So we need to find the most optimal answer within this kind of equation. No one has already got the answer yet. Everyone is waiting for the optimal solution, and also everyone is waiting for the better answer to address those kind of bottleneck for the financial industry and also the so-called digital finance. We need to secure a higher demanding point to address those kind of equation or formula related issue or to change the paradigm for the financial services. Originally, I was told that for the forthcoming of the AI, with the introduction of the AI, the financial industry has also witnessed a lot of reshaping from being product-oriented to service-oriented. As it was mentioned by Director Lee, customized services is actually sharing the same characteristic. We need to build a connection not just between the corporations, institutions, and customer. Rather, those kind of services can be realized through various kinds of services. If we are going to achieve those kind of facilitation, if we have an analysis in the reverse direction, this has posed a high demand for the capability in the coordination, management, and governance. We should acknowledge that in a lot of applications, the AI has already been widely used and it has already surpassed the capability of a lot of manual labor. Just now you mentioned for those kind of researchers, they need to take them 2 to 3 days to generate and collect a lot of data to write a research report. Now it will just take them 20 to 50 minutes to provide a higher than par report. So this improvement of the efficiency can bring a lot of real changes. The services to a customer do not have to be wait until 2 to 3 days later. The customer can get those kind of solution or those kind of results for those kind of solutions within a very short period of time.
Put money in bank accounts and also buy insurance, and every time I make an app, I actually see a market of complex information such as the use, such as tenure, but I don't think this is something I want. As a customer, all I want is something at a macroscopic level, something in general telling me whether I'm having a higher yield or lower return. And then I will know where things have gone up, where things have gone down. And this is telling about the value the customer is receiving. Say I'm buying wealth management products, and you usually have to ask the customer manager a lot of questions, and sometimes they can provide you better professionally. So what we see is that along this chain, we are seeing the shock from new technologies and new productive forces. Every customer and also every employee in the industry are under that shock. We are seeing possibilities of pushing envelope, right? Everything is bespoke and individualized. It's not about just providing you one answer in a unified way. Instead, we have AI agent that understands the customer with a pretty nice look as well. Or in future, that agent is going to be simply for you, knowing your preferences and also your, say, trading history. And then they look at the back office research, say, research reports, risk control, say, financial reports, etc. If you're trying to rely on manual labor to collect information, to establish the model, it might be too complex and time-consuming. So we have to use new tools and new approaches to make sure that things are being expedited. So we're seeing that across the whole ecosystem, different things can be done. Also for regulators, right? Regulators will stay ahead, and people are trying to stay ahead of regulation as well. They're using AI tools to make fraudulent acts ahead of regulation. And our role is to make sure that as regulators we protect the consumers so that no one is going to be capitalizing on these loopholes in way of gapping regulation. We have to understand technology and also have to understand technology as how it is used in regulation. As a result, AI has been making new attempts, working with financial institutions and major banks and also regulators to see how these technologies can support us in different scenarios and setups. Sometimes they can provide you very useful values immediately. We can use AI-based customer service in lieu of, say, human one. At the same time, it might be leading to risks. And we have to do more co-creation, such as data, standards, and rules, where we have to promote joint efforts. Certain technologies are actually becoming available this year. Last year, it might be taking a lot of power and time to develop a kind of a research report system, but now we see it seems like the efficiency has grown hugely. We're having a new paradigm indeed, and that's a journey of development. We're seeing some of the breakthroughs at certain junctures, but it's more important to connect different nodes in the ecosystem, in the chains to have a general paradigm shift. It's not just about financing, for sure. As I was talking to Mr. Lee from Ali, AI will become infrastructure in the future. When are you thinking that this infrastructure is benefiting you instead of threatening you? It's only when it is going to be well received and customized, and no people are being alienated by that. So it is only at that moment when the AI is going to be on our grounds. So we've been doing tech research and development over the years, working in different financial institutions, and this is a quick overview of my key takeaways. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhang. You've been upgrading, say, tech tool into an investment element technology and also governance technology. And just now, Mr. talked about role tech may play, AI may play. And indeed, we have to look around the optics of consumers. Now, now with more scenarios of digital finance, we now have more challenges protecting the interests of consumers. Mr. Moore said that during that process, if you rely too heavily on technology, there can be problems such as algorithms and black box leading to intransparency of decision making and abuse leading to a leakage of confidential information and privacy. So, Mr. Zhang, what are the potential risks and challenges brought by digital finance to the protection of the rights and interests of consumers? Okay, regarding this issue, I believe there are challenges, but surely silver linings. Digital finance is more accurate, so it's easier to find the problem. where we are trying to protect the consumers' interests. Concerning financial consumers, there are 8 types of interests or rights. The rights to be informed, the transparency, the right to have fair trading, so they are getting reasonable price, so that you can access to financial services in a very easy way, and also the security of your assets, making sure that financial institutions will be held accountable for the assets of their customers. And also we have protection of information, making sure that it's not being abused and privacy is not breached. So altogether, consumers in finance have 8 titles. And now in digital finance, some of these titles or rights have been expanded in nature. For example, the abuse of information. And because digital finance uses a massive amount of data, thereby it has to use some of the confidential data or information, and we have to make sure that it is not abused. I think Mr. Mo, in his part, already talked about that from the perspective of risk prevention. A regulator is simply doing 2 things, right? First, prevention of systemic risk. Second, protection of the rights and interests of consumers. So for all those regulatory policies, they are helping us prevent risks, and also they're trying to better protect the consumers. Now with digital finance, or more broadly digital economy, what can we do to protect the interests of consumers using digital finance? Well, some of those loopholes are going to be, say, can be bigger, but they can do some positive things as well. Now, in digital economy, we have a massive amount of data which can be accessed online. But we have to look at how we properly track the process, we track how the data is being used. In society, we have greater transparency because we have public supervision and oversight, and also when information is being accessed, we can use what we call off-field approach. In the past, we don't have access in the fields trying to do things on premises, but now we have the data interactivity between the financial institutions and the regulators, so we have access to data usage. At the same time, consumer has more channels to file their claims. Digital economy is big data available, receiving information, and media spreading out information. Media spreading out information quickly, so they can try to find more ways of protecting their rights. In digital economy, yes, we know that we still have our black box, and they might be leading to harms, but consumers themselves can use the network to better protect themselves in response to the requirements of the regulator. But we cannot just rely on consumers' rights. We need to have what social obligations of the industry. We should never have any discrimination using our black box against consumers. We have to find the balance between efficiency and equity, between benefits that we give to consumers. If you look at the algorithm of financial institutions, in the end, they have to provide us the optimal solution. Because all models are trying to give us the most optimal solution answer. If we look at the target functions, right, in our teaching, you know that one variable being set, or one function being set is maximization of profits. But for that function, we have to put in some constraints. It's not just about profitability. We have to make sure that profit is generated to the maximum as long as we follow certain restraints, and that is the result. There can be a lot of different restraints, and we just cannot talk about all of them. In a way, it's about how we protect the rights of consumers, and that information is entered as a constraint. So this model generates a conclusion that is acceptable by the consumers. Its target function incorporates the protection of consumers' rights. At the same time, we have what we call full cycle, full process management and control. In that process, we're doing, say, supervision, concerning protection of the rights of consumers and risk, and clear disclosure of price, and also the total cost being collected. We're trying to provide all the information to the past might be having some latent or hidden cost fees, and now everything has to be laid bare and transparent. So I think concerning digital finance, it's really come down to how we use the tool properly. It brings challenges, but in way of protecting the rights of consumers, digital finance is also giving us a silver lining as well. Sorry, a silver lining. Well, we heard from the John that behind digital finance, we still have to look at how we guard against risk and protect the rights. AI 驱动的金融新银行也会带来一个新的 constraints， 风险的信息 AI will be used to lead to new types of systemic risk. Mr. Mo said that there can be different modalities of risk, and there are four that you just mentioned. And you talk about how we can establish a macroprudential regulatory system for the AI era. Well, this macroprudential regulatory system, how exactly does it look like? Can you feed us some details? With passion. Right, for macro prudential regulation, we look at two things: regulation, that is more macroscopic, and also management, that is more microscopic. And this is something that we do in tandem with PBCSF efforts. Two things that we're now doing in macroprudence. The first is counter-cyclical. The second is formulation of cross-institutional and cross-market contagion. There are two things which are considered now with the application of AI. Systematically counting financial institutions might be under some labels. We have to know what they are, and we try to see whether it is necessary for us to apply actual regulatory requirements, such as whether we're doing stress testing under, say, customized models, and also the provision, and asset management, capital adequacy management. And then the other thing is about the financial infrastructure enabled by AI. Then these are financial institutions that are asset management, and they have to be under more stringent oversight or more scrutiny. Now with the new gen AI, we are seeing that there's a lot of research. There is greater interconnectedness across different markets, different institutions, and also different regions. So this cross-border knowledge will also be better facilitated, and we have to do more monitoring and more analytics, and also better sharing between regulators, the exchange of risk and intelligence, regulatory collaboration and contingency plans, etc., should also be placed. Fourthly, capacity building for regulator, use AI or large language models, make sure that we can better, say, standards and monitor system risk.
可能要注意就是要制定那些防范于人工智能大模型带来的这种
against the market turbulence caused by the large language models. We need to have contingency measures, make sure that whatever it is observed, we can have a counter response. Try just how different panelists talk about different perspectives, their views on the production of digital finance, of AI, to try to do something that is the most critical in the finance industry. In less than a minute each, can you give us a forecast of the future outlook of digital finance? So maybe we can start with Mr. Zhang Peng. Okay, I'll take the lead offering you my thoughts. Personally, the future of digital finance would be like water and air, benefiting us subconsciously. You may not be aware it is there, but it is there as always, providing you good service. But it requires that we have good technologies, good data, and good guarantee and warrants from regulators for greater safety and security, so that people are savoring the service without having spent too much time actually checking out the loopholes. Okay, now it's my turn.
我们知道在
As we know, the last generation of digital technology, when we have big data and internet, China was greatly boosted in its financial innovation. And China somehow successfully became a financial powerhouse. And in my forecast, we can use Gen AI large language models to greatly empower the financial sector in China so that we can be more internationally competitive with leaps and bounds development. Yet in that process, as Mr. Mo just said, we have to learn from the lessons in the previous digital era. Now, concerning how we use large language models in finance, we need to look at the new regulatory requirements and policies, such as stratification, as just mentioned, and also prevention against system risk and the cross-segment and cross-domain contagion. While these policies will have to be available, yet I think we can surely find the optimal solution to all of these. Alright, we have 5 major areas for financial development, and now empowered by AI, digital finance, in relation to the other 4 major areas, it's going to be the main bolster and force in this aspect. But there is constraints: security and equity, or fairness. Well, I just one quick thing to add. I read these slides from Mr. Tsinghua saying that the future will have explosive growth of, say, finance. Now we are actually having a need for that. For Gen AI. And yeah, Gen AI is leading exclusive growth every year concerning digital finance. Now we achieve the finance. In future, we have a higher rung on the ladder that is intelligent finance. I think in the near future, financial China will definitely become more intelligent. And your insights should be continued to be expressed. That's all for this section. Thank you for your attendance.
尊敬的各位嘉宾，尊敬的朋友们，大家好，欢迎来到本次清华大学五道口金融学院 MB 中心提供学术支持的全球资本市场展望与发展主题讨论现场。非常荣幸能够在今天这个重要的时刻与各位相聚一堂，共同探讨全球资本市场这一备受瞩目的议题。在全球经济一体化的大背景下，资本市场作为国民经济的晴雨表和资源配置的重要核心场所，与全球经济息息相关。作为企业的融资场所，各类机构投资者、个人投资者的财富运营的场所，它对我们的宏观经济的稳定、全球经济、投资、贸易的稳定发展具有极其重要的作用。因此，在这里深入探讨资本市场的发展与展望，具有非常重要的现实意义。接下来，我想介绍一下我们这场论坛的4位重磅嘉宾。第一位是香港职业资深大律师。香港证券与期货事务监察委员会前主席梁立邦先生。第二位，中国证监会原主席助理、中国贸易促进会原副会长张胜峰先生。中国证券金融股份有限公司原董事长聂庆平先生。International Forum of Sovereign Wealth Fund, Mr. Bonfield. Thank you. So, 我们现在有请我们的4位嘉宾上台，谢谢。
在我们国家呢，其实大家也看到，对于科技创新的重视呢是越来越大。从金融角度来说，
好，我们今天的论坛首先是请4位嘉宾就我们刚才的主题发表自己的演讲，然后剩余的时间请嘉宾之间相互的讨论提问，最后再请嘉宾用1分钟的时间陈述一下自己的核心观点。好，下面我们有请梁立邦先生。
谢谢王院长。大家好。今天非常高兴啊，我见了好多老朋友啊。那么就是我们2位的老朋友，都是证监会的我们的老同事。那么还有我们新朋友啊。我今天呢就是讲历史啊。那么就是刚才今天的那个题目就是一个基本上是全球化。那么全球化什么来的这个概念啊？那么其实你可以看到呢，就是一直到了大概是70年代，全球的资本市场基本上啊都是一个本土市场，除了伦敦、纽约都不是国际市场了。在70年代都是本地市场。那么你可以看到，就是美国的资本市场，1950年代它的外来的参与大家是2%，1990年大概是8%， 2023年，那么这个是美国联储的这个数字啊，18%。那么你可以看到这么多年呢，从就是2%，一直呢到了18%，那么也不算是一个非常大的国际市场，82%都是它的本土市场。那么，所以怎么谈是全球化的问题这样？那么，但是美国是全球最大的资本市场。那么，但是呢，我们要讲到呢，就是90年代的初期。90年代的初期呢，香港本身是一个本土市场来着，外来的参与非常少。问题是这样啊，我们当时的就是发行股票的时候，那么王主任、王院长也要当发行股了，是吧？你也知道啊。那么这是一个发行市场的时候，当时香港的发行市场，那么呢，就是呢用什么抽签的方法来做的，填表抽签的方法来做。不是我们现在做 book building 的方法来做，那么都是非常，一直到了做了 H 股之后，1992年做了 H 股，当时呢就是呢，当时 H 股变成了就是呢，开始做一个全球市场。那么当时就是为什么香港也想做 H 股呢？主要当时我还记得1992年，今天还在呢，当时是我们一起去了，那么1992年的时候见到朱镕基副总理的时候，他们就说我们那个市场，我们必须，我们中国要发展我们的产业，必须呢就是呢走着全球化的潮流。那么，它的全球化的潮流是什么东西呢？这2方面，一方面呢就是呢，我们可以呢取得就是呢全球的最科学性的那种监管的，包括公司治理的这些知识，这个第一。第二呢，我们希望可以创汇。1992年的时候，我们国家的外汇储备是大概是200亿美元，这是1992年的时候200亿美元。2011年，我们国家的这个外汇储备是32000亿美元的相等。那么你可以看到，就是大概是20年左右这个时间，这个是一个全球化本身的。那么这个结果的，这个结果是什么呢？就是呢，我有体验到就是呢， 当时就是我后来1995年当了那个香港证监会的主席的时候，那么香港呢当时呢还有2年就回到我们国家的怀抱。那么，但是很多人就说，香港会不会再继续做一个国际市场呢？问题这样啊，而且当时呢 ，H 股呢还算是呢，大概是占我们市场1997年啊，大概是 H 股的5年的那个光景，5年的光景。当时呢，就是 H 股呢也不算是非常大的，所以我当时呢就是呢，有人就叫我，如果是香港也变成国际市场的话，香港呢必须在监管机构，在国际的定国际规矩的这个那个组织里边，必须有占一个职位，就是呢国际的规矩，香港呢是有份去来做。所以呢，当时呢我也竞选了当那个国际证监会的这个技术委员会主席。后来是竞选上了，之后呢我发现了竞选上了之后，那么我们有制定就是全球化的这个国际的规矩的话，这个问题怎么去处理呢？后来我发现呢，只有基本上呢有2个问题的。一个问题呢就是呢，来金融的那个生态啊，里边呢有分成2部分的，一部分呢就是它的科学性。另外一部分呢，它是它的政治经济性。的科学性是什么呢？科学性呢就是呢，大家的共同语言，在金融生态里边，就是在金融生态里边呢，在世界历史、人类历史里边呢，是有几百年了，这要几百年所累积的这些科学性的这种监管方法、处理方法，都是有它的科学性，有经过它的那个经验淘汰之后，学了教训之后呢，变成一个规律。那么这种东西呢，就是一种非常科学的一种方法。那么是其中的一部分。另外一部分呢，就是它的政治经济性。它的政治经济是什么呢？就是呢，每一个地方、每一个国家、每一个地区都有它的独特的、它的文化、政治、它的这个社会结构、人口结构、市场结构。那么另外呢，就是呢，这个政治的经济性在里边呢，就是呢，会呢跟政府的政策不断地来冲击的。在1996年，我是当时是竞选到就是技术委员会主席的时候呢，我发现全球化在那个科学性，大家是有共同语言，那么还是比较好做。所以当时呢，我们可以做到呢，就是呢，全球的这个证券监管的一些总体原则、总规矩，就是跟这个银行的总规矩里边一起来并驾齐驱的，这个第一。另外呢，就是呢，政治经济性，当时呢，就是呢，全球是推动全球化，包括美国是推动全球化。那么美国推动全球化的话呢，最重要的一点呢，就是让市场本身来做选择。那么这政府的干预相对低，市场的选择非常高。那么因此呢，就是从90年代一直到了就是大概是2016年、17年的时候，就是疫情之前，这个时候呢，全世界都是被呢这个全球化、市场驱动的全球化，那么呢来受惠的。那么你可以看到呢，就是每一个资本市场都会受惠，就是全球化的市场，包括就是我们国家的市场。那么我们国家的市场从那个2003年开始，就是开始 QF 制度。那么开始 QF 制度的时候呢，那么呢，就是呢，到了今天来说，我们外来的那个投资者啊，包括就是香港的沪港通外来的投资者，我们在中国的成分不过8%，还是相对少的，是这样的啊。那么。但是呢，这个是全球化，但是全球化的我们受惠的不在我们资本市场，全球化是在我们的产业制度、我们的产业的生产制度在里边。那么所以呢，就是呢，我们的生产到全球最大的生产，我们的工业化是最好的，就是那个全球化的东西。所以工业化的成果现在呢，不完全是进入我们的这个资本市场里边。因为我们工业化是全球最大的、最好的一个工业化的国家，现在来说， 但是呢，我们的资本市场不是全球最大的一个市场，还是一个基本上一个所谓的本土市场，8%，那个包括沪港通、深广通这8%。香港，那么呢，就是呢，基本上呢是一个国际市场。香港的市场现在的那个机构投资者是70%左右，原来是85%的。为什么70%呢？因为是有沪港通、深港通，有沪港通、深港通，那就是很多的内地的个人投资者进入香港，所以呢变成了85%变成70%。所以你可以看到呢，就是呢全球化本身的这对香港、对内地的市场都有非常大的一个促进作用。另外更大的一个促进作用是什么呢？就是它的科学性。它的科学性呢，就是呢我们全球的市场它的共同语言在这里。那么因为是大家都是科学家，对这个问题用科学的方法、科学的态度去来处理。所以我们国家都要参与作为全球的，就是那种央行的机构啊，包括就是呢证券监管的监管全球性的机构啊，包括呢就是银行监管全球性的机构。那么我们中国，包括中国香港，都是有非常积极的参与，把全世界的一些科学性的东西，那么我们可以有制定权，而且在制定权里边还是有非常大的参与的。这个成分在里边，所以今后我们会有
我们的第二个问题马卫华先生，马理事长，您现在是在这个
谢谢梁林邦先生从国际化的角度，跟我们回忆了一下，回顾了一下，这个尤其是香港市场和中国内地市场国际化的一个过程。那么下面我们有请张胜峰，张会长，谢谢。
非常感谢大会邀请哈。刚才梁主席给我们在围绕这个资本市场的全球化问题做了非常好的这个讲解啊，我们受益匪浅啊。根据大会安排呀，我也分享一下自己的观点啊，就是关于在这个全球资本市场啊，目前看到主要是体现为美国市场啊，大家都知道3大指数，中国的 A 股和这港股市场啊，欧洲的德英法意这些市场。包括日韩市场啊、印度市场等等啊，在这些所有的市场当中呢，以美股市场啊，制度体系最完善，投资品种最丰富啊，交易最活跃，这个市场功能与国际影响力呢也是最大。到目前为止，因为美股市场啊已经创立了200多年啊，整个的大概念资本市场呢是120多万亿啊，包括债券市场这个等等的。其中的股票市场有超过60万亿啊，占全球总市值的15%以上，绝对的第一啊。这市场和衍生品市场啊，也是这个全球第一。从这个走势图上看，这是进入新世纪啊，进入新世纪。美股的市场呢，出了3次啊，出了3次呀，这个大的互联网2000年的互联网泡沫。2008年的次贷危机，还有新冠疫情短暂影响冲击，整体上看，美股市场呢，这几10年一直是持续强劲上涨啊。这个进入新的一年啊，体现为经济周期收缩期啊。第二个指数呢是纳斯达克，大家看一下啊，纳斯达克应该说呢，资本市场呢一直引领着全球康波周期的发展啊。从60年代推出的互联网应用，到70年代的苹果电脑诞生，到80年代推出微软，之后呢又诞生了谷歌、英伟达，现在呢英伟达又引领了全球的这个通用人工智能革命。所以说这50、60年来啊，美国的经济为什么持续强劲啊？它一直引领着全球的康波周期啊，一直引领着全球康波周期。 除了我刚才谈到的3个点位3个点位受到比较大的影响，其他呢表现为整体的持续上涨那么这是第3个指数标普500标普500。这个从最近的，除了这几十年，从最近的看，这个2次基金周期，也就是从2019年到目前为止2025年，总共7年，因为每个基金周期是3.5年，大致40个月左右。这个美股市场呢，经历了2次这个相对这个强势的上涨，从2019年的1月进入扩张11个月的调整，又从2022年的11月份一直涨到了2024年的12月和2025年的1月，也就是这3大指数又涨了27个月。进入2025年初，目前为止全球都表现剧烈震荡从今年上特朗普的关税政策4月5、6、7、8持续看低。3大指数呢，整体呢市值损失了7万亿美元后来由于关税政策的变化现在有强劲反弹到了相对的第2次高位。我们预测前4个月的下跌表现为 A 浪最近阶段的反弹表现为 B 浪。下半年我们认为整个的美股市场，甚至包含着整个西方市场，还会走出一个比较明显的 C 浪下跌探底的过程。当然之后还会走出它的固有的规律固有的规律。这是这个股债会三杀呀，当然对我们的影响也是非常明显的。那么接下来的是德国大克指数德国大克指数呢和这个英法德意西班牙这些西方市场呢，整体受美股市场的影响呢比较典型大的走势趋同。前2年在2个基金周期当中，它是走到今年的2月份、3月份创出新高之后，也在这个下跌修复但整体上看，美股呢，这个德股呢，由于在人工智能这个高端制造、新能源转型这一块高科技优势比较明显，所以德国的市场还表现得相对比较强劲有较好竞争力这个英国富时。英国富时100由于英国传统市场经济体系比较完善，服务业比较发达，所以说呢，它在这次的这个回调当中呢，不是特别明显不是特别明显。估值17倍、18倍也相对比较合理，不像纳斯达克现在又回到40倍的估值还是比较脆弱现在看这个英国的市场也比较稳定法国 CAC 40整体上由于它的军工、奢侈品这个高科技等许多这个行业相对比较有竞争力，所以它的市场这些年呢走的也相对比较稳健但是大的格局上还是受美国市场影响比较大一些。东京225指数，东京225大家都知道日本号称持续30年，从90年见顶股市也好，地产也好，在这个深坑里爬了30年，去年9月份刚爬上来。达到了4万多点4万2000多点但是由于它整体上这个目前的人口老龄化的问题，这个美日贸易政策变化问题，以及国际地缘政治影响，它整体上也难以说它的复苏势头能够有多么大的强劲，持续多长时间持续多长时间，这是让我们看到的一个新的情况再一个，大家比较关注的新兴市场当中印度的2个指数，一个是30，再一个是 Nifty50由于印度作为一个新兴市场国家，它这个指数诞生呢也才是3-4年的光景最近这20年来，这个印度的 GDP 增长年复合增长率是6.7%，所以还是比较强劲的还是比较强劲的因此它的指数呢。这2个指数这些年呢，20年来增长了10几倍20年来增长了10几倍。当然呢，由于它这个整体上的通胀率比较高通胀率比较高，这个营商环境呢也时常有一些负面传闻，外资也有时有撤出，所以说它现在呢是处于一个高位盘整阶段高位盘整阶段。在一个大的，在一个整体上全球这个 机器周期这么一个运行阶段啊，应该说它的发展呢，也体现出了一定的脆弱性啊。市场发展呀，可以说是喜忧参半啊，喜忧参半。这个恒生指数啊，这个香港啊，作为国际金融中心，刚才梁主席也介绍了啊，在梁主席和他一些老前辈的领导下，香港市场作为一个成熟市场啊，前几十年呢获得了这个快速的发展。进入新世纪后，整个呢伴随着国内企业赴港上市的公司啊越来越多啊，恒生指数的走势啊和 A 股市场的走势呢，应该说呢呈现了越来越高的关联性啊。在2007年年底，这个是和国内的 A 股是一样的啊。2018年年初，也和国内的 A 股一样，走出了2个大的新高之后呢，之后啊就由于各种因素的影响，国际环境啊，香港问题大家都知道啊。目前看呢，没有太大的表现。最近这半年多来啊，自从去年夏天啊，去年夏天到现在，它是领先于内地市场，涨势强劲啊，涨势强劲。今年上半年啊，还是涨了30%多啊，30%多。我们相信啊，伴随着咱们内地和香港实体经济的这个高速发展啊，这个国内的这个内地的大量的公司涌入香港上市啊，香港国际环境的进一步的优化，我们相信啊，这个香港市场呢，一定会有一个良好的表现啊，国际金融中心的地位也会得到进一步的加强和巩固。这个内地市场啊，中国的内地市场，大家呢可能会这个不太满意啊，不太满意。应该说呢，香港资本这个国内的 A 股市场建立30多年来啊，发展速度比较快啊，起步晚，扩张快。30年呢上市了5400家公司，但整体上的波动，大家看我用的是万德指数啊，万德指数里这个呈现啊。它这个表现了，尤其是进入新世纪啊，表现了呢4大的牛市，分别是2000年的6月、2007年的10月、2015年的6月、2021年的12月，一直又盘跌到去年的9月啊，4大的牛市。整体看，这个市场呢呈现了一个7加减1年啊，要么6年，要么8年，整体在这个范围之内啊，大体波动。还有一个特点啊，就是我们的这个中小投资者散户占比特别高，交易占比占到70%。二一个呢，板块资金相对比较紧缺啊，板块轮动大，风格变化快，涨跌变化快啊，这个交易换手率非常高，波动幅度呢也比较大啊，波动这个幅度比较大。这个还有一个呢，板块的这个代表性指数呢，相对呢这个差异比较大。他说，尤其最早诞生的、影响力比较大的上证指数呢，有些失真啊，大家呢也都经常吐槽，是吧？还有一个呢，这个市场交易，因为我们起步晚，一上来就直接干互联网交易，所以说交易技术与这个媒体传播技术发展快，也使我们的监管呢更加复杂啊，这也是希望得到大家理解的啊。这个再一个问题呢，就是其实啊。大家也可以思考一下，我们这个 A 股市场呀，估值有无明显的周期啊？应该说，我刚才点了这几个数据啊，从诞生以来，尤其是进入新世纪这4大的牛市高点，我也点出来了。另外一个比较大的低点啊，2005年啊，股改启动的时候，2005年我们的市净率的中位数就是 PB 中位数。啊，1.3倍，啊，2012年11月 ，PB 中位数2.1倍，啊，2018年11月 ，PB 中位数1.9倍，去年9月份9月中旬 ，PB 中位数是历史第2低位，是1.06。衡量股市高低，轻易的不要看 PE， 而且呢，最好呢不要看平均 PE。一定要看 PB， 而且不是平均的 PB， 一定是 PB 的中位数，这是衡量高低的最主要的因素。而且不能看单式的，一根针扎起来的，不见得是底部啊，要看月度，要看月度平均。 所以去年呀，大家感觉到我们那个924行情是不是人为刺激的，有刺激的成分，但更重要的有着坚实的市场交易基础，大家都不卖了，就是底部，PP 中位数是1.6，这个 PP 数怎么来的呢？5000几百家公司，你就数2700几、2800几当中的那几只，它的 PP 中位数就是1.6、1.7、1.8，这个决定了市场的整体估值啊。我用的是万的权威，因为上证还是比较片面一些啊。这个咱们当前的 PP 中位数，去年9月份呢是1.6倍，前天我们的 PP 中位数是2.53倍。30年来，中国 A 股市场的波动 PP 在最低的1.33倍和最高7.6倍。这个7.6倍是2015年6月份的 PP， 当时的上证，当时的创业板 PE 是147倍 ，PB 是平均 PP 7.6倍 ，PP 的中位数是10几倍啊，估值就特别高了啊，估值特别高。再一个，大家呀对这个上证指数吐槽比较多，严重失真，有几个因素要予以理解要历史的看问题啊。当时呢，就是指数在较早编制的时候是采用全口径再一个呢，由于炒新的因素，当时曾经是上市股票上市第11天计入指数，所以说呢，大部分的股票计入指数的时候都是在市值最高的时候。一个比较极端的例子就是中石油，上市的时候呢，发行价16块钱，第一天炒到了48，计入指数的时候是38块多，当时的市值是8万亿，7、8万亿市值计入第11天，后来这个股票呢跌到了7、8千亿最低，所以说呢，它这一只股票吃掉多少呢？吃掉7、8万亿的市值，得好几百家公司才能填过来。因为它只有2.5%的流通度，但是按照4%，按照100%来计入，就等于对它加了40倍的杠杆，所以它的市值空虚的市值特别大其他的一些这个大盘股呢都有类似的情况。到后来股价一走低的时候，这个股价走低的最集中时间是什么呢？是个股改时间。股改的时候较早的时候都是按照全股本，后来呢全股本变流通了。市值扩张非常快，资金供不应求，股价大幅下跌，拖累整体的上证指数还有一个原因，经济发展的原因，较早的许多股票传统产业较早上市了，后来新的股票由于我们国内的制度安排有某种程度的大浪开店，所以大量的票呢都到香港上市，到美国上市，比如说阿里比如说腾讯比如说小米等等，是吧？国内市场。国内 A 股市场应该说在市场上没有享受到这红利 ，A 股指数都没有涵盖这些东西，尤其是上证指数和它呢距离更远，这也是它表达这个不能全面的问题那么总结来讲，2025年是一个多事求尤其是美国以及西方市场，大家都看到了这几个月来的表现。也就是说，这个作为一个经济周期没多数的股市都会表现一个持续下跌探底的过程。因为经济周期大致40个月，扩张期28个月、28个月30个月左右。那么收缩期呢，大致短的9个月、10个月，长的14、15个月。大致上是12个月，美股表现比较典型多数市场会表现一个下跌。探底修复的这么一个过程，2025年那么第二个就是说，美国特朗普政府对华俄制战略现在看是持续加码，包括最近的谈判竟然达成了一系列的协议。实实在在的讲，特朗普值得信任嘛，是吧？他在著作方面变化无常，根本不值得信任，是吧？所以说呢，这对我们构成巨大挑战。第三点就是作为美国市场本身，美国的这个股市、汇市、债市都高位，波动剧烈。大家看到了美债的问题是吧？10年期已经到了4.5，是吧？30年期到了5.0，是吧？6月份又是个其中较大的 6000万亿这个国债所以说这块这个整体上的美股市场有尽管震荡回复到了前期的高点，我们感觉到它还是比较脆弱的，还是比较脆弱的。在经过了微浪下跌、避浪反弹了一段时间，也可能还会再继续反弹一段时间，但整体上还要有一个 C 浪下跌过程，完成这个整个基金周期的探底修复。所以说今年啊，美股市场股债会三杀，说不定体现出它的这种复杂性、反复性。那么对我们来讲，就是如何的防范风险、科学发展的问题，在这一块党中央、国务院都做出了一系列科学的部署比如说我们的这个新的国9条比如说证监会的并购6条，比如说这个国务院各部门一系列的稳股市、稳楼市的系列措施整体上给我们的市场增加了更多的这个可预期的东西。那么在这些当中无论说从提高上市标准这个提升我们制度的包容性、竞争力到推动上市公司并购重组到加强投资端建设这个引入中长期资金、培育耐心资本包括呢这个创造条件呀，推动好多差的企业上市扩大分红。总体的目标就是围绕着一个让差企业尽快退市，让好企业尽快上市，让融资者得到更快发展，让投资者得到更多回报。我们坚信，在党中央、国务院的正确领导下，我们资本市场一定会朝着一个基础制度完备、市场功能强大、综合监管有效、投资者利益得到充分保护的资本市场，一定能建成。谢谢大家。
讲了全场的基本的状况以及他对这些主要市场的一个判断。下面我们有请聂庆平董事长，谢谢。
好，喂，大家早上好，非常高兴的参加这个清华五道口的全球金融论坛。这个我们这个专业单元呢是讨论全球资本市场的展望与发展，所以呢，这个我想呢，就是可能在座的各位，要么是做研究的，要么是做投资的，想跟大家分享几个观点。供你去参考。第一个呢，就是全球经济形势的这个不能不谈这个特朗普的这个所谓的关税战。那么我想跟大家再说一个观点呢，就是说特朗普的关税战本身不是目的，它是手段，所以它加到140，加到170，加到200都不需要去 care 的，因为他是想通过加关税的这个方式，使他的贸易伙伴产生一个贸易壁垒和贸易禁运，然后逼着你呢去跟他去谈这个协议，所以这是他最希望的。那谈协议的实际上就是关税之外的事了，比如说买他的美国国债啦，怎么去投资加大美国的投资啊，这个是一个长期的事儿。所以呢，这个美国的关税战呢，这个应该说美国是采用这个方式，这是它的一个核心点。但这个点呢，这个时机错了，是吧？时机错了，所以呢，美国的这个，这个怎么动？是哪个？这个，所以这个美国的关税战可以看到，这个没有太大的意义，是不是？因为很快就造成美国股市的大跌了。所以美国股指你可以看到，在关税战，尤其是美国的7大股票。几乎都跌了超过接近20%，所以苹果从2025年以来跌了25%，这个特斯拉跌了40%，英伟达跌了30%，Meta 跌了14%，然后亚马逊跌了22%，谷歌跌了22%，然后微软也跌了多，所以美国这个它时机没选对，所以反而造成了股市的大跌。当我们对这个美国股市的应对 我们是早有准备，所以中央呢出了一系列的组合拳。这个组合拳，如果大家稍微有一点点记忆的话，就和我们2015年一样。我们中国2015年出现股市异常波动的时候，首先就是什么？央行对汇金公司提供什么充足的再贷款支持。我们2015年的时候说，当时央行对证金公司提供无限量的流动性支持，维护股市的稳定。当然后面的这些其他的主权更多了，比如说社保基金啊、国资委的央企啊，然后通过这个进行购买啊，还有这个，所以我们国家是一个一个组合拳，也包括这个大型的上市公司去进行收购。所以呢，美国这个特朗普的这个项加高额关税，得到了我们中国强大的反制，而且是世界上唯一一个国家是这样快速做出反制的国家。而且我们有一套组合拳，我们能够保证股市也不跌，或者是跌的比它要少得多。所以我说这个特朗普这个手段是想用，但这个手段用错了地方，一脚踢到钢板上。所以这就是先说分享的第一个观点。第二个观点，我想跟大家分享的呢，为什么美国采用这个方式呢？因为在过去的100年中，美国用这个方式收割发展中国家，尤其是新兴市场经济体，它是这个如鱼得水的。所以我们老讲一个观点，现在大家可能各种讨论，我也在那里在跟踪这个五道口这个金融论坛的直播，我也看了，什么碎片化，什么要基于国际规则的这个变化啦，什么脱钩啦，什么这一类的。其实我想跟大家说一点，就是说全球化的概念也好，所谓的国际规则也好，这两年其实在中国在世界是不存在的，是我们自己用了一个话语。刚才梁主席已经讲到了全球化的问题。如果大家稍微读一点这个经济历史，在200年前就有全球化的概念，只要有国与国之间发生联系，就可能是全球化，无非是范围的大小的问题了。第二个所谓的国际规则，大家知道在全球金融体系上有什么国际规则？无非就是在第2次世界大战以后，英国国力衰退。英国必须要向美国借2700万美元的贷款，美国逼着英国放弃国际货币的地位，所以就有了布雷顿森林体系的双挂钩，美元和黄金挂钩，各国货币和美元挂钩，是吧？但是美国到了1973年，它的经济出了问题，所以把国际货币体系它也把它去掉了，对不对？第一。黄金和美元不挂钩。第二，从上个世纪的90年代，所有的国家基本上是什么？放弃了固定汇率制度，变成了浮动汇率制度。所以从这个角度来看，说有什么基于国际规则？而且这个国际规则，坦率地说，就是发达国家。是吧？跨大西洋国家的一个规则，但是这个规则变成了全世界的规则，这100年来，那么比如说他要求必须要金融开放啦，要金融自由化啦，要用美元计价来进行债券的交易啊，所以这100年来，发展中国家都是被国际资本收这个剪羊毛的。你看60年代的阿根廷危机是吧？70年代的拉美金融危机，90年代的东亚金融危机。尤其是像日本成为全球第2大经济体，也能够被美国给收割，是不是？所以这个就是最大的案例。当然，时间关系，我可能不能够讲得很多。你看这个美国的可以看到利用301条款，在这个从1976年到1989年，几乎是在这10年的时间里，通过不断的谈判，通过不断的对美国、对日本施压。所以就把这个事儿就那个好，所以这是第2个观点，我想跟大家分享的。第3个观点跟大家要分享的就是说，可能这个时间关系，这个不可能去讲太细了。美国出了大问题了，所以现在呢，对美国市场怎么看？大家就对美国市场现在面临最大的问题是美国的制造业已经空心化了。请大家记住，这个空心化第1条不是中国 这个最后把它给掏空的，因为在这之前日本就把它掏空了，后来我们东亚四国把它也掏空了，最后变成什么？中国在1978年改革开放以后，继续把它掏空了。那这个掏空什么？就是劳力成本的，所以李嘉图的那个比较优势理论。所以中国经济发展，所以到了现在体现主要的矛盾在这个情况。那现在美国的制造业。在美国经济当中的构成10%都不到，我们中国的制造业在 GDP 的构成40%。那么在全球来讲呢，美国也是这个情形，所以制造业是掏空的。但是美国最大的第二个问题是什么？美国的第二个大问题是美国的这个经济里面隐含着一个最大的地雷，就是所谓的从2008年全球金融危机以来。它所采用的宽松的货币政策和积极的财政政策，造成美国大量的发行了美国的国债和这个赤字，以及中央这个美联储收购美国金融体系当中的不良资产啊，这个大数，美国是每年增加了9万亿的不良资产，收购的不良资产金融机构的，那国债是36.5万亿。那这个国债36.5万亿，为什么说是美国？我们判断美国经济一个重要的问题呢？因为这36.5万亿，77%是美国的机构所持有的，是美国机构所持有的。所以大体上看来，它带来什么问题呢？带来一个问题就是说，美国的实体经济空心化以后，它无法补这个窟窿，所以美国的国债呢就起决于什么？起决于利息加不加？那利息加不加？过去国债的利息1.5%，现在的10年期国债的利息4.5%或者是5%，那意味着什么？意味着只要美联储加息，以前金融机构持有的美国国债就会出现什么？就会出现投资的亏损了嘛？因为国债利率上升，国债的价格就会下跌，国债的收益率就会提高。那么你1.5所库所持有的国债账面就是亏损，要至少亏损20%到30%，而且美国金融体系当中有一个最大的问题，我刚才说了，77%是由金融机构所、银行机构和金融机构所持有的，那就意味着美国的金融体系是资产错配的。那这个错配，美国就没法干了。所以特朗普你看最近在中资系就是要中国家石油大亨去买他的国债啊，而且是很流氓的，把10年期国债要变成100年期的国债啊。日本谈不拢，所以日本第一弄回来了，对不对？我相信跟我们中国谈，我不知道，但是他的目的是要解决这个问题。所以美国的这个整体的这3个方面是我们判断未来全球股市当中。对于美国资产是不是你要怎么去持有和控制？所以这个是要去分析的，而且是高估的。这个美国的现在的7大股牌也好，Standard & Poor's 它的 PE 倍数都是在25倍以上。最后一点说到中国的问题，因为时间问题不能讲得太多。中国的问题总体我们国家出现 A 股的这个状况。一个核心的，我一直讲的一个观点，就是我们的估值结构和交易结构是严重错配的。我们80多万亿的 A 股资产当中，沪深300的资产占50万亿，市盈率不到10倍 ，PE 不到0.8倍，但是它的交易量只占到27%。那也就是说，大家拿钱不是去买蓝筹股。不是去做价值投资，而是去炒那些小股票。这是美国结构，但是所以我也可以告诉你，美国的结构是什么样的？美国的结构是市值占比在前50%的，占交易量的结构占97%，后面的50%是没有交易的，所以没有其他股票，美国就不可能有3万5千点。这是其他股票造成的，所以中国我们现在有2个优势，再来解决这个问题，就是中国第一个鼓励价值投资，我们有估值的优势，这是在中国；第二个，中国有一系列的长期政策来刺激和支持这个股票市场的规范发展。所以你可以看到最近这个 5月7号的一揽子金融政策支持稳市场稳预期，这个里面可以看到，无论是央行央行的第9条，包括我们这个金融监督管理总局以及证监会发布的推动公募基金高质量发展的行动方案，包括国有企业的上市并购重组，包括加强国资委下的国有上市的市值管理。如果这些东西逐步形成以后，从长期的趋势看，中国资本市场会出现一个结构性的转型，会走向一个价值投资的一个情形。所以就像跟1992年我们和梁主席一块搞 H 股的时候，那个时候香港也是一个区域性的国际金融中心啊。那正是因为我们有了 H 股，有了大型国企去上市，美国一夜之间7大投行杀到香港啊！因为香港过去的金融业投资银行都是英资的，我们听到的都是 Barclays、BJW 是吧 ？Howick、加林弗莱明。但是1992年中国的 H 股第一个青岛币上市以后，我们再看到香港的投资银行是美资的，是 Morgan Stanley、是 Solomon、是这个First Boston， 还有这个 DOJ， 都是这些东西。所以我们一定要对中国充满信心，就是我们中国的资本市场是一块未被全世界发现的最有投资的价值的一块金块。是吧？所以你可以看到几个东西，过去中国的经济发展不行，我们一对世界免签，原来中国人比我们外国人要活得好多了，外国人是受欺骗的。那这个打了一个183战，原来中国的武器说不行，结果好家伙很厉害，是吧？刚买的飞机就被打下来了，对不对？那如果中国的市场开放了，就是刚才梁主席提到的，我们互联互通已经占到7%，如果我们放到40%了。中国的香港就是国际金融中心，是以人民币为基础的国际金融中心。世界的国际金融中心从来没有定义说是以美元为计价的国际金融中心，人民币也可以作为计价的国际金融中心。所以呢，我们对未来中国的长期布局可能是一个你们需要考虑的方向。就分享这4个观点，谢谢大家。
谢谢聂董事长跟我们分享了在当前去全球化的这么一个背景下，美国以及中国市场的表现。So let's welcome Mr. Bonfield. I will give the floor for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can tell, I'm speaking in English, so I'm going to speak for less time than my esteemed colleagues on this panel. But I want to take you, let me start with saying who I represent. I represent most of the world's leading sovereign wealth funds. These are big global investors who invest for the long term, patient capital, and invest around the world. So we have a lot of research and data that we receive from them, so we have a reasonable view of what these big asset owners are doing in terms of investment. And you may well have heard of them, sovereign wealth funds. They have become an established part of the international investment industry, and people recognise them really the world over in the financial community. But it wasn't always like this. Let me take you back to nearly 20 years. In 2006, when Dubai Ports was attempting to acquire P&O Ports, and P&O Ports had the concession to Miami. And the US government was very concerned about what they saw as a foreign government investing in a strategic asset in the US. You may have heard this story more recently, but as a result of that, and with the good offices of the IMF, the International Monetary Fund, a number of the leading sovereign wealth funds got together and they defined Santiago principles, 24 principles of good governance and transparency that really governs the way that these big sovereign wealth funds invest. And they invest as financial investors to make a return on their investment just as any other financial investor does. And they have been a crucial part of the international investment community, as I said, so much so that in the global financial crisis, a number of sovereign wealth funds were called upon to provide patient capital to some of the major financial institutions, some of the big banks, and which they did. So the story that I've got is one of the success of globalization of finance and investment. And it's interesting, my board of directors has got a number of different countries on it, including China, Singapore, Abu Dhabi, Australia, Morocco, and Azerbaijan. Now, it's interesting that those countries aren't perhaps the ones that you usually think as the major players in international investment. But actually, what sovereign wealth funds have proven capable of doing is giving access to those markets and successful investment to countries that previously may not have had that access. So, because they've collected the skills of the individuals of those countries and put them in one institution, they've had exposure to international markets and success in investing in those international markets. Now, you may say, and I've heard a lot yesterday and heard a lot today about the US administration and what tariffs may or may not be doing. But one thing sovereign wealth funds do is they have a much longer time horizon than the current market turmoil. They have 10, 20, 30, even 50-year projections for their investments. So the current tariffs that are going on and the consequent volatility in the market can be seen as a little local difficulty, very much in the short term. The key for sovereign wealth funds and those global investors are the major trends, long-term trends that will govern the future of economies. And what are these? Well, they're demographics. We have an aging population in Asia and Europe. We have young populations in the Americas and in Africa, where it's going to grow very significantly. With that growth will come an expansion of the middle classes and acquisition for consumer goods, an appetite for consumer goods. Then we have digitization. So it's been going on for the past 25 years, and we can see it accelerating with the likes of AI and others. That's a major trend well beyond, that's going to last well beyond the current tariff disputes. Then we have the potential for deglobalization. But is that actually happening, and will that carry on in the long term? Well, interestingly, I had a cup of coffee this morning, and my coffee that I had this morning, I think may have come from Brazil. Yesterday's that I had in Hong Kong, I think came from Ethiopia, with a machine manufactured in China, but marketed by a Swiss company. So coffee is a very good example of how globalization works. Is that about to finish anytime soon? I very much doubt it. So news of the demise of globalization may well be exaggerated, is the message that I've got to you. So sovereign wealth is part of that mix of globalization. And what they see is that, yes, we have some volatility in various markets, but the long-term trend is going to continue. Now, we just heard from the prior speaker about quite a number of comments about the US. But the US today is still the major investment market. And if you are looking for returns, then you cannot ignore the US market. So, again, be very careful of the short-termism and try and look at those longer trends would be the message, I would say, that sovereign wealth funds bring out in terms of this. And then I want to make another point about globalization, which is how sovereign wealth funds are actually helping developing economies to actually really get exposure to international capital to allow further investment into those markets. And I'll give you a couple of examples. So I was with a conference with the Oman Investment Authority last year in Oman. Now, Oman has had a lot of state-owned enterprises, a lot of state involvement in the economy, like many nations. Yet it's trying to get in more capital to fuel the expansion of that economy. And the Oman Investment Authority is putting some 20 interest from 20 of its subsidiary companies into the local stock exchange to attract not just domestic investment, but also international investors into Oman. And that's something that stock exchanges play a huge role in doing, being able to have the channel the efficient investment where it's needed and attract capital into the highest growth elements of the market. And Anthony and Hong Kong are a prime example of the success of being able to do that. And so I think what you... Despite what we hear, I think that the trend is going to continue as we get more mature as a global society, that we want our savings to work harder for us. And that means not just investing in government bonds, it means investing in equity as well. And as we get greater exposure to, and we have more financial markets available, people will be prepared to take greater risk in terms of geographical diversity as well. So I mentioned to Oman, you can see similar things going on in Qatar. I could point you towards Ethiopia, where the Ethiopian Sovereign Wealth Fund is actually seeding the stock market in Ethiopia. So I bring quite a different message, I think, to the message that some of the other speakers have had, which is about concerns about tariffs, deglobalization. And actually, I see beneath that there will be a continuation of a longer trend towards an internationalization of investment. Yes, of course, there will be turbulence along the way. There always is. But if you use the example of sovereign wealth funds from where they came some 20 years ago, where nobody had heard of a sovereign wealth fund, to today, where they are pillars of the international investment community, you can see that some very real changes have been wrought. And those countries that have had the foresight to create sovereign wealth funds have benefited from those by having successful international investors. And I'll just close with saying that the irony of this piece is, of course, that the US is in the process of creating its own sovereign wealth fund. So it's looking at the success that countries like China and Singapore have had with their sovereign wealth funds, and thinking, well, we should do the same thing as well. So again, that's perhaps a message that lies contrary to the current tariff disputes, and it also shows the power and efficiency of global capital markets. And therefore, that, as I say, news of that, of the demise of those and the end of globalization, I think is exaggerated. And I think you should look beyond the short-term to some longer-term trends when it comes to analyzing markets in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Bonfield. Thank you for your deep insights of the globalization and the long trend for this sovereign wealth fund and its impact on the long-term view on the internationalization. Thank you so much. So, 那现在我们开始我们嘉宾之间的讨论。那么我想抛出第一个问题，因为4位嘉宾都把问题聚焦到了，尽管我们这场的主题是全球资本市场展望与发展，但是4位嘉宾都不约而同地关注了一个问题，就是全球化。以及在当前出现逆全球化或者关税冲突情况下对资本市场的影响，所以我想第一个问题给梁宁邦主席。那么在当前这样一个国际环境下，去全球化，尽管它是一个短期的，我们希望它是一个短期的过程，那么包括关税的冲突，那么它会对香港市场对我们 A 股市场的影响是哪些？我们要如何应对？谢谢。
如果是大家是看 Professor Jeffrey Sachs 的那个讲话的话呢，他是有一个观点，我这个非常认同一个观点哈。那个观点是什么呢？就是全球化为什么到了现在那个地步呢？不是他， 不行，它是太行了，太好了。问题是这样，这太成功了。因此呢，就是呢，太成功的时候呢，因此呢，就是制造一些呢政治经济性的问题。那么，这是我刚才跟大家说的，就是呢，在金融生态里面有2部分的科学性，包括政治经济性的问题。政治经济问题呢，就是现在已经开始浮现这个问题。原来就是呢，让这个市场本身来主导这个全球化的。现在呢，就是呢，因为市场太成功了，太成功了之后呢，那么呢，就是呢，发现呢是制造一些社会问题。那么，如果是你去美国的话，那么你会看到的就是非常还是惊讶的。我是非常惊讶的现象是什么呢？就是满街都是无家可归的人。那为什么是这样子？因为是全球化太成功了。问题讲，那个财富进入最成功的公司里边。那么，因为是他觉得就是到了全球化的东西，他们可以呢把他的那个资产最大化。对股东的最大化，所以刚才就是当肯就说的，你要需要就是呢回报的话，你必须要到美国市场。问题为什么你不能忽略美国的市场？因为是它要是经过这么多年的市场主导，那么呢就是呢有非常成功的一些公司。你看到但是呢非常成功的公司，你在美国去看的话，都是要2种公司，一种是全球化的公司。就是呢，譬如说另外在全球化的公司里边呢，他掌握手上，那么这些产品、这些产业，别人是没有的，他做的最好的东西。那么因此呢，就是呢，你不买不行了，我讲的那我们国家暂时没有这种东西，暂时没有。那为什么是这样子呢？因为呢，就是这么多年，就从我们改革开放之后，那么我们主要是发展是产业。而且产业主要是发展是就业机会，那么所以很多人说我们中国是没有竞争力，其实中国是全球竞争最厉害的地方来的这每一个地方都是竞争的。你包括看我们的光伏，包括我们的那个电车，各方面都是竞争的非常厉害，非常的激烈。是因此呢，就是呢，我们就是出口的东西是产能过剩，第二呢就是价格偏低。问题是2个问题在这里边。那么，所以呢，到了现在来说呢，就是我们现在呢，都是在我们这个经济发展的一个初期阶段来。我们没有到了那些就是那个英特尔、苹果，那么包括就是 Boeing， 包括 GE， 包括 Rolls-Royce， 那么这些公司的。但是呢，我们快到这个时候，快到了，我讲这个时间我估计大概是5年在10年之内，我们国家。会跑到这个前端里边，那么跑到前端里边呢，我们的这个资本市场就必须会反映到，就是呢这些背后的美国的资本市场要反映，因为美国就是好的，因为是反映到背后的生产制度本身，我们的生产制度不断地深化，所以在深化的生产制度以后呢，就必定会在这个资本市场里边反映的。那么在资本市场里边的反映之后呢，那么呢就是我们下一步的国际化了。那么这个国际化呢，你可以看到2方面。在美国来说呢，就是呢，因为是全球化的太好了。那么就是美国政府的政策，刚才就是2位都说了，美国政府的政策呢，就是把一种全球化的好处，就是呢，他会接受，但是呢，他的坏处他不想要。但是问题呢，就是呢，他两解要是鱼与熊掌不能两解兼得，问题这样，他想鱼与熊掌都是两解兼得，是没有办法可以做得出来的，我讲了。所以美国呢，今后呢会有政策上本身的那种翻来翻去那种问题。现在你就可以看到，为什么美国的市场那个它的那个波幅呢不断地是增加的问题是这样的。主要是它的政治偏向本身的政治经济的性本身呢，来开始呢就是呢，来给它冲击这个制度。所以呢可以看到呢就是呢，我们现在去全球化就是这种情况。那么所以呢就是呢，要其他的地方会开始呢，会呢要被关注。被关注的地方呢就是呢，要恒定的政策，要产业本身的深化。第3方面呢有稳定政府。 那么才可以呢，就是呢来做的。所以我对今后就是非常有信心的问题这样，我们有三者都有这个要素。
谢谢梁主席。梁主席不仅讲到了对全球化的深层次的原因的分析，同时也谈到了资本市场在进一步，尤其是我们国家在应对当前的逆全球化浪潮中，资本上会如何发挥作用，就是进一步的发挥为优势企业融资以及资源配置方面的作用，为我们的新兴产业的兴起提供更好的资本市场的环境。那么下面我们有请张会长。对，同样的问题就是那个在当前这个逆全球化或者说关税冲突情况下，中国的资本市场如何进一步的发挥作用？
这个刚才围绕全球化问题啊，梁主席啊、邓先生呢都讲得非常好，我完全同意。尽管说这个逆全球化目前看是有一种思潮，但是呢，能不能成为一个放之四海而皆准且持续下去的这么一种潮流，我觉得呢不必有这个担心啊。这个社会发展的潮流就是朝着一个更加开放、多元、共享的社会在发展。这个特朗普的这样一个人的一些都是围绕着非常具体的问题展开的啊。我刚才谈到了包括这个美国的资本市场，今年是个基金周期，是一个震荡盘跌的过程。但是你看这40-50年来，美国资本市场呢是一个康勃周期加基金周期表现复合发生作用的一个状态。这几年来一直在持续增长。比如说纳斯达克100指数，这若干年来它的隐含收益率是13.5%，每年平均下来都是这样，是吧？所以说七巨头也好，三大指数也好，整个美国市场还是最为健康的。那么作为这个我们新兴的市场经济国家，是吧？近处我们先学港股市场，是吧？远处我们学全球，学美国。应该说我们市场这些年来，尽管风风雨雨走过了这个过程，整体上看，这个我觉得呢，取得的成绩还是非常巨大的。我们现在扩大开放的这个势头啊，一直在持续扩大啊，一直在持续扩大，包括利用更多的利用资本市场的国际金融资源啊。现在你说到香港上市的公司也越来越多，到美国上市的公司呢，实际上也还是在持续增加的啊，也还是在持续增加的。无论从市场体系、市场监管啊，这个新产品开发等等这些东西呢，我们呢都在吸收国际资本市场更多的东西啊。我们这些年取得的成绩啊，都是这个从开放当中取得的。现在大家能看到一个现象，就是说越来越多的企业出海啊。我看有一个数据，就是名胜指数，这个德国的名胜指数公司成分股，整个的外销比例占到它这个全部的84%啊。日经225和日经名胜指数呢是占到60%几。美国呢是占到50%左右，中国到目前为止才仅有12%左右。我觉得走向出海，走向世界啊，在国际舞台上进行这种发展竞争啊，我觉得是一个正常的现象啊，是一个正常现象。所以说，我对中国进一步扩大开放，进一步走向全球化充满信心。谢谢。
谢谢张会长。那么我们现在已经时间到了，那我再给后面的两位嘉宾一人2分钟时间，把自己的观点再做一个总结。谢谢。
那就还是围绕这个全球化的问题，就是我想说一个观点，就是说这20年的发展，全球化的中美是翻了个个。所以呢，全球化的问题和去全球化的问题，主要体现为中美两大经济体的竞争。所以你可以看到89年的时候，按 GDP 来衡量，中国只在全球占 GDP 2%，美国占27%，这是这个情形。那现在呢，到了现在目前呢，到了2024年，中国已经如果把这个我们中国、香港、台湾加在一起，我们已经占到20%，美国还是24%，略有下降，从24%。所以 那这个就是影响全球化的一个格局最大的问题。那同样，国际贸易也是这个情形。贸易，因为从50年代，从上个世纪的50年到现在，每10年国际贸易的比重是按照10%的比重在增加。所以现在国际贸易的比重占到了60%，在全球的这个经济增长 GDP 的构成当中。那在这个过程当中呢，美国是下降的，中国是上升的，中国占到了40%。那美国呢，现在也就是它出口不行啊，所以它只能占到10%左右，也是17%左右。这是不是又是一个调个？再加上刚才说的金融体系和资本市场，也是一个调个。美国虽然资本市场有这个110万亿的100万亿美元市值的构成当中，美国占了57%，中国的占了多少呢？占了10%不到。但是很显然，这里面有一个最大的问题，就是货币高估问题。所以美国的美元的估值的高估决定了，所以这些东西都是在未来会变的。那全球化的趋势，我认为就是一个长期的过程。全球金融体系、全球贸易体系和全球资本市场体系，也是一个长期演化的过程。所以全球化不是一个短期的事，而是一个长期的事。无论是去全球化还是再全球化，都是一个长期过程。
谢谢 ，Mr. Bonfield。
Just very quickly, I'm not sure if I understood correctly about de-dollarization. You were saying that you were thinking that may happen. I don't think that's going to happen. So, and certainly not anytime soon, and I think it's a somewhat irrelevant discussion. What I would say, just to finish on in terms of this, getting back to the topic of really the stock exchanges and the global financial system, is that China has clearly been a huge success. But that is also a two-way street. So where I live in London, our major airport is Heathrow. And that airport is partly owned by the China Investment Corporation, GIC of Singapore, and the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia. And so part of globalization means that we are happy to have those investors there. And you have to ask yourself the success of the Chinese economy and Chinese firms internationally to expand. Are they going to be able to attract that international capital? Will they welcome that international capital? Because I think China can have a huge role to play, but it has to want to attract that capital and be prepared to accept ownership from foreign investors as well. And that will be a major challenge. But the organizations, the sovereign wealth funds that I represent, show that actually they are good stewards of companies, they are good owners, they act for financial motivation and not political motivation. And I would argue that sovereign wealth funds and other international investors should be welcome more all over the world, and to really continue that the connectedness that we all have in this world. So, and I think that would be a more positive message I'd come out away from just the short-term discussion over tariffs.
谢谢。那我们本场论坛结束，谢谢四位嘉宾。Thank you so much.
Honorable leaders, guests, good afternoon. Thank you for being here in this session on culture. We're approaching the end of this forum. And at this moment, I think we'd also like to have good leeway to culture. So I suggest the guests get on time, making sure that you enjoy the moment. We're now here at a very critical moment. Today marks the 49th International Museum Day. We're now having great popularity in terms of cultural visits to museums and museums taken as the icons of different cities and different places. Tomorrow we're going to celebrate 15th China Tourism Day. So now at this juncture, we're looking at how finance boosts cultural tourism industries, and I think here is no better timing. As we know, to build China to a powerhouse of cultural tourism, we are actively towards the Central Government and Central Committee led by Xi Jinping statement when visiting Hubei and Jian last year. President Xi said that we should anyways develop cultural tourism and should take cultural tourism as pillar industries. This is a key strategic proposition, illustrating our strategic vision as well as the great strategic element. And we are actually seeing a study about 2024 year of great phenomena in terms of cultural tourism, such as leisure and blackness, becoming popular globally, AI, artificial intelligence, and others integrated into cultural tourism to empower these industries, having visits to different countries in immersive ways, to museums and cultural spots. At the same time, the 144 our visa-free transit trip for foreigners has also greatly inspired travelers with how future tourism in a global sense is leading to a great reception among the public, as well as increasing China's central position in tourism. In terms of culture, China started the year nicely. The Spring Festival and also the National Labor Day holiday break, where registered 5% growth surrounding tourism receipts. Also, there is a high single-digit growth in terms of total tourism travel spends. And this year, we're seeing 6.2% growth in terms of revenues for cultural tourism enterprises at the designated scale, and for those in the new modalities, there is a 12.5% growth, and also this industry is becoming more digitalized and intelligent. In the meantime, in the first 7 months of the year, we're seeing double growth in terms of investment financing in culture and tourism. The total number of financing for these two sectors increased by 101.1% and 46.6% respectively, indicating huge potential growth as well as the upswing in people's expectations. The capital market is a barometer for economy, so seeing these numbers can surely boost our confidence. While on the other hand, against these high potential growth prospects, we are still having pressure as well. Per capita spending in cultural tourism is still pretty low. The sales capacity for specialty cultural tourism spots would continue to grow. Well, authorities said that we are having, for example, two financial instruments such as using the pension fund and also home relending, and trying to make sure that these can be successfully leveraged in terms of cultural tourism sector so that we receive full support. We are very privileged to have with us representative members from infusing culture and tourism as well as from the financial regulators to shed light on this very important theme. So now I'd like to invite them to join me on the stage, and they are former Deputy Government of China, Madame Liu, Director of the White Office in China. China Cultural Management Company Limited, Mr. Liu Dong, Deputy Party Secretary of the Party Committee, China Asian Communication Group, and Mr. Sam Fei, VP of Tencent Cloud, Head of Tencent Smart Tourism. First and foremost, thank you for being with us. We are actually talking about very challenging and yet well-being-related question by 2023 General Secretary says that we should develop culture into 2024 Secretary. She says that we should develop these industries. And let's start with looking at the profiles and characteristics of these industries to become pillar ones. What prospect outlook should they have, and what role should they play in national economic and social development? So maybe we can start everything off with some remarks from Mr. Li. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I see the worthiness of this theme. Now China has made great progress, and at this stage, we look at the role and position of cultural tourism, and we try to gauge its performance. To respond to this question, I think we have to look at two fundamental prerequisites. First, after more than 4 decades of reform and opening up, China is making a staggering performance boost. The economy is getting better, we have high income, enjoying really standards. And we're seeing that with society growing, there is a higher demand for what we call the cultural aspects of life. While focusing on material civilization, culture, and ethics are also part and parcel for our development. And they include culture, sports, travel, etc., where people are having higher aims. So we have to make sure that when developing a nation, we have to look at the culture, making sure that it is proportionate to the needs of the society in terms of culture and tourism. Second of all, now with China growing in society and economy and people's standards, then we really need to give a better narrative of China for the world to see. So this is a two-way street. We have to go out, and also we have to invite others in. The world should understand deeper, and China should venture out to understand the outstanding culture of the world. And also should be able to spread Chinese culture to other parts of the world. This is giving us a lot of opportunities right in cultural tourism, in sports, etc. So what I'm saying is that now at this stage of development, cultural tourism now take a more prominent role in the national economy, and they are also having a greater historic position. We are given the opportunity to say policies of national authorities and also the financial services being given to cultural tourism. So the future growth of China cultural tourism will continue to assume prominence for sure. But for them to become pillar industries, there are some gaps we have to fill, we have to do more researches, we have to practice policies on the ground, we have to offer more supporting amenities so that cultural tourism will be more important. China's culture will be more visible in the world. Study. We said that now we are in stage development, so China should make sure that the world knows China better. Okay, thank you for these two wonderful perspectives. And now I'd like to give the floor to Daniel from Michael. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I'd like to start by greeting all of you here. We are looking at how we support cultural tourism as pillar industries in China. Surely we try to unravel some of the key conditions, and there are 7 P's, or 7 elements. First is the base. We have natural resource development, We have all the terrains and topographies, we have deserts, mountains, we have plains and plateaus. We have altogether land around 1.6 million square kilometers. Looking at cultural heritage, as of 2024, we have 59 world-renowned cultural relics. Only second to Italy, we have uninterrupted 5,000 years worth of history. So we have great resource endowment. And then the second P, which is policy. We have policy support. This is our policy support. Five-year plan. It is articulated that we should support the development of integrated growth of culture and tourism, and to build world-class tourism spots and to support China to develop this high-quality culture industry. In the meantime, also having symmetric financial industry to support culture and tourism. And Shanghai, these industries account for 8% of total GDP, while other major provinces operate similar targets. Visa-free policies are very, helpful in this regard. In 2024, we have been seeing an increase of 123.3% of visa-free travels to China. For the first 3 months of the year, that growth was set as 73.3%. Owing to the policy side. And then the third P is people's demand, whether there is really the need. In 2024, altogether, we registered 5.62 outbound visits, an increase of 6.8%. So, if the cultural tourism industries can account for more than 5% of GDP, take industries. Currently, culture in China accounts for 4.24% of GDP, tourism 4.5%, in total we account for 9% of GDP. So we have market needs, we have great what we call material base for things to work. And the fourth P is platform, which is for infrastructure. We have railway, highway, etc. Ranking first in the world. We have 5 scenic spots in a total number of 300. And surely these top scenic spots offer some great services that have 2 new ways. The first is the way of what we call living science and also digital technology. AI, big data, etc. also helping us create new products and services. The fifth P is partnership in how we integrate different sectors and industries. In this regard, we're talking about culture, plus tourism, plus sports, plus ecology, plus history. So culture is actually being embedded in many different areas. In a well-rounded way, we are now having some of the phenomenal success between, say, culture plus tourism, or culture and sports. And some have sports town, the Beijing Olympics and Winter Olympics. Also, we have different cultural products for the impression series, or barbecue carving, or the ice snowboarding carving, etc. There are a lot of those successes. Well, the 6 P's transformation, which is sustainable environment, the well-being tourism, we know that NG has developed forest well-being using, say, non-intentional tourism. We're also looking at the restoration of coral reefs, and also other, say, green tourism projects, etc. I know in China we have what we call the mountain alliance, which is trying to protect the environment and supporting mountain sports. But the last P is perspective, say policy, technology, market, infrastructure. Chinese cultural tourism industries should have a solid, tangible foundation, and that we have in the right respect as well. Okay, thank you for your well-rounded remarks. And now, next to invite Madame Yu, the We actually named a national team, right? China Cultural Investment Fund Management. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. This is one question. The two previous speakers, Mr. Li and Dan Liu, offered wonderful responses. Mr. Li actually had the conditions to see whether cultural tourism will be taken as fitting industries. For Dan Liu, there is the remark concerning what we can do to support cultural tourism fitting industries by focusing on 7 P's or 7 elements. Let me try to look at the different aspects in terms of the kind of accounting or calculation of economies, so we can use this metric to see whether these industries are pillar-wise. The first indicator is what we call the share of GDP or distribution of GDP among the, say, that's scale. We're not actually seeing the statistics almanac 2024. We're actually having some elementary numbers. Post-pandemic recovery was not easy. But in 2024, and 2024, we have seen culture and tourism accounting for roughly 4.5% of GDP. And in 2023, the share of GDP from tourism is about 5%. Wow, we still have to refer to the definitive almanac numbers. In 2024, I think tourism accounted for 6.5% of the GDP in China. So if you look at the share of GDP as our first benchmark, there you can see that currently the combined share of all culture and tourism in GDP is about the threshold of 10.5%. Last year, China's GDP was 135 trillion RMB. Internationally, for developing countries, if the share is between 5 and 8%, if you take it as industries for developing countries, it is about 10%, it is zero. So in this regard, cultural and tourism industries have to be key conditions met to become killing industries. But this is not the only metric. We still have to refer to, for example, second one, such as the radio coverage of the industry, or just the coverage of influence. In the past, the audio industry and the pop industry have a wide coverage, spilling over into a lot of adjacent industries. And what about cultural tourism? I think they do that as well. You may have noticed that at the beginning of the year, in the number one document of the, say, this state council's administrative office. The title is about industry farm, while the second document is about the measures to successfully rejuvenating cultural tourism and to inspire consumption. You see that the number 2 document is featuring on developing new drivers of the economy and also to further thrive consumption in terms of cultural tourism. In that particular document, it is stated that cultural tourism should be immersed with the myriad of different sectors and industries. They should be bringing that together. You can see that the China said that cultural tourism should become industries in China for the sheer reason that they will be able to drive the growth of many related industries. So this is really about the second one we use to see how far it goes to drive other industries to develop.
还有
其实都是有些是自然景区，或者大家愿意去的都会去那些没有开发过的地区啊。它其实就用了这个我看到的这个数据啊，就说2024年我们和全球直属就业人士有缩量2.2万，也有缩减，咱们目前有3万 jobs。我不知道大家猜一下间接的承接这个就业人数。我看国内的就业人8000人，那这样的话，其实就将近1个亿，或者是说这1个亿，那我们 drop subside， 看这些拉的大家就或者景区里面给这些看他们的这些家庭提供的其实大数是一定的，所以这三个方面
lodging and food within
衡量的才是
So there's another indicator for popular history, that is whether or not this industry is fostering innovation for the future. And I'm not going to go into details. I'll just give you number 2, State Council Government Administration, that culture as well is very important. And why do we put culture and tourism together? And there's another saying side tech and culture and tourism, and we have witnessed explosive development of iteration of AI, and this has led to the situation which all these industries are integrated, including culture, tourism, and science and technology. And side tech has really incorporated culture, tourism, and culture and tourism also has stimulated the development of technology, has injected a soul to technologies. So I believe these are the 4 indicators on whether or not the industry is to share, as I said, is regulation change, has led to the development of over 100 industries already, and then also it has potential in fostering innovation in the future. So I believe, according to the above mentioned indicators, my answer is that culture and tourism have already applied to become a popular industry in the future. And another question from you is that, given that they have the capabilities of becoming popular industries, how will we really unleash those capabilities? I'm going to be really simple. Short in terms of time. If we want to really unleash the potential of the industries, we need to do the following things. The first is that, according to the number 2 document, the first is that we need to boost consumption and give full play to the culture and tourism industry in boosting consumption. Second is to reach people's cultural lives. And third is to cooperate with local governments to attract investment. And fourth is to provide more jobs. We all know that just now Mr. Lee said China is the number 2 in the world, and how can we really make this economic development equitably distributed within China, that is to provide more inclusive financial opportunities. The other aspect is, as mentioned, that from the perspective of advancing cultural innovation, we should further foster the integration between culture and tourism, so that these industries can play the role of popular industries. Thank you very much, Ms. Yu, for your very clear analysis, and indeed, you are a veteran in the financial system, and taken many hats in major financial institutions. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Liu, the Deputy Content Secretary and the Manager of China Animation Company Group, and previously he held a post in the Oriental troupe, and he was the producer of very renowned modern dance performance. First of all, thank you. Professor Zhao, and it is rare for me to have this kind of opportunities to share our work with heavyweight people from the financial sector, with economists from the background, from the regulator, from the investment fund, and I am the person in this panel who does that platform. So I'm here to really learn from you guys. And I actually prepared a script, but I decided not to use it because I've been on here for spontaneous discussions, and I believe I'm here to provide emotional value. And actually the stats in my script are all from you guys. So I am in a company that produces products in a cultural tourism industry, and actually only 5 months in this position, and previously I worked in artistic troops, and you can see I'm a dancer, I'm not photogenic, legal person, but ever since my graduation, I've been in the cultural industry, and mainly in culture companies. And just now, I was thinking about your question. As I mentioned, I compiled some data, but I believe data has been already provided by prior speakers. So I'm going to talk about my views on what a learning industry is. Now, from my perspective, my understanding is that previously we were talking about how to empower social development with culture. Actually, I believe cultural tourism industry has one feature. If you look at it, it's supply and demand side. Actually, cultural tourism industry's consumption and new business models are from the form of supply side, is my understanding. You have to create out of nothing. And in terms of creating content and products, if only follow suit without being innovative, you won't be able to survive or even not thrive. So you have to innovate, have to stand out, you have to differentiate, including content and technical innovations. And audience would vote with the buying tickets, not buying tickets. I went to Oriental Artistic Troupe in 2009, and then we did Tsinghua, and it has been now performed for over 750 times non-stop. Last October, the film of this dance made on the basis of this dance was also produced. It is a film based on dancing, and I don't think it will be very popular, but however it's a new kind of art form, so we did it from scratch, and actually we also have some cooperation in different industries, including the wine industry, phone companies, etc. And actually the sponsorship is higher even than the ticket sales. So why did I mention this? This is because I want to say that we are trying to create new content and products. We want it to be very new and very innovative. However, we are not good at doing the follow-up work well after the product has become very popular. And I believe when Tsinghua was performed, was aired, actually in the follow-up, in the wake of the performance, there were a lot of contacts being made with us for sponsorship, etc. And I felt that we were only waiting for the sponsorship to come to us, which means that we are really experienced in this regard. So if we want to do a very well in the tourism industry,
innovative and creative IPs can empower social and economic development and can really inject vitality in other industries. However, since we are not good at really proactively empowering, we are just passively waiting for others to contact us. So I'm very grateful to have this opportunity today to really stimulate us to have some new thinking. And now I'm sort of perplexed and have a lot of confusion when it comes to the animation industry. Recently there are two big IPs, Black Bee and哪吒. We can say that animation actually means a huge market. And after some investigation, I found some pain points in the animation industry. And this has led to a gap between our industry and the more advanced industry in other countries. At this moment, in this industry, there are a lot of small and medium-sized companies that are struggling and very hard for them to develop. And it is very hard to really get return on investment. On average, it would take 6 to 8 years for investors to receive return. I probably will ask a question related to later. But now we are facing an innovative society, and culture and tourism industry innovation and creation capabilities. Driving forces for further social development, and I hope that we can do something in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Liu. Next, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Fan Fei from Tencent Cloud. Just now, Mr. Liu said that he was here to provide emotional value, and I very much agree with him. First of all, I want to thank the moderator for the invitation. And starting from 2000, I started my major in tourism management, and back then tourism was positioned as an important component of the national economy. And throughout the years, as a practitioner of this industry, I have been very encouraged to see that culture and tourism industries are gradually becoming pillar industries of the national economy. We are in the process of becoming the pillar industries. So previously, speakers already talked about how pillar industry we like in the future. I wanted to share some of my views as well. I believe pillar industry should play 3 roles well. The first role is to provide driving force for social development, to attract more tourists, and to stimulate more consumption, to really more domestic consumption, as well as provide more jobs to the society. The second role, and also importantly, is that culture and tourism industries should become translators of our culture. It is not only about translating traditional culture to foreigners, but maybe more importantly, we should also be able to translate profound and time-honored culture to the modern the members of the modern society, to our next generations. Third role is, I believe, that should be a glue of the society to make the social fabric more consistent, so that, for example, people who are living in the cities can come to the rural areas to experience the real life, and vice versa, and so to enable foreigners come to China to really experience the Chinese culture, so that we can really eliminate prejudice and biases, so that social culture become more open and more inclusive. Okay, this is my humble comment. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Fang. Very concise and pertinent answer. Indeed, our panelists already drawn very broad prospects for us for culture and tourism industries. And as mentioned, pillar industries require demand, innovation, integration of different industries, as well as consumption, etc. Then the very in-depth discussions. I believe that all of us now can feel the potential and the opportunities in the cultural tourism industry. Now, I want to turn to challenges, problems of such industries. So now in the development of industries, what are the major problems that we're facing with, particularly the theme is how finance can boost cultural tourism in the industry. So what are the efficiencies, what are the shortcomings in this regard? Just now, Mr. Fang was last answer. Now I want you to the first to answer the second question. Because Mr. Fang, your platform is the closest to the users. Please share with us your views. Thank you, moderator, for the question. Now we are frontline practitioners. Now, in the integration of cultural tourism and technology, it is the integration of technology and cultural tourism and to extend the integration between cultural tourism and before that, integration of three aspects. And I believe the development of technology is very important in advancing the high-quality development of the deep integration between culture and tourism. So technology has been playing a very important role in that regard. The element of technology, I believe, in that process, it is the glue as well as and also it is glue, and also it is a kind of make it smoother, and also help us really use our culture to inject souls into our tourism and culture products. Just so it's kind of a lubricant as well as a glue. And I believe good examples include black meat, Hong Kong, and Naja. And at the same time, technology can also help the cultural destinations, the tourism destinations, to further elevate the local traditions into the cultural pursuits or ways in which the tourists can really pursue their cultural aspirations and further boost relevant consumption. And I believe in this process the challenge is the innovation and application of technologies, or the matching between technology and cultural tourism industries.
For example, our pieces of artwork and also our local cultural heritage, if they are not promoted or passed down, you may discover that some of the technology-related cultural developments will be just a very simple demonstration of those kind of technology. You may discover that some cultural tourism projects may be sensational with a lot of acoustic or vision effects, but those kind of demonstrations demonstration of the tech effects will not be very impressive. That is to say, under this kind of circumstances, it will be a kind of the tech products without further market penetration, and this kind of business model is not mature at all. So this is a challenge for our future development. Now, when we are talking about those kind of so-called the fading faith of Egypt and those kind of theology of the ancient Egypt, and this is a kind of crystallization of the Asian tales and those kind of choice of those kind of low entry barrier past the narrative of the historical record and it will be an organic integration with the commercialization in a modern sense. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Fang, for talking about the organic integration between cultural tourism and also the application of the technology. So I would like to ask Mr. Liu, just now you talk about the Wukong, the black myth, which are very popular in recent games, but we can fully understand and feel that the popularity behind this kind of sensational work and what will be the potential commercial opportunities hidden behind and what are the pinpoints and pending challenges for us. Thank you for your questions. Actually, I'm a humble learner today. I would like to ask a few questions and I'm waiting for answers from different panelists. I have a lot of questions. Perhaps 5 minutes are not enough for me. I would like to proceed from my own personal impressions to talk about this kind of my personal observation. For cultural products, I think creativity, innovation, and also to be innovative will be the most important DNA. When we talk about DNA and also animation and some of the future developments of those kind of e-games, online games, and animation, etc. And this kind of cartoon and animation market enjoys a large volume last year in terms of market size, around 330 billion RMB. Plus those kind of more than 300 billion market size relating to the online games. So the total market size will be around 600 billion RMB. So a lot of people are talking about whether we can further implement those kind of so-called three-dimensional or even super-dimensional story. There will be different kinds of the issues relating to this kind of narrative. For example, the generation of the core IPs. For those kind of super-dimensional IPs are generated from US or from Japan. They are actually limited concept. The consumption from the younger generation or those kind of Generation Z, actually they are in pursuit of the IP. Within this kind of endeavor, we may discover that there are different kinds of the points. For example, we are facing a lot of pressure in terms of the foreign trade. If you visit Zhejiang or Guangdong, and now we are in Guangdong for this Global Finance Forum. In Guangdong, there are a lot of SME that are engaged in the production of those kind of handicraft or those kind of so-called China chic products. That is because that, for example, these kind of producers are relying on the IP collaboration, and these kind of products used to be sold and distributed in China. But for a lot of these kind of handicraft or those kind of artworks relating to cultural heritage, they are not applying for IP or different kinds of the originality of the IP. That means they do not have any way out for the future IP collaboration. So for this kind of so-called antique or boutique markets relating to handicraft, it is related to the shortage of the IP, our originality and our innovation ability are not enough in terms of the human touch and also those kind of cultural and tourism demand. And this kind of demand are not adequate enough. We would like to get greater financial resources endorsement. For example, we are facing a lot of issues. For animation and cartoon, the ROI will take around 6 to 8 years, averagely speaking. It requires a very patient investment, a very patient equity committing party. For example, in the future, the ROI will be much higher than our expectation. There are 3 kinds of the investors. The first type of investors will be related to the insiders or players in the industry. Those who are working in the creative industry, they take up 1/4 of those kind of investors. The other kind of the stakeholder is the government or government institutions. They may make some of the financial policy to better support this kind of industry. The third kind is related to platform industries. And for the final two kinds of these stakeholders, they take up around 75% of those kind of participation. For a lot of platform-oriented enterprises, they have a lot of investment and they like to operate based on the very mature IP. You can see a lot of animation and cartoons that are available on different kinds of platforms. They are based on the popular storytelling or the script writing by some of the popular schedule writers. They are not necessarily very good demonstration of the IP image of those kind of cartoon or animation. Now for those kind of investment entities relating to governments, they are not patient enough. They require to reap those kind of low-hanging fruits faster and faster. They are not patient anymore, and they cannot wait for the maturity of those kind of products. Perhaps they will give a kind of reward and also penalty very fast at the same time. They will adopt those kind of carrot and stick policies very quickly. For example, the box office of Naja has already reached 15 billion RMB in China. For example, in China, for the animation and cartoon market, actually, we cannot have another Naja in 1 or 2 years. We hope that in every 2 to 3 years, there will be a blockbuster with a box office at around 200 to 300 million. We cannot wait for another 5 years for Naja, for another Naja or the iterated version of Naja with a box office of around 15 billion. We need to wait for other derivative work at the same time. We are going to talk about 2 issues. First, in terms of investment, we are in great need of the new investment entity or patient investors or those kind of visionary and forward-looking investors. Vice versa, I believe that the other issue is related to the IP production. For our practitioners in the art industry, I think we are actually having a very kind of very time-lagging awareness, or we are the late adopters. The production capacity cannot catch up with the demand, so there is a kind of reverse mismatching between the supply and demand, especially the supply and demand between those kind of creator, storyteller, and those kind of actual studio makers or producers. If you follow the development of Disney, you can see that when the IP is created, the animation work is also launched and available, and there will be the selling and distribution of a lot of derivative products. For our investors, for the productions and also the IP licensing and authorization, it is actually very delayed, and there is a very long time lagging, which takes 6 to 8 years to reap the ROI. If the theme park based on the IP can be constructed ahead of a lot of commercialization, this kind of online to offline conversion can be realized very quickly. So in this part of the discussion, it can generate other core issues. For example, today we are also joined by a lot of IPR experts. We hope that in the online games and also for different kinds of mobile games for the animation and cartoon community, we need to have our content creation based on the core IP. We should also apply for greater support and to build those kind of platforms to better improve the development of this industry. Within this endeavor, after I joined this conference, I participated a lot of sessions. I am looking forward to the crystallization and the words of the wisdom of this GFF. And previously, I joined an annual conference of the OTC Pharmaceutical Conference. I also made a keynote speech there. At that time, I joined the conference in Wuzhen, in Zhejiang province. I joined the conference room, and there were 2 paper bags which were very large size from our jobs to those kind of different kinds of the herbal preparations for those kind of medicines. So they provide all the participants to 2 paper bags of the medicine. I told them that I have very good physical well-being, so I will use this kind of medicine as a kind of backup. So That is why I would like to tell you that they are really good at marketing, publicity, and also advertising. So that is why we can empower them, and also vice versa. For example, in Hainan, there is a pharmaceutical company which is called Luwa. Luwa is a kind of Asian mythology from China. It's a kind of Asian Chinese fairy tale, and based on that fairy tale of the Hulu baby or Luwa, and actually that is already a kind of inheritance of the cultural heritage. I think this can bring more vitality and rejuvenation of those kind of companies. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Very wonderful sharing. Just now, you talk about we need more patient investors. So I would like to give the floor to Yu Chunling. We totally understand that for your company, investment fund of the China cultural industry, it is the one and only fund management company for cultural industry in China. You are also the brother in the sector. So could you tell us what difficulties you have encountered, Madam Yu? Thank you very much, Director Zhao. I believe that your question is very challenging for me. I also learned a lot from the previous knowledge relating to the industries of the animation and cartoons industry, and also the online games, and what are the hard nuts to crack for all the players. You asked me to talk about the financial solutions, and actually finance industry should serve the real economy. So from some perspective, when they have pain points, we should help those kind of participants of the market entities to address their pain points, to address those kind of issues, both from the symptoms, from the roots, as it was mentioned by Mr. Zhao. And we are the only company, the one and only in terms of the investment management corporation relating to the China cultural industry. A brief introduction of our company. We have been authorized by the State Council, and we are funded by the Ministry of Finance in China. We are also having the investment from different kinds of sources. The investment cycle of our mother fund company is around 10 years, so with an asset period of around 2 years. Our place in the past several years has actually echoed what President Xi Jinping has mentioned to China into a strong nation in terms of culture. You mentioned a lot of topical and down-to-earth points and difficulties. I fully echo your view because we share the same view and role as a funds management company in this area. A lot of our investments are realized through those kind of subsidiaries investment in some of the funds with the further investment in the cultural-related projects. Just now you mentioned the content creation and also generation with the other functions like dissemination and also publicity. From those kind of investment, content creation, we are going to have those kind of multi-segment investment like culture plus education, culture plus high-tech, etc. So we adopt an overall strategy of 1+5. As it was mentioned by Director Liu, do you think that if we have the financing resources, does it mean that we will always find suitable candidates to invest? Or in other words, we have already identified some of the challenges. The first kind of challenge is related to the fact that what kind of targets or candidates we should shortlist or cherry pick. For example, Mr. Liu or Mr. Fang and two gentlemen have already mentioned some of the possible choices. For example, Tencent is also a very mega platform in terms of the culture and also the development of the online games. It is already very sensational. It does not require further publicity or advertising either. From the perspective of investment, I think there are also both challenges and also pain points. In terms of culture and tourism industry, as you can see, in the past, they were actually supervised by some of the government institutions or some of the competent authorities, as I may call them. In terms of the market transformation, they are a little bit retarded, or they embrace those kind of changes later than the other kinds of the industries. Or in terms of the marketization or those kind of reform, they have been the late adopters, as it was mentioned and highlighted by Mr. Liu, because of those kind of retardedness in terms of reform, and also due to the issues relating to regional establishment and those kind of issues related to the stagnated doubt. That is why it is very difficult to use returns on investment. From the perspective of investment, there are a lot of objective things for us. The second reason I would like to mention is that As the funds management company, we invest in the sub-funds or the secondary funds. What are the purposes of those kind of the secondary funds? We have different kinds of the comprehensive or general purpose funds or the funds for the specific purpose. When we are collaborating with the government or when we are investing in the secondary market like PE, and actually there are a lot of unwillingness from the investors. There is a shortage of the willingness to invest in our industry due to the retarded transformation and also due to a very slow increasing of all those kind of latest market changes. When there is a very retarded market transformation, the fundamental logic is not simple and not clear-cut enough. And also the pricing mechanism is also very chaotic. For example, in those kind of public shows or concerts in markets in China, it is also under-regulated. There is no or standardized pricing or those kind of quotation mechanisms and also the traceability in terms of accountability in that sector. That is why we need to further inject momentum for the revitalization of that kind of industry. I want to mention about market entities at the same time. Mr. Liu has also mentioned for a lot of micro or small business, they have difficulty for the further survival because there is a shortage of correlation between investors and also the market entities. There are not enough investors for those kind of struggling enterprises. For the previous round of IPO of the culture-related companies, they have embraced different kinds of difficulties. So when they have halted those kind of IPO endeavors, so what would be the follow-up endeavor to guarantee their further survival? There is a mismatch between supply and demand for those kind of enterprises. If there is a mismatch in those kind of practices, that means the willingness or the motivation will be a far from reaching the adequate level, and also there is a shortage of the investors' willingness. For our mother company, we would like to hold some of the tendering that is designed specific for the culture and also the tourism industry. For those kind of GP, they are willing to invest in those kind of short video platform rather than other kinds of content creation oriented platforms, etc. So there should be a clarification of those kind of perception of the investors. The other thing I would like to mention is that for a lot of investors or the investment institutions in the market, as it was mentioned by Mr. Li, during the high rapid growth of the Chinese economy, that was a kind of period of the universalization with tremendous opportunities. But now Chinese economy is undergoing some of the transformation with some of the downside risks and also the further need for the restructuring. That is why a lot of the performance and also the trajectory of the experiences of a lot of investment institutions are retrospective rather than forward-looking. They conduct very frequent review. They exercise high level of caution. So that is why whether we can power through all those kind of difficulties and to tap into the uncharted territory and to get the beacons of the lights to make further exploration that will be a further endeavor for us. I think the difference between culture, tourism industry and other industries is that the investors should accumulate certain prior knowledge relating to culture and also tourism, and also they should be very savvy and have a high accumulation of those kind of documents relating to the capital market. Previously, in the academic research institution or the universities, there was a low level of the collaboration among industry, academic research institutions, and also the universities, and also that generated other kinds of questions relating to the difficulty in innovation and also the quick innovation. In terms of the ideology and also in our communication, in our ideology sharing, the sharing of our mindset, we are always having different kinds of the discrepancy. I think the replacement for the mobile phone will be related to the super application. For the future development of the AI, what will be the ultimate goal? And actually, we are not clear about the future. So how can we further move forward, and what will be the next orientation for innovation? So that would be a kind of meet for us.
So investors are interested in putting their money in what we call hardcore technologies. Well, we still have to look at culture, as Mr. Zhao started by saying that we should look at material and also material wealth and cultural development. And both would actually somehow coalesce at the top. And this is really a challenge. But is the challenge resolvable? Mr. Sun from our, say, investment fund, head of investment fund, once remarked in a convention held in Beijing last year concerning culture industry, that the more challenging it is, the more motivated we are doing that. We are doing challenging jobs with the right decision. According to Mr. Sun, obeys the challenges, we are seeing the silver lining of opportunities. And these opportunities are really about empowering the potential development of the cultural sector by using more new quality productive force, and also look at the upgrading of consumption in cultural tourism, and also we're seeing the iteration of facilities implementing culture, and also look at a broadened consumption market, and also look at the structural adjustment and strategic restructuring of the cultural sector. So these are talking about the two sides of the coin. The challenges and the opportunities. Thank you, Madame Yu. You were enlightening us with the solution to the challenges from perspective of investment. Yeah, you talk about valuation. IP is a core asset of the culture and enterprise. And maybe in that regard, we can invite them from and please look at the issue of IP and copyright and cultural tourism, which is quintessential, and what problems have you found in this area? I listened very attentively to different panelists, and I think now with change on scene in the century, with great progress made in SDI, yes, we quite often see people at a loss concerning prospect for people. Now, against the wave of innovation and creation, the convergence between different industries and also uncertainties there within will be kept quite some time. Intellectual property, we are seeing that in summary there are four issues in China's culture and tourism industries. First, we don't have a heightened awareness of IP. Say everyone can be kind of blogger or media owner, own our IP and copyright. Every day we are posting pictures and articles, which means that we own the rights of the content. But how many of you have the awareness of protecting your IP or your copyright? At the same time, you might be using a piece of music in your short video, you might be taking clips from other short videos. Do you know that you might be infringing on others' copyrights? Yeah, not a lot of people know that. At the same time, we've been to different, say, celebrity towns, such as in Jiangsu, in Dali, or Yunnan. We're seeing a lot of cultural offerings, and they're very homogeneous. And they have no idea that these products, which are very same with others, are actually infringements. In Purple Delta and Yangtze Delta, there are a lot of products being sold. And the owners may think that if I'm actually having a logo on these products, then that's fine. But you may not own the logos, right? It may be logos of others, it may be copyrights of others, it can be patents and trademarks of others. Hereby we are seeing homogenization, we have counterfeit products, we have unauthorized use of others' products and offerings. Then that means we're indeed not having the right awareness of protecting IP. Second, we do not have adequate measures of protection. For example, we have IP infringements online. And no one is going to be making the screening and future look if there has not been any complaint filed. Even if there's a complaint being filed, it takes ages for the results to be finally verified. And we have saying that those who are bare-footed are never afraid of those wearing shoes. Namely, they have nothing to lose. Right? They don't have enough means to protect IP. And for China's cultural industries to go abroad, you might be having lawsuits, right? Either lawsuits from you or lawsuits against you. You might be using others' melody, or others might be using your melody. So there are a lot of those litigations going on. And cross-border litigations are very difficult to manage. Whipple has been working with the Supreme Court and local courts in different cases, and I can share with you some updates that later on. And then the IP laws are disconnected with reality, right? The reality grows at a much faster clip. For example, we'll look at the viability of patents and copyrights on certain products. And also, for example, we are having products being created by AI plus can be protected by patent. During the past, it's natural person who is producing products. But now AI is producing film, TV, drama, animation, pictures, and also text and music. To what extent shall we protect the IPs that might be violated in these AI-based productions? And there are different examples of that. In the United States, Europe, things have been done in a pretty conservative way. They do not really have a very high extent of protection, right? When they might be partially produced by AI. But in China, we are actually more aggressive. They say we try to protect the industry as long as there is human involvement, then the results of creation should be better protected. So we do not have the right awareness, we do not have the right innovative innovation, we don't really have the right legal measures protecting IPs, and also we don't have the means of resolving the litigations or complaints. Okay, thank you, Madame Liu. I think the way that we protect IPs surely is related to how we raise funding, how we do valuation, and how the industry is protected. Well, PBOC and the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Culture in 2014 issued some advice on furthering cooperation in the cultural industry and tertiary industry, cultural industry with the banking industry, and there have been some, say, market-based moves. Different banks were providing products, and that's similar banking with culture, and then they have been doing some better cultural design, and CSRC has been piloting the launch of risk products related to culture and tourism. So maybe some words from Mr. Li of PBCSF concerning how finance boosts culture and tourism development. It's been more than 10 years since the announcement was made. We can still see some uncertainties and also some, say, choke points. So what are they? What do you think of them? I think different panelists talk about their thoughts concerning the demand side, Mr. Fang, and also Madame Yu talk about the supply side as a practitioner in the cultural sector involved in finance. Well, to make sure that finance supports cultural tourism, we have to look at the nature and principles of finance, so that we can have a better hand over what we're doing in the next stage and also the pain points we try to address. Finance was born in commodity economy. We had commodities, we had goods, we had products, we had trades, we had dealing, thereby we had the finance. As long as there is a need for byproducts, then we have a need for finance. So this is a dialectic relationship. Madame Yu gave us some wonderful remarks concerning the pain points. Right? For example, you need to have a piece of goods which has value, which can be traded, and a buyer and seller can find a points or maybe a price range on which both can agree to make a transaction. It should be as a product, right? Not as a kind of public institution. Well, how can we make sure that we have a market and commercial approach for culture, tourism, and sports? At the same time, even if it's taken as a commodity, it has its nature as a public good. It cannot be, say, mercantilist. But as long as it's a piece of product or a piece of good, we have to follow the general principles of trading in these goods. Therefore, we try to see what kind of financial services can we offer, what's the tenure, what's the scale, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, what's the price range. Then I think all of these parameters have to be met to make sure that we take the offerings as a product, and we, since this is trying to offer financial products to service that, we look at the collaterals, we look at the risk, to risk appraisal, risk pricing, look at the value of the products, and also the, say, proper resolution of the risk. So I think this is very important, right, for the financial sector to really offer service to any relevant industries. We have to be clear-headed to understand requirements on both the supply side and demand side. All right, for the demand side in tourism and culture, we really have to make sure that we offer the real-life value and the future potential value in these products. And so the future value is related to intangible assets or copyrights, to see how they are appraised to really come to the right evaluation, as Madame just said. People think this is profitable. People think that it has the ability to generate cash flow. Then they are willing to give the go. So the presentation of value in terms of the, say, demand side is very important. Thinking. Madame Yu works at a culture institution, or you're working in culture. But I think investments cross different boundaries. It's not just we can only look at culture, but even if it's not cultural bound and it's profitable, people are still interested to invest. So this is about value discovery, right? We really have to discover value. Good investors are like good coaches. They find a candidate, a talent, as an artist, as athletes, and they are exhilarated, and they're really trying to pursue this asset, bring the best out of the asset. Now the national authority is interested in developing culture and tourism. Then from the macro to the meso to the micro levels, we have to change our mindsets. As Mr. Liu just said, in the past, culture industry is kind of partly on the national authority, right? It's more like being run as a public institution. You are given budgets. You cannot exceed your remits. It's only that after reform and opening up, these cultural institutions were beginning to seek banking, bank-based lending support. Away from the government budget. As Tsinghua said, you have to actually turn banks into real banks. They're not just accountants and cashiers, right? This is what we did in the past. You have to make sure that banks use technologies to support the economy. And only at that time, financial industries are having the nature of a real business. So for culture and tourism and sports, this is a similar route. I'm an enthusiast of sports. I watch a lot of games such as CBA and also the Super League of China, all the sports categories. And for those to succeed, they need to have their assets, their young players, right? And if they're not running the teams properly, they don't have the right playing, they don't even have the right pay rights for all their athletes. So I think this is where we can actually learn from, for example, European countries in this regard. Well, culture industry is destined to grow further. In the early days of opening up, we tried to develop the economy to address the needs of daily necessities, and then we're having a well society, and currently we're trying to develop this high quality. In the same vein, development culture and tourism will also be very much attached to our daily life. They're not aloof. When we're calculating our GDP, there are certain indirect connections in terms of consumption and employment. Culture and tourism are also very critical. Even though they are not visibly shown in our statistics, still they have been used to drive a large amount of jobs in dining, in catering, and also animation to high-end manufacturing, right? So you might be seeing the glitz of the animation, but actually behind that we do have a lot of, say high industry supporting that. So for finance as a business, surely as long as you can find business opportunities in cultural tourism to invest, at the same time China to have grown to the stage, we really have to carry forward our culture and publicize our culture. Our policies, laws, and government authorities should form the right synergy, making sure that the culture and tourism industry in China can again make a step change. Thank you, Mr. Li. Just now, different speakers have provided us very accurate house checks on the pinpoints, challenges, and opportunities of the cultural tourism sectors. And now, from your personal perspectives, when we're trying to look at future developments in terms of deepening comprehensive reform and fostering high-quality developments, what are the actual moves we can make? Maybe we can start from right in the middle. Madame Yu, you are like a parent founder of the national team leading development of the industry. So how to introduce more patient capital into cultural tourism sectors? Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhao, for this first question. How do we coalesce the strength of different parties to support high-quality growth of culture and tourism? Well, each player, such as finance and fiscal authority, is actually playing its role. That's why now we're actually seeing culture and tourism accounting for 10% of the total GDP. So this is the result of collective efforts from different parties. But we should have future looking. And let's start with our funds. It was established in 2020 after approved in 2018. Now it's been roughly 4 and 5 years. As Mr. Li just said, when we were making investment in cultural tourism, we were kind of feeding the stones across the river. We had a 3+1 business model. At the very beginning, we guided the leading funds with comprehensive nature to put some of the stakes in the cultural sector in way of a kind of guidance fund. And then we encouraged market-based entities by establishing specialized fund for culture and tourism. While it was never an easy journey, and in recent years we made a newer attempt. Namely, we tried to encourage local governments in specific important areas to establish, for example, regional funds, such as the Digital Creative Fund in Yangtze River Delta, the Huangshan Mountain Funds, the Greater Huangshan Mountain Fund in Anhui, and also the Cultural Tourism Digital Creativity Fund in Fujian, and also the Ma'anshan Digital Cultural Creative Funds in Hubei. And these are the three things, and then we have the one, which is about direct investment. Our direct investment, not in a big volume, is mainly being used in some key sectors such as critical cultural infrastructures, etc. So this is what the fund has been working over the last 4 years, making sure that our world can be better played.
Now also, we look at pinpoint industries as well as the national strategy of fostering cultural industry as killer industries, and I believe we should make efforts in the following aspects. The first is to improve and complete the top-level design. And why is that? Just now, Mr. Lee also touched on some of our confusions. Now, when we're talking about culture, cultural industry, what is the scope and definition of the cultural industry that should be updated all the time? Particularly now we are facing the iteration of technologies constantly, particularly when it comes to the phone. For example, in the past it was used only to take pictures and communicate, and now it serves the purpose of social communication, and it is a terminal of culture or cultural dissemination. So it is one of part of the cultural infrastructure as well as a platform. So we need to, from the point of view of top-level design, constantly update the definition and scope and concept of culture. Secondly, we probably would notice that after the emergence of DeepSeek, technology has been stimulated to develop further, as well as relevant investment. Actually, a lot of funds are looking at the so-called hardcore technology. And that is only natural, and many funds are even about AI in all. But from our perspective at the China Cultural Investment Fund, I believe we can pivot to another angle. That is, while all industrial funds are talking about all, we should all in culture and culture in all, so that we can in the future balance the soft and hard investment of society in order to achieve harmonious development of the whole society. So this is about thinking about the strategy of cultural investment and the future directions of cultural investment. On one hand, we need to have our very clear directions of integration. On the other, we should leave space for the development of or the impact of development of other industries. This is the first thing that we need to do. That is about top-level design. Secondly is planning should be ahead of implementation. It should be pre-planned when it comes to the development of the industry. So now we're talking about how culture and tourism has been transformed from a public institution to an industry. And now we are faced with the impact of tech development, and we are looking at the sort of a fragmented development of the industry. A lot of small-scale companies are developing, but you do not know whether or not they're going to survive, and that means the loss of investment. And now, for example, and also there would be a sort of temporary popularity of particular projects, but no one knows how long they would last. And also like the cultural IPs like Naja and Duck Meat, Wukong, as you mentioned, they probably would be temporary as well instead of long-lasting. And also, Mr. Liu talked about the so-called low-level, homogeneous design of the cultural spots, beauty spots, and cultural heritage, etc. So the second point, this is why I talked about the second point, the importance of planning. And third, the importance of policy support. As I mentioned, the number one, State Council document here is about the public or government funds, and number two and number four documents are all about the development of culture and tourism. So the strategy, the policy direction is clear. However, in the process of industrial and technology iteration, when it comes to culture and tourism industries, they have their own patterns of development. And in the past, many of these industries or companies were mainly dependent on fiscal support from the government. And now, if they do not have this support, how can they continue to provide cultural products to the public? Therefore, fiscal support to some extent is still very important. Now, government expenditure and investment can be translated into real consumption, and so the government needs to really put in place the needed expenditure and budget. Or else the return of investment cannot be guaranteed in the future. And now, for example, we have launched a cultural and creative industry fund with in cooperation with Hunan province, which is called Malashan. And we would actually match the investment with our government investment, as well as providing guarantee for the social investment to these projects. So this is sort of a risk sharing between government and private investment. So I believe in this regard, policy should be really implemented. And the other aspect is about coordination of or the synergy achieved through the application of financial instruments. Now we are all facing the same real entities and serve the same institutions. And also this is on the brochure that we had already distributed. So we would have equity, investment, the bank would provide loan investment, and last year the central government also. So according to the guiding opinions from the government, there would be loans extended by banks with favorable conditions in support of such investment. And also rates, cultural and tourism-related rates are also being launched. Therefore, investment, loans, debts, and rates, including leasing, can all be integrated in order to advance the development of such kind of investment. The other aspect is to try to maintain a reasonable return on investment. This is coming back to the financial fundamentals, as mentioned by Mr. Li. Now, financial investment can tolerate lower rate of return. However, a reasonable level of rate of return still needs to be guaranteed. And also, it is still very hard to classify this kind of return on investment, and we need to find a sweet spot in that regard. Therefore, this requires the continuous and concerted efforts of both the government and society. And I'm very encouraged to see that number one document here has specifically mentioned the importance of such synergy. And I personally believe that this is in compliance with the international standards and practices. Because when we are faced with objective realities, some people are saying that maybe the state government investment would elbow out the private investment. However, according to data that I have seen, in 2024, the public equity, in all the public equity, government fund accounts for over 80%. This is because of the downturn of the real estate, as well as the explosion of P2P, or the bursting of P2P. People are confused about the way out for private capital. And I wanted to say that the reality is that the government actually is supporting these industries and playing the role of trying to guide and support and back such kind of investment. So efforts should be made in a good sequence and in synergy, and also regulators should also adapt to the new development trends in the transformation era. Thank you very much, Madam Yu, for your comments. Now I want to give the floor to Ms. Liu. We've been talking about how difficult it is to attract investment and to have a good assessment when it comes to intellectual property. Please share with us your insights. Now, the theme for today is about finance, but I'm in intellectual property. So I want to share from my angle. Now, I'm from the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO. Just now, Mr. Lee also mentioned that by 2024, the intangible assets across the world represented by copyrights, patents, etc., has already reached 79.4 trillion, which means that out of 190. Actually, the total of the GDP of 190 countries across the world is only $90 trillion, which means that we are providing the registration, taxation, and corporation services to this kind of assets or property. And I've been always saying that intellectual property is a bonanza for intangible assets across the world. And we are a service provider, while other international organizations would need donations and sponsorship from other countries. So we, for example, provide services to intellectual property such as animations, traditional handicrafts, etc. And what kind of protection are we providing? We provide 5 sets of golden keys. And 4 of them are free of charge, and only one is charges fees, and the cost is still very low. Now we are managing 28 international treaties involving patents, intellectual patents, and also business secrets, etc. You probably want to ask. After China's accession to WIPO, actually the GIs, Chinese GIs, very few GIs have been registered with WIPO. But now with the development of AI and with the more importance being shifted to traditional heritage, so the definition, protection, and registration of these intangible assets might change significantly in the future, and China is going to transform from a follower to a leader. So be it an animation company or a cultural tourism company, when it comes to copyright, design, and your patents, etc. it is very important for China to really have our voice heard and strengthen our representation. So with the government, with the academic community, with businesses, with the private sector, we all have cooperation relationships. And with Baidu, Tencent, Alibaba, etc., with Rocky, with many tech companies, with humanoid manufacturers and developers, and companies in the new productive forces community, we all have a cooperation and relationship. We wanted them to be in the loop even before they have gone global. And secondly, just now we're talking about the importance of infringement, protection of homogeneity, of lack of teeth of certain documents. All this actually can be amended and addressed within our framework. Just now I was also talking about this with some panelists. So for example, just now talking about the IP such as Zhang and Dark Magic Home, there will be a lot of peripheral products. So how can you achieve the process of A to Z so that the bonus or the benefits generated from these IPs can be really reaped by yourselves? And you need to pursue international protection in this regard, because without which you won't be able to really go global. And obviously, Dark myth, Wukong can go global. Many of our IPs can go global, but it is very easy for them to be broadly replicated. And how can you really guarantee your benefit and interest in this process? And in GIs, in copyright, in designs, we follow the same set of principles and regulations. So after the session, you are welcome to approach me to get information about, for example, free training and services, etc. The other set of services that we provide is a data set or database provision. For example, patent system has 117 million entries, and in terms of patents, we have 65.8 million entries. So you can use AI to, of course, you can use AI to generate patents, herms patents, etc. But so you can leverage our database to really get a head start on other aspects of cooperation platform in China. We have 5 industrial platforms as well as cultural platforms. So in the future, in terms of so you are welcome to approach us for potential cooperation in the area of cultural innovation. And also we provide trainings, both online and offline, to potential people with potential interest. For example, with the new generation students, we would also provide courses on IP, and also, for example, with Tsinghua, with the people's with the RUC, with Central China University, Central South University, etc. So with 8 universities, we provide free services and trainings to the students. So I will leverage today's opportunity to advertise our organization in the hope that IP can also empower development of cultural tourism in the future. Thank you. Madame Liu, that is an advertisement that needs to be made, because cultural tourism industries, when we talk about cultural and tourism industries, culture is an international language, and IP is an international set of rules. So we need to really disseminate our cultural values and concepts within that framework, and we hope in the future more people can pay attention to IP protection as well as standard setting. Thank you very much, Madam Liu.
Next, I would like to ask Mr. Liu, as it was mentioned by other panelists, they addressed a lot of topics related to cartoon and animation. How can we better integrate different kinds of the subsectors as representative from the China Animation and Cartoon Corporation? And could you share with us some of your insights? As it was mentioned by the previous panelists, I learned a lot. I just like a humble student. I took a lot of notes during the remark. Actually, according to their observation, they have witnessed and observed a lot of challenges and pinpoints. They have presented very good wisdom to us. I learned a lot, as it was mentioned by Madam Li. And actually, we need to achieve the matching between the supply and demand, and also vice versa. If investors can be aware of the value or the hidden value or the future development potential, it would be a win-win situation. I'm not towards the financial or the art background. In my prior 30 years of working experiences, I felt deeply that there is a kind of the bargaining, or there is a kind of mismatching between the artists and also the investors. We know that for a lot of artists or for a lot of art practitioners, they are not having any kind of economical mindset. They are not sensitive to the return on investment. For the investors, they may not be very savvy related to those kind of art documents at the same time. So my personal accountability is that after 2 hours of discussion, I need to tell everyone that what our meeting is about, or what are we talking about. Finally, from this kind of perspective, I would like to say that from culture, from animation to cartoon, we are in great need of a better match between supply and demand. So this kind of interconnectivity should be anchored and should be pointed. Without these prerequisites, there will be a continuation of many issues. I have been deliberating on this a lot. As one of the SOE or central enterprise, we should show the kind of responsibility and accountability from the production side, from the supply side, from the producers, content creators, from those kind of art practitioners. What are their core values and what are their most urgent demand? How can we better provide enough resource allocation for them? And what are the policy requirements and what is the requirement for compliance? If you ask one film director to interpret or to have a diving reading of policy related to financial market, I believe that it will be beyond his pay grade or beyond his capability. So I believe that we need to find a better matching between those kind of art creators and those kind of investors in the capital market. We need to find a kind of GP or a kind of funds management company which are very professional or which are very veteran in the capital market to find the very clear-cut anchor for those kind of investment to get a very appropriate valuation. So from this kind of perspective, the investors should be aware of the future opportunities to make future investment. So that is what we need, and that's what we hope. And proceeding from this kind of point, from central enterprises, from SOE, in terms of the content creation, we need to be vetting those kind of ideology. I think we have been doing quite well in terms of the vetting of the ideology. So the SME can get greater potential to release their creativity. So that is why we can unleash our potential. As it was mentioned by the previous panelists for the IPR, it is the biggest point for us. So that is also a plus for our solution to that methodology. I would like to mention one rule that one time I visited Dehua of Fujian. It is the hometown of the white ceramic and porcelain. So actually it is a very famous hometown for the ceramic and porcelain. We did a lot of homework and we did a lot of investigation at that time. One of the famous producers and one of the ceramic porcelain artists, and he sent me a gift relating to white ceramic, and also that gift was using my registration trademark, and actually there was no authorization from me myself. So that was very ironic because he gave that part of the gift to me as a kind of respect and friendship. But actually, in that gift was using my own IP, the IP I created. For those kind of IP infringements, I went into more than 700 lawsuits and litigations. I would like to require the legitimate rights for my IP licensing. So that is a kind of protection relating to the license of my IP. Actually, for the IPR, regarding for those kind of new content created, if the investors can have a very clear-cut realization of the valuation, that is very helpful and that is a great compromise for us. Under the IPR, I think there is already a very fully-fledged system. We need to find other dots for connection, and we need to find veterans, practitioners to have more appropriate valuation and estimation, and how can we better get the value for its market potential transaction ASP in terms of its inherited connotation and also its future commercial value. I hope that we can build this connection point. So I hope that we can if we can join this earlier, that will reap a lot of benefits for the future economic development and also the future industry development. I would like to mention the other 2 points for the platform industries. We are actually having the development in a mutual enhancing manner. We are in need of younger generation who are having professionality and also the enthusiasm in terms of the content creation. They can work in high synergy with the platforms. I would like to say that if there is further commercialization of the IT and innovation creativity, that would generate a lot of future potential. Thank you, Mr. Liu, to connect the dots and to do the connectivity. This will unleash great potential in the animation and cartoon sector. So that is what we are looking forward to. We also pay attention to the fact that with the rapid development of AI and also with the future development of the aggregated distance, there are different kinds of developments relating to the culture and tourism. I understand that Tencent is doing a lot. I would like to invite Mr. Fang from Tencent to talk about what kind of endeavor that you have undergone. Thank you for your question. After listening to the opinions of the panelists, I think we have talked a lot about the culture and tourism. I would like to tell you something relating to Tencent's endeavor in terms of tourism. As it is known to all of us, for AI and for today, what kind of judgment we may have for today and what kind of importance we may attach to tourism, or what kind of resources we may allocate to tourism. I think this is already very mature. It is iterating very fast. And also it is having very positive correlation with different kinds of scenarios. It can generate very immediate impact. So I would like to think that in terms of the AI technology, and in culture and tourism, especially in tourism, what kind of changes they may bring from the actual practice. I think the first change is highly related to from the points of the tourists. The future change will be related to the fact that the different ways of the itinerary arrangement, hotel or accommodation booking, etc. For example, if you want to go out traveling today, if you want to visit one tourist destination, you may use the app or the e-commerce channel for tourism. But for those kind of tourism products you will have access to, they are highly homogeneous and also highly standardized, and also they are fragmented at the same time. So there is so-called a kind of impossible triangle in the tourism industry for the pricing, customization level, and also the agility of the service cannot be perfect at the same time. However, with the forthcoming of the AI, there are a lot of changes. In the future traveling, there is a high probability that there will be the voice control through those kind of terminal to provide better support for those kind of itinerary booking or itinerary planning. So through this kind of AI empowerment, we can have better granular control and empowerment from those kind of data. We can generate highly customized itinerary planning. So this is very important for us. If within a short period of time, if everything is moving ahead very smoothly, I think this will take in 2 years. I think from the perspective of 2 years, AI will bring a lot of changes. For example, I would like to put forward one concrete example, the evolution of tourism. For example, the impression series in different popular destinations of tourism. The impression series are already blossoming and thriving. Different localities or popular destinations for tourism would like to retell the story. For example, the tourists can wear AR or VR goggles to have an immersive experience with a panoramic sense. For example, in Dunhua Museum, the visitors can wear the VR or AR glasses to have those kind of immersive feeling. So that would be a kind of content creation within tourism. And this kind of cost will also be moving downwards in the foreseeable future. The quality of the content creation and also the value will actually be narrowed. Within the short period of the time, in this fundamental logic, creativity will be very important for the better maneuverability of the technology and utilization of the technology. For cartoon, for animation, for different kinds of the creation of the artwork, they will also be disrupted. For example, for some Asian Chinese wars, like the war in Fei or in Guandu, these kind of wars and battles took place in the ancient China. One of the local tourist guide may tell you that hundreds of years ago, in the place that you are visiting today, there was a warfare which was very famous and which was causing a lot of impact to the history. With the MR, VR, or the AR, or those kind of 3D technology and also the rapid generation of the LLM, the tourists can have those kind of immersive technology. With this kind of immersive technology or this kind of perception of the tourism will be highly correlated with the cultural tourism today. If we visit those kind of hometowns for the celebrities, like Sudong, one of the ancient Chinese poets, you can have those kind of so-called digital twins to have this kind of virtual dialogue with the Asian people. Now in our ordinary visit, we can visit those kind of hometowns or those kind of residents for those Asian celebrities. You can just view some of the hardware or infrastructure rather than those kind of immersive experience. I think with the creativity with this kind of tools, you can generate a lot of useful content. The second change I would like to mention is that there will be great changes related to the tourism services. Concretely speaking, for example, customer service like C-Trip. C-Trip is the most important e-commerce platform for tourism. I don't know whether you can imagine that C-Trip is having more than 13,000 personal manpower, people manpower or manual manpower in terms of this kind of customer service hotline. With the maturity of the AI or the utilization of the chatbot, they can trim down the manpower. One chatbot can answer your questions. You cannot tell within 30 minutes whether this kind of custom service agent serving you is AI chatbot or a real person. So in the future, the predictive service work or those kind of positions or those kind of clients relating to the tourism agency or those kind of pick-up and delivery, people in the hotels or those kind of people who maintain hygiene or do some housekeeping in the hotels, they will be replaced by the robotic. The third change I would like to think about is related to the intelligence or the wisdom management in the tourism management with the better maturity of the AI. In the past, we look forward to those kind of wisdom of the culture and tourism can be really unleashed. I think AI is having a lot of empowerment. It is very like the autonomous driving today. It presents several characteristics, dynamic adjustment. So in the future, the management of the gravity will become more and more refined. It is just like you are driving the vehicles, and you just need some fine-tuning and tweaking, and you need to have the real-time prediction proceeding from the data collection and also the data supervision. You can have real-time adjustment of those kind of management. And the third part is related to the automatic optimization. For example, you may say that if your intelligent service system is operating for a certain period of time, and they can have real-time analysis of the variable devices, and after a certain period of time, there will be very personalized or highly customized improvement. For example, which time is your bedtime, and when you should take your medicine, and how much kind of improvement you should realize in your diet. So in the future, the management of the wisdom and also those kind of content creation will be demonstrating different kinds of variation, which are more real-time, more agile, and also more intelligent. So from this kind of sense, I would like to say that for the tourism industry, it is confronted with the empowerment of the AI. I observed a very interesting case. I think people are having much anxiety relating to technology. In the past, we mentioned a lot about embracing the AI, but with the emergence of this, we are actually submerged in the wave of AI. It does not mean that whether you embrace the AI, it is because when you can embrace this AI, it is a matter of choice. It is a matter of the penetration rate in your life related to AI. From this kind of sense, I talk a lot with my customers that what shall we do facing AI? So first of all, my personal suggestion is that we need to separate the noise from the voice. We need to be calm-minded, and we need to be pious and also good-minded related to AI. Regarding AI, there are a lot of so-called sensational description. A lot of people are discussing that AI will replace all our work. So by preemptive measures, by preemptive management of those kind of technology, we cannot undervalue or overvalue its short-term and long-term impact. So from this kind of sense, the management, the regulators should know about the essence of the AI. In this way, we can repeat those, we can circumvent those kind of repeated investment or redundant investment. I think this is already very universal. A lot of people are talking about we need to improve the new productivity forces. So the second point I would like to mention is that we will be in need of the enterprise and also the market players relating to culture and tourism to have the joint creation and also collaboration at the same time, or to have the scenario-oriented coalition of the minds. So that can generate a lot of thoughts. We need to take pragmatic and down-to-earth practice to better mobilize the resources that can be allocated to this field. So this is my sharing. Thank you, Mr. Pham. And actually, Mr. Pham has mentioned a lot of useful ideas. For example, today with the emergence of the AI, just like in 1988 or 1999 with the bubbles of Internet. The Internet wave at that time caused many bubbles. So whether there will be also similar wave bubbles for AI era, we need to have a correct mindset and ideology to embrace this kind of change. Recently, we have been paying attention to the digital finance and also the fintech and also the utilization of fintech in the culture and tourism. And there are different kinds of the application. As it is known to all, and Mr. Lee has been working in the field of the finance supervision, and also it is the most important or renowned authority in this regard. So I would like to ask Director Lee, so how can we achieve better coordination between digital finance, fintech, and also culture and tourism? And how can we better provide empowerment and to make them to play their due roles? As you mentioned, by Ding Zhao, he has mentioned word win or empowerment. I think we need to use the digital technology or science or technology to better empower cultural tourism, just like to add wings to the tigers, to provide greater facilitation. So this will be very instrumental for the future development for the cultural and tourism to be coupled with those kind of convenience of the fintech and also the digital technology, just like add wings to tigers. So here is my deliberation in terms of culture and tourism, and this will be very important future pillar industries for China's economy. With the economic transformation, social development, social progress, people are feeling more and more crystallization with their improvement in the social welfare and also their pursuit of a better life.
So for culture and tourism, we have an obligation inherited from the past, and at the same time we are up against the grand stage of development. To me, digital technology and other technologies are linkages connecting finance and cultural tourism. Well, the Century World Conference talks about the 5 key areas of finance, including digital finance. And consider digital finance actually transverses across all those different areas and are taken as an enabler. As was mentioned by Mr. Fan, today we talk about services, and those services are provided without the technology, without the platform, without the network. So if there's no technology, if there's no network, there's no finance. So banks, insurers, securities, capital markets, brokers, technology is everywhere. I can quote you one example. Well, not all people have digital literacy. They have the good counters, presents the credential to the clerks to actually have all things down. Actually, it could actually be done at home, right, using technology, but they had to go to the counter in person, and somehow the clerk helped them with that, but still using technology, but just in a different place. Therefore, culture and tourism industries to grow, we have to make sure technology is going to be empowering them into greater depth. And also, as was mentioned by panelists, culture and tourism provide us the best scenarios for apply new technologies or new digital technologies. They are entertaining, they are convenience, they are giving us a sense of safety, they are trying to embed all those different features in the realm of culture and tourism, where digital technology is put to best use. Mr. Liu, the former president of Chinese University of Telecommunications and the academician of Chinese Academy of Science, that, well, for culture and tourism, we are also seeing the embedded connections with other sectors, such as healthcare, transportation, etc. And in all these areas, we're already seeing the best use of technology. For example, in media, we're actually seeing stereo technology or screening technology, all enabled by digital technology. Now, parents are worried that their kids will be exposed to digital gadgets early in their life. But this is another side of the story, claiming that technology is everywhere in our life. In a nutshell, the central government is really bent on better leveraging finance in different industries, and culture and tourism industry is the epitome for the digital technology to be better used and for finance to be put into use. We need to have a mechanism supporting the development of culture and tourism in way of offering financial services. So if we have a financial system that is aligned with cultural tourism. And that means we can find our commonalities so as to better address pain points. And I think digital technologies can be put into good use, right? For example, getting the value of finding the right valuation of technology, of data, to turn them into assets, and also to properly facilitate the operationalizing part of cultural tourism with the support of technology. And also the appraisal system for property ownership, taxation system, financial mechanisms, etc. And all these can be put together with greater synergy, so that we are adding wings to the cultural tourism sector with the support of finance. Thank you, Mr. Lee. I think we still have one last round of questions. As you know, in 2025, we were concluding the 45-year plan and ushering the 55-year plan. So let's be quick. Each guest is to raise a piece of suggestion in just 1 minute. To see what is the most important concerning about cultural tourism for the 15-5-year plan. So it's start with Silly. As far as I know, during the 13th and 45-year plan for the financial sector, you've been engaged in a very dominant way in actually doing the working on the plan and doing the preprint. So what would you like to say about the 55-year plan? As I just said, we should have investment financing mechanism related to cultural tourism. So this is the pain points in my eyes and also in your eyes. So they should be properly aligned, such as long-term capital, patient capital, and also bank credits, because we're always relying on bank credits, right, to provide the right financial support. Now, in banks, we're already trying to work more on, for example, on AI, and now with more institutional arrangements, the bank facilities can also be used to support the capital stock, different companies, and also we have capital from civil enterprises, from private enterprises, from different private players, and even from international community. And if that capital is available, then we can make sure that the kind of the backwater of insufficient cultural tourism development can be really supported. And then, Madame Liu, they focus on intellectual property rights, and during the 55-year plan, China should lead the way in building an IP-centered international organization for cooperation in cultural tourism, so that China's role in building this ecosystem will be better represented. In the past, we have the Yangzhou Canal Organization, and then we have the Mountain Area Organization. So similarly, we can think about what else China can do in establishing international organizations on cultural tourism. For the Bretton Woods system and other international mechanisms, China definitely was not the founding member. And now, if you look at cultural tourism, we should take the lead in establishing international organizations to have a balanced, inclusive, future-looking, dynamic organization of cultural tourism, which is heavily dependent on intellectual property. Okay, now I learned a lot today. Thank you very much. So I'll try to use the theme of this our conference in response to Mr. Zhao's question concerning what we should be doing for cultural tourism 55-year plan. I think we should be open-minded, be inclusive, and and sharing nature to build up the system. This is similar with the theme of this year's forum. We should be open-minded, inclusive, and interested in sharing so that we work with the governments. We see how culture can actually be connected to tourism, the interaction between supply-demand, the relationship between culture and technology, and also the social welfare and the unity of social welfare and the economic benefits from the financial activities. So if we can have this mindset and adopt this modality, then I'm sure that during the 15 five-year plan, we can support culture and tourism to become pillar industries in China. Okay, thank you. You mentioned 5 sets of relationship. Now, Mr. Liu. Mr. Tang talked about AI and technology. So I'd like to kind of lift myself out of that to focus more broadly on how we develop China's corpus and the AI library to a great extent, leveraging our existing resources to 15 five-year plan. I think this is a key issue in terms of artistic creation and content tourism. We have to rely on AI. What about the, for example, the creative materials? I don't think we have enough for that materials library, especially the labeling usage, sometimes paid usage of the materials with Chinese culture. There's a huge gap, and we will not always be getting we will kind of misaligned results. And also, we are having a fourth round of pretty much like survey and census of cultural relics in China, which is about to finish, and we're trying to digitalize all those remnants and relics of culture. And what can actually be used in our AI library? And how are you going to be labeling all of them, making sure that they are digitalized and putting to better use? This requires a heavy amount of dry powder and finance, and we need to have a proper fundamental design for that during the 55-year plan. Otherwise, during our production stage, there would be problems and sometimes mistakes that we just cannot avoid. And finally, Mr. Fang, in our operation, Tencent has been working with different funds in culture and tourism. For example, use big data to make sure that we make more reasonable and informed decisions in doing, say, investment research and also having a presence in culture and tourism to improve the efficiency, quality, reduce costs and fees, and to better upgrade. Now, the 14th five-year plan has already yielded some results. Then we have to see how we can further use of this technology in the whole ecosystem of industrial development, concerning manufacturing, operation, research, investment, and financing. Thank you 5 for your great inputs. And I'm sure the 15th five-year plan, your thoughts are very much leveraged. We are already running for 2 hours, much behind the schedule, but we're seeing hands in the audience. You need to be not arranged for the Q&A session. I'm a student of the Phase 3 class of PBCSF concerning culture and tourism. I had a creative company developing different, say, creative merchandise. So it's pretty much like a new racetrack in the business segment. I applied for a couple of projects here in China, namely there's an agent of IP here in China, so with that, I'm applying for, say, utility and invention patents. I have a question for Madame Liu from WIPO. We're trying to apply for patent globally, Can I file the application directly? Or do I have to go through with an agent intermediary? Because this is a really complex invention. Well, thank you for the question. If you're a cultural creative company, I think most of your products are related to copyright. And for copyright, you don't have to go through an actual registration process. Well, in that country, might be going through that. Say, once it is produced, once it is known, it is well positioned to be protected by copyrights. Well, just understand that sometimes we have this situation in which things are not being properly protected, are not properly recognized. Well, you may have a value that is not recognized by the market because you are little known. If you're well known, say like Nerja, which is well known, your value is going to be instantaneously established. So people might be replicating you or copying you or drawing references from you. That is actually leading to value. Well, I think many cultural creative products are not entitled to be patented. You have to be really creative. It's a technology that has never been used. It has a long evaluation process. But for utility, I think utility invention, that's quick and easy to be received. So whether you can do that directly or through a middleman, both are fine, but it's better if you do it through a professional middleman because they have the expertise, which is also the case for patents. The patent is complex, is going through a lot of requirements. But just that, even if you ask for professional services, your company can be part of that process. Well, I don't know whether you're trying to kind of market products overseas. And then for that, you can consult WIPO, whether you are trying to get the PCP application, filing, or Madrid covenants, or industrial design covenants, etc. So your IP team should be part of that as well. I do Tencent, Huawei, Ali, etc. All things have been done. Concerning IP, have their teams been working in tandem with the professional intermediaries. Okay, one last question. Mr. Zhao, I'm judging the students of the, say, 5th class of PBCSF, question from Mr. Liu. I'm working on the development R&D and R&D of, say, cultural products at Shanghai district of Shenzhen. I'm actually using digital technology or digital agents. As you know, so I'll try to illustrate my creative output. I'm trying to use Nerja to recreate the White Dragon, another legend figure in Chinese mythology. I know from Nerja it's actually traditional IP to be modernized and created and distributed, leveraging momentum of Chinese culture going global. That's why it's receiving national support or state sponsorship. And for Little White Dragon, this is a difficult figure that is the third sound to the Dragon Lord, the Western Sea, and then it was actually transformed into the horse by Tangsen, the monk, taking on journey to the west. So you can say this is a very important figure. It's also a total Chinese culture. I started by having a novel, and the novel can be actually adapted to a film, and then taken the image of the dragon that goes more with China's leadership in the world. So what's the question? My question is, do you think this idea is good? No, I don't think this is a question that really has an answer. All right, you're trying to be working on the Chinese traditional culture image, the Little White Dragon, to have creations both literally or use anime, and then leading to more scenarios worthy of consumption. Well, it's not whether this is viable, right? Because I don't think this can be properly discussed in a few words. if you're trying to be having a novel, who's a playwright, right? Who's going to be setting the plots, and we're trying to turn that into a drama, or what is the BGM, who's going to be doing the music for you, who's going to be kind of writing plays for you. Well, I think for quite some time in Chinese animations, we have always been using mystical figures in Chinese legend. I think that's a good way to go. The United States and Japan are well developed in animation, and they are precedents because they're trying to establish their own image system and also their outlook on the world, such as Marvel, all the original gods, the primeval gods of Japan. And China will also have our deity system, we have our well-established cosmology. But in China, we are not seeing that deities create regular people. People are reflections of deities or gods, for example, in Fujian and Guangdong. We're seeing some of these similar stories. So I have a piece of suggestion. Jamar of Barcelona was discovered by Barcelona at the age of 6. And your company is the national team concerning animation creation. So hopefully your national team can be a scout trying to find all the young talents. Right, we have Jiao, the director for Naja, right? Hopefully we can find more people of a similar talent. We should not let them actually kind of wind down without being noticed. We have to make sure that we be recognized. Okay, this is something that we always try to make sure that we find the right talents. So, as you just said, it's not about finding the right packaging, it's about having the right content. The content rule. For the last 2 hours and more, we had a very substantive interplay between different panelists talking about cutting-edge technologies, to paint industry, to cross-disciplinary inspiration, and also to future-forward outlook. So all of their thoughts have inspired us with the great magic of imagination and infinite possibilities. While culture and tourism are strategically important industries, also they're benefiting the well-being of people and connecting millions of households. As we know, the prosperity of different industries are interdependent, and hopefully culture and tourism can develop to make sure that our national strategies are delivered and support the well-being and prosperity of different households. So that ends today. I'd like to thank all the finalists and also all the audience for your patience holding out during the last 10 hours. Thank you. Picture time.
Respectful guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, good afternoon. This is Jiao Jie, the Dean of Tsinghua PBCSF, with the closing of the final panel discussion for today's GF. And Tsinghua PBCSF Global Finance Forum is joined, and on behalf of Tsinghua PBCSF, I would like to extend my great welcome and also my deep thanks and appreciation for your coming, for your contribution, for your insights in the past 3 days. You have injected a lot of momentum and vitality to our forums in the past 3 days. In past 2 days, we have been discussing a lot centered around the topics and things about the shared future to build an accommodating, inclusive financial system. We have conducted 3 discussions and also 2 closed-door meetings. For each of the discussions and also for each of the panel discussions, we have been feeling a lot of accountability, responsibility, a lot of new challenges. On behalf of the organizer, sponsor, co-sponsor of this conference, I would like to draw a closing remark from the following three perspectives. Just now, I have mentioned around the different kinds of panel discussion and also two meetings. They are divided into three modules. The first module is related for the climate change, related to the global financial market, and also the economic growth. We have addressed the issue of slower economic growth, trade friction, trade war, tariff, and also some of the challenges related to this kind of financial crisis.
This play with dangerous play with tariffs. Well, then, so what is probably the main consequence, the main short-term consequence of this mismanagement of tariff costs? It's growing instability, which is not good for the global economy, but not good also for the American economy. Quite recent, of course, the immediate challenge is the instability. Europe prospers in a stable, rules-based world. Europe is very weak in unstable, volatile global economy. I'm happy to try. We are living in a great uncertainty, but as you just said, Jason, this is definitely a positive development. Previous path we were on kind of mutually damaging, and I think nobody wanted to go down that road because the emerging economies, basically don't want to do that. They want to have a productive relationship and an important relationship with China, invest in trade, and they have important relationships with the United States and Europe on trade, on technology, and let's not forget their security interests as well aren't necessarily very well aligned with the trade patterns in the world at this point.
The previous video clip has refreshed our memory of the opening ceremony of our first conference. According to the wonderful sharing of our keynote speakers in the opening ceremony, their remarks has been laid solid foundation for our future development. And also, Mr. Michael Belka has also shared a lot of insights and also provide a lot of enlightenment for us to go through this uncharted territory. How to make decisions based on wisdom, and also how to maintain our core interests to provide better development for sustainable economic development for the world. And our second keynote speaker was Nobel laureate Mr. Michael Spencer. Mr. Michael Spencer has talked about the multilateralism, bilateralism, and also the emergence of the emerging markets, and also the development of the so-called new economy. He mentioned instrumental role played by China in this kind of economic development, and he has provided a lot of reports of the participation in the global trade system and also the resilience of the multilateralism. In other sessions related to the policy system in the future, and there is different types of discussion of the shape of the global monetary system, about the resilience and also the stability of the global monetary system, and to lay solid foundation for the future development. I would like to refer to the clips.
If we had been fully unilateral or unipolar world, the consequences would have been even greater. So I think it's exactly in this situation we have now where the multilateral system becomes even more important. I think in Africa there's a saying that when the big elephants dance, the grass suffers. I think that's really what's happening right now, and that's where the multilateral system is more important. And it is for these countries that we need these coalitions willing, and we need to move the system forward. Thank you.
So whatever the debate about ownership and control in Washington, these institutions are beginning to move to fill the needs and voids out there to secure the continuation of international development and the management of potential potential financial risks. And then we're in a twilight, but I think it's in the hands of all of us to come out of that twilight, to find the bright sunlight afterwards of a reorganized multilateral system which better reflects both crises today, including imbalances, such as the one that's prompted the crisis we're in now, and comes up with new solutions to them and new governance arrangements. Yes, coalitions willing to address them. Thank you.
对，同样非常精彩的研讨。当世界经历百年变化，国际秩序的根基遭到了严重挑战。那么这么重要的事情当中，联合国前秘书长新兴全球多边体系来重新能够开始下去我们亚洲的这个经济 structure 发展下。嘉宾共建智慧，讲fear is a reasonable order, and另外在这一下的在西下国际贸易与投资，在这个当中，加分分剖析了国际贸易新态势，看国际贸易变化照进，推动全球经济的发展，我们也是
这一两地缘政治、意识形态这些因素呢也都加入了贸易投资考量。全球贸易的再平衡会引起主要经济体内部经济结构的深刻的调整。货币的再平衡将会引导世界的风气朝着一个更加多元、更加包容的方向发展。
First, and most urgently, countries can work constructively to resolve trade tensions as swiftly as possible, preserving openness and removing uncertainty. A trade policy settlement among the main players is essential, and the IMF is urging them to do it swiftly because the uncertainty is so costly. The settlement ought to preserve openness and deliver a more level playing field. Also, it is critical to remain focused on policies to cushion blows on those who may lose out from greater integration. My Chinese colleagues tell me there's a proverb that applies to this situation. Yin should Dao. I can see, it's not understood. I'll give the English translation. I'll work on my pronunciation. Guide the situation by following its momentum. In closing, I hope I made the argument policies facilitate trade relations.
对，这是一场有趣而重要的研讨在全球经济和加速链的关节点嘉宾们剖析了变得多维economies, in this era pragmatic exclusive, there's only exacerbating imbalance. New cooperation can lead to recovery. Challenge of the economy, having great analysis, introspection, and collection of wisdom to find solutions to safeguard the open and collaborative economy.
In emerging markets, it was like 40 years ago,
reform opening up the economy for China. So the rule was like you can get access to the developed market and then go into fair trade. The fairness definition now is completely different, and I think that there is a need to redefine the rules in terms of what we see in dispute. And I think looks like it will not be the de-escalation of this discussion, maybe some postpone. I think the short term is very difficult to really have big changes because countries, US and China, for example, Europe and China, and Europe and US are very much dependent from each other.
我们清华大学的核心价值观之一，行慎言，包括积极的开展国际合作，包括多边合作、区域合作，同时呢，我们要认真学习中央、周边国家工作会议进行。第二是要推动经济的多元化，包括产业结构的多元化、市场多元化。古人说：“国好战，天下完战为。”必须我们讲在合作中共同自强。
说得非常好啊！在当前全球化逆流的关键节点啊，我们嘉宾从现实挑战、破局数量化 challenges and pathways on making breakthroughs, outline the solutions in this fragmented era. 他的灵魂和意识上放大确实欧阳卫先生要类并 amplify certain policies 发展系列的观点啊，更既创新的成果，会让规则制的这个过程更包容，发展一个分配更具公平性，在新兴市场在危机治理的论坛，我们聚焦了这个金融治理的有效性，探讨如何加强国际间合作，提升金融市场金融定防范危机扩散，cooperation, finance, to increase international stability of the market, and against
small and resource-rich and resource-dependent. And externally vulnerable country can make meaningful within managing external strong institutions and sound policies and long-term commitment to stability.
全球经济增长放缓对于严格来说，新兴市场国家长战能力是一个巨大的挑战。国际社会还是应该积极的努力啊，尽快恢复贸易正常秩序，并且呢推进全球金融改革，推动各个结构性改革，实施稳健的财政政策，努力改善营商环境，鼓励更多的私人资本的流入。以及更多的私人部门参与到债务重组过程中。
嘉宾的精彩发言啊，从历史经纬、国别实践到现实的实战，除了困的多元像刚才张教授支持国际体系现在这个产业链也揭示了美国新兴市场新路改革不央和上涨影响新兴squeezing emerging markets. 破解债务危机的发展国家企业 share new paradigms of markets. 货币体系改革消除debt crisis. 上的是第一篇章第一半的系列。那么本次全球金融第二板块相关内容围绕金融会议second 篇章进行 areas，其中第一个development，其实我们科技创新发展，聚焦的金融，finance 为科技创新提供经济促进可转化，加速升级，培育经济发展新动力，推动世界高发。论坛建立兼具理论深度、实践智慧的思想家，6位嘉宾的政策资本运作、区域建落地等几个方面为虽然这个6位嘉宾的要求没有，但是我想这次的演讲是非常价值收录了金融、科技、下是关于绿色发展、绿色发展基于交流金融和土地绿色发展推动可持续发展
where we share thoughts how finance
only come from South corporations. We in China will be the strong force to have this positive dimension for green transaction. It relies on all these efforts, particularly from the south, to pick up these efforts to make this green transaction not be interrupted.
Well, we need to avoid the developing countries to adopt the old model of development. But in order for this model carbon intensive to be adopted, you need to provide developing countries with loans and with grants that allow them precisely to finance their transition. And for that, for example, international institutions can expand their global green funds. I think one of the important messages, for example, coming from the developing world myself, is that you want to make sure that yes, you have transition to net zero, but you cannot have to make sure that the growth and standard of living improve in the developing world, because otherwise you do not have the political support for the transition. I think this is even true in some advanced economies.
在全球绿色转型的契机这个深教授他提出中国的完整的绿色契机这个商共建的向发展引领国家做工业，巴西央行前5年为绿色提供了支持方案，加密了的变化并为发展国家协同全国际推动世界经济在汇聚金融促进高共建我们是聚焦如何大金融改变金融的和性变促进生平推动经济包容性等这场绕金融的政策引领构建包容性金融生态，新型国家建立区域经验或者政治加科技双方以及国际会金融需要加强国际协作这样核心的技能。在论坛等老化应对的探讨深入在养老体现养老保险机制等应对老化带来经济社会论坛聚焦了当前会嘉宾的政策国际变日本央行行长白川分析日本的老化对 经济或者是人员影响。保监会会员负责周元礼先生强调，需要保险创新发展多次的保障周元礼关系论坛的答词应对老需要政策引导、基金创新、国际经验、建协发力、构建和续的养老在一场非常架上Super economic model, and then we have a section on AI, where we look at the impact of finance, regulation, social transformation, and regulatory challenge. We're looking at how the AI financial efficiency and risk. 这场论坛聚焦 AI 金融深度的 finance. This part is really talking about the integration of AI and finance. 证监会员会的相关先生，Chairman of CSRC and共服务创新等 AI application and challenge. 我基于技术regulation, risk prevention,需求向效率越来越精细化，向效数据要实时digital analysis markets have been在这个论坛当中，during the session we have 张先生介绍AI talking about implementation of large models in financial scenarios, AI shaping the financial landscape and ecosystem, and that requires collaborative efforts to promote innovation, institutional action, and control. Future should establish a better digital system to have closed loop governance structure for generative finance so that we can resolve some of the choke points by establishing high-quality financial data. The third chapter or module forum is revolving around policy for government. During this forum, we actually launched financial policy course. It's focused on basic China sharing information, gives us comprehensive, accurate picture of the main themes and policy updates, financial policy in China. So offers a real look in China's comprehensive and policy. Launch reporting, well-received and recognized by the whole society. 把金融给变成responsibility. This year we are in Shenzhen, so that we have a specific section focusing on GBA, where we look at the concept of GBA, economic finance and technology. We look at infinite potential, which surely indicates the strategic role of GBA national strategy. So now let's take a look at video.
所以我们认为第一个关香港作为它的超级理性作为基本强化。未来我们随着这个产业科技建设深入，特别是制度人才之间的深化，我们中国企业的需要香港一个被一个基地来支撑，相对来讲放讲套但是恰在这种确定性。觉得他们国家在大湾区，我们更需要确定性来稳定。从大湾区这个角度看，我们的理解还是一个就是我们既需要做高精力，第二还是 high level open。 在构建发展的关键期呢，这个论坛向国家战略去协同全球政治要立体偏刚，深圳市万大湾区和应对联共开发香港的 GBA 现大湾区国家战略对外
Mr. Chen from Hong Kong
区企业发展模式，进一步更彰显生化在经济下降的也是消费的关闭价线大家的需要在今年呢，我还专门安排了安全防范风险。第二个这个需要未来趋势发展前几个会议的是掉了关关时间technology so that we can complete many using digital currency, capitation, and organizational collaboration and help us explore and without that trying to make sure that the system 今年呢，我还在论坛发布了 IMF 的报告或者宣讲IMF 的金融稳定国际international stability 作为稳重要的对全球经济进行全面的评估。通过近期该报告，各方面在全球资本市场上剖析了趋势，包括价值券、衍生市场等投资者参与这个决策。那么嘉宾呢，要香港这个书写作为这个跨境注册制改革及欧洲资本这个经验对全球资本市场开放协同高度可以讲上是非常短的时间总结了今年的非常金融论坛。实际上还是经济，我想这个点呢可能还比较忽略，我想是非常高效率的方式，让嘉宾我们网上各位听众各位同事们来了解2020清华全球金融基本的情况。总体来讲，我想我们此次是一个构建开放经济shared future 税长思想上升，大家围绕当下全球经济关键各性向和探这当把一些关点甚至共我想在这种混乱这种定的差异的想象，是we agree try to see 照下前行的方向。我想这个时间过得非常昨天上在费洛论坛开幕式了，今天呢 morning busy opening ceremony already about finish 清华五道口的 event 是我们清华大学PBCSF 真的正式成立了19多年来的为金融领域培养了很多的而前行，所以这是我们将计划重要的 continue to do this national panel exchange, including this forum, as well as other exchange programs, so that we shall continue to play our role in China's policy. This is also aligned with the purpose of our school. We are trying to finance financial leaders, support national nation, and to establish this work. So our vision is to be a world-class school finance with Chinese characteristics, and we are adamantly moving towards that destination. And for the leaders, guests, and scholars, our strategy, next stage, Russian mission, and vision. We will, under the leadership of diversity and national strategy, we are the strategy of working on one central centers, trying to be a world-class school finance characteristics, and we can train financial talent, and also financial research, and also a technology and center.
更国际、更人文、最亲民、更专业。我们将金融为特色，变成一个更加丰富、更加前沿的这样一个全科的学院。更积极的拥抱国际研究科技、用科技加金融学校更国际的，就像我们今天这样全球五道口将日益变开放、
PBCSF will continue to open international人文100年的
更具学术性，最希望未来清华大学发展当中，在清华国家过程当中，成为清华最代表性的院系，所以我讲最清楚，当然这是我是目标，也是我们的一个更专业、更科技、更最清楚，将为我们下一步发展下去。最后，我想再感谢各位嘉宾对于清华大学、对于清华五道口金融学院长期的支持。学院从1981年到今天已经汇聚了万名优秀的金融校友，后来2012年清华大学之后，更多新的校友共同向清华做出我们的贡献。那么我们的发展得到了众多的这个嘉宾对我们专家学者的支持，感谢大家对我们的长期特别感谢资本的最爱嘉宾在其他的大洲，万感谢，非常感谢，同时也要感谢为支持本次论坛做出重要力的手深圳感谢你们的努力。当然我还要感谢来到现场参加我们讨论的还有聆听各场论坛的各位观众，还有线上的各位朋友。最后我讲感谢各位亲爱的同事辛苦我们是全球金融看似我们2年时间的时间，但记得我们细节最后再感谢各位同学第
12次不到全球的 event which actually 将以更震惊的姿态更新的话题来吸引世界的热烈欢迎期待为嘉宾的参与，再次大家，我们2026见，谢谢大家。 Okay, thank you and see you in 2026.